Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it.
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tonight, we pause and give praise and honor to God for being good enough to allow us to be at this place at this time. When I look out at this convention, I see the face of America, red, yellow, brown, black, and white. We're all precious in God's sight, the real Rainbow Coalition. All of us who are here think that we are seated, but we're really standing on someone's shoulders. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Rosa Parks. The mother of the Civil Rights Movement. I want to express my deep love and appreciation for the support my family has given me over these past months. They have endured pain, anxiety, threat, and fear, but they have been strengthened and made secure by our faith in God, in America, and in you. Your love has protected us and made us strong. To my wife, Jackie, the foundation of our family. To our 5 children whom you met tonight. To my mother, Mrs. Helen Jackson, who is present tonight. And to our grandmother, Mrs. Matilda Burns. To my brother, Chuck, and his family. To my mother-in-law, Mrs. Gertrude Brown, who just last month at age 61 graduated from Hampton Institute. A marvelous achievement. I offer my appreciation to Mayor Andrew Young, who has provided such gracious hospitality to all of us this week, and a special salute to President Jimmy Carter. President Carter, President Carter restored honor to the White House after Watergate. He gave many of us a special opportunity to grow. For his kind words, for his unwavering commitment to peace in the world, and for the voters that came from his family, every member of his family, led by Billy and Amy, I offer my special thanks to the Carter family. My right and my privilege to stand here before you has been won in my lifetime by the blood and the sweat of the innocent. 24 years ago, the late Fannie Lou Hamer and Aaron Henry, who sits here tonight from Mississippi, were locked out onto the streets in Atlantic City, the head of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. But tonight, a black and white delegation from Mississippi is headed by Ed Cole, a black man from Mississippi, 24 years later. Many were lost in the struggle for the right to vote. Jimmy Lee Jackson, a young student, gave his life. Vala Luizzo, a white mother from Detroit, called nigger lover and brains blown out at point blank range. Surrounded Goodman and Cheney, 2 Jews and a black, found in a common grave, bodies riddled with bullets in Mississippi. The 4 darling little girls in a church in Birmingham, Alabama, they died that we might have a right to live. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. lies only a few miles from us tonight. Tonight he must feel good as he looks down upon us. We sit here together, a rainbow coalition, the sons and daughters of slave masters and the sons and daughters of slaves sitting together around the common table to decide the direction of our party and our country, his heart would be full tonight as a testament to the struggles of those who have gone before, as a legacy for those who will come after, as a tribute to the endurance, the patience, the courage of our forefathers and mothers, as an assurance that their prayers are being answered, that their work has not been in vain, and the hope is eternal. Tomorrow night, my name will go in nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. I happened to have run across this convention speech from 1988 that the late Reverend Jackson made. And while it makes me feel old, because I was, I think in 88, I'd have been right around 21, 22, somewhere in there. While it kind of makes me feel old, it strikes me as really odd. It's only 30 years ago. Well, I'm sorry, 40 years ago, almost. And we have come a long way, but we've also not come a long way. You know, America tends to be, when it comes to race relations and racism, tends to take, 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. So I'm enjoying this. It's kind of longish. I'm going to let it play, and I may stop it every now and again, but I'm not particularly concerned about a line by line commentary. But it's rare when you have a historical figure pass away and you've got, such a good record of one of the highlights of that historic career. So I have posted the link. We do actually have an unusual number of news articles and stuff to get through. I'm going to try and keep it fairly short, but I don't know if that'll actually wind up happening. And then we're going to end it with a couple boring videos about capital L liberalism. And we'll just see how it goes. Let's see. Was he still CK or just old? Well, he was 84. Probably a combination of both. So he had been kind of going downhill. Last I saw, he was in a wheelchair. So I mean, he was in declining health, but sometimes 84-year-olds, age will get you.
We meet tonight at the crossroads, a point of decision. Shall we expand, be inclusive, find unity and power, or suffer division and impotence? We come to Atlanta, the cradle of the old South, the crucible of the new South. Tonight there is a sense of celebration because we are moved, fundamentally moved from racial battlegrounds by law to economic common ground. The moral challenge to move to higher ground, common ground. Think of Jerusalem, the intersection where many trails met, a small village that became the birthplace for 3 great religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Why was this village so blessed? Because it provided a crossroads where different people met, different cultures, different civilizations could meet and find common ground. When people come together, flowers always flourish. The air is rich with the aroma of a new spring. Take New York, the dynamic metropolis. What makes New York so special is the invitation at the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, poor, your huddle masses who yearn to breathe free, not restricted to English only. Many people, many cultures, many languages, with one thing in common: they yearn to breathe free, common ground. Tonight in Atlanta, for the first time in this century, we convene in the South, a state where governors once stood in schoolhouse doors, where Julian Bond was denied his seat in the state legislature because of his conscientious objection to the Vietnam War, a city that through its 5 black universities has graduated more black students than any city in the world. Atlanta, now a modern intersection of the New South. Common ground. That's the challenge of our party tonight. Left wing, right wing. Progress will not come through boundless liberalism, nor static conservatism, but at the critical mass of mutual survival, not at boundless liberalism, nor static conservatism, but at the critical mass of mutual survival. It takes 2 wings to fly. Whether you're a hawk or a dove, you're just a bird living in the same environment, in the same world. The Bible teaches that when lions and lambs lie down together, none will be afraid, and there will be peace in the valley. It sounds impossible. Lions eat lambs. Lambs sensibly flee from lions. Yet even lions and lambs find common ground. Why? Because neither lion nor lambs want the forest to catch on fire. Neither lions nor lambs want acid rain to fall. Neither lions nor lambs can survive nuclear war. If lions and lambs can find common ground, surely we can as well as civilized people. The only time that we win is when we come together. In 1960, John Kennedy, the late John Kennedy, beat Richard Nixon by only 112,000 votes. Less than 1 vote per precinct. We won by the margin of our hope. He brought us together. He reached out. He had the courage to defy his advisors and inquire about Dr. King's jailing in Albany, Georgia. We won by the margin of our hope, inspired by courageous leadership.
Oh, wow. It was Albany, Georgia. I actually thought it was Alabama.
In 1964, Lyndon Johnson brought both wings together. The thesis, the antithesis, and the creative synthesis, and together we won. In 1976, Jimmy Carter unified us again, and we won. When we do not come together, we never win. In 1968, the division and despair in July led to our defeat in November. In 1980, rancor in the spring and the summer led to Reagan in the fall. When we divide, we cannot win. We must find common ground as a basis for survival and development and change and growth. Today, when we debated, differed, deliberated, agreed to agree, agreed to disagree, when we had the good judgment to argue a case and then not self-destruct, George Bush was just a little further away from the White House and a little closer to private life. Tonight, I salute Governor Michael Dukakis. He has run a well-managed and a dignified campaign. No matter how tired or how tried, he always resisted the temptation to stoop to demagoguery. I've watched a good mind fast at work with steel nerves, guiding his campaign out of the crowded field without appeal to the worst in us. I've watched his perspective grow as his environment has expanded. I've seen his toughness and tenacity close up, and know his commitment to public service. My Dukakis' parents were a doctor and a teacher. My parents, a maid, a beautician, and a janitor. There's a great gap between Brookline, Massachusetts, and Haney Street, the Fieldcrest Village housing projects in Greenville, South Carolina. He studied law. I studied theology. There are differences of religion, region, and race, differences in experiences and perspectives. But the genius of America is that out of the many, we become one. Providence has enabled our paths to intersect. His foreparents came to America on immigrant ships. My foreparents came to America on slave ships. But whatever the original ships, we're in the same boat tonight. Our ships could pass in the night if we had a false sense of independence, or they could collide and crash. We would lose our passengers. But we can seek a higher reality and a greater good. Apart, we can drift on the broken pieces of Reaganomics, satisfy our baser instincts, and exploit the fears of our people. At our highest, we can call upon noble instincts and navigate this vessel to safety. The greater good is the common good. As Jesus said, not my will, but thine be done. It was his way of saying there's a higher good beyond personal comfort or position. The good of our nation is at stake. Its commitment to working men and women, to the poor and the vulnerable, to the many in the world, with so many guided missiles and so much misguided leadership, the stakes are exceedingly high. Our choice, full participation in a democratic government, or more abandonment and neglect. And so this night, we choose not a false sense of independence, not our capacity to survive and endure. Tonight we choose interdependency and our capacity to act and unite for the greater good. Common good is found in commitment to new priorities, to expansion and inclusion, a commitment to expanded participation in the Democratic Party at every level, a commitment to a shared national campaign strategy and involvement at every level, a commitment to new priorities that ensure that hope will be kept alive, a common ground commitment to a legislative agenda for empowerment, for the John Conyers bill, universal, on-site, same-day registration everywhere. A commitment to DC statehood and empowerment. DC deserves statehood. A commitment to economic set-asides a commitment to the Dellums Bill for comprehensive sanctions against South Africa, a shared commitment to a common direction. Common ground. Easier said than done. Where do you find common ground? At the point of challenge. This campaign has shown that politics need not be marketed by politicians, packaged by posters and pundits. Politics can be a moral arena where people come together to find common ground. We find common ground at the plant gate that closes on workers without notice. We find common ground at the farm auction where a good farmer loses his or her land to bad loans or diminishing markets. Common ground at the schoolyard where teachers cannot get adequate pay and students cannot get a scholarship and can't make a loan. Common ground at the hospital admitting room where somebody tonight is dying because they cannot afford to go upstairs to a bed that's empty, waiting for someone with insurance to get sick. We are a better nation than that. We must do better. Common ground. What is leadership if not present help in a time of crisis? I met you at the point of challenge in Maine, where paper workers were striking for fair wages. In Greenfield, Iowa, where family farmers struggle for a fair price. In Cleveland, Ohio, where working women seek comparable worth. In McFarland, California, where the children of Hispanic farm workers may be dying from poison land, dying in clusters with cancer. In the AIDS hospice in Houston, Texas, where the sick support one another, too often rejected by their own parents and friends. Common ground. America is not a blanket woven from one thread, one color, one cloth. When I was a child growing up in Greenville, South Carolina, and grandmama could not afford a blanket, she didn't complain and we did not freeze. Instead, she took pieces of old cloth, patches, wool, silk, gabardine, croaker sack, only patches, barely good enough to wipe off your shoes with. But they didn't stay that way very long. With sturdy hands and a strong cord, she sewed them together into a quilt, a thing of beauty and power and culture. Now, Democrats, we must build such a quilt. Farmers, you seek fair prices and you're right, but you cannot stand alone. Your patch is not big enough. Workers, you fight for fair wages, you're right, but your patch labor is not big enough. Women, you seek comparable worth and pay equity, you're right, but your patch is not big enough. Women, mothers who seek Head Start and daycare and prenatal care on the front side of life, rather than jail care and welfare on the back side of life, you're right, but your patch is not big enough. Students, you seek scholarships, you're right, but your patch is not big enough. Blacks and Hispanics, when we fight for civil rights, we are right, but our patch is not big enough. Gays and lesbians, when you fight against discrimination and a cure for AIDS, you are right, but your patch is not big enough. Conservatives and progressives, when you fight for what you believe, right wing, left wing, hawk, dove, you are right. From your point of view, but your point of view is not enough. But don't despair. Be as wise as my grandmama. Pull the patches and the pieces together, bound by a common thread. When we form a great quilt of unity and common ground, we'll have the power to bring about health care and housing and jobs and education and hope to our nation. We the people can win. We stand at the end of a long, dark night of reaction. We stand tonight united in the commitment to a new direction. For almost 8 years, we've been led by those who view social good coming from private interests, who viewed public life as a means to increase private wealth. They have been prepared to sacrifice the common good of the many to satisfy the private interests and the wealth of a few. We believe in a government that's a tool of our democracy in service to the public, not an instrument of the aristocracy in search of private wealth. We believe in government with the consent of the governed, all for and by the people. We must now emerge into a new day with a new direction. Reaganomics, based on the belief that the rich had too much money, too little money, and the poor had too much. That's classic Reaganomics. It believed that the poor had too much money and the rich had too little money. So they engaged in reverse Robin Hood, took from the poor, gave to the rich, paid for by the middle class. We cannot stand 4 more years of Reaganomics in any version, in any disguise. How do I document that case? 7 years later, the richest 1% of our society pays 20% less in taxes. The poorest 10% pay 20% more. Reaganomics. Reagan gave the rich and the powerful a multi-billion-dollar party. Now the party is over. He expects the people to pay for the damage. I take this principal position, convention. Let us not raise taxes.
You know, one thing that is fascinating, this is 40 years ago, and the same themes pretty much resonate. You know, things actually don't change that much. I like the reverse Robin Hood, though. I'd forgotten about that one.
On the poor and the middle class, but those who had the party, the rich and the powerful, must pay for the party. I just want to take common sense to high places. We're spending $150 billion a year defending Europe and Japan 43 years after the war is over. We have more troops in Europe tonight than we had 7 years ago. Yet the threat of war is ever more remote. Germany and Japan are now creditor nations. That means they got a surplus. We are a debtor nation, means we are in debt. Let them share more of the burden of their own defense. Use some of that money to build decent housing. Use some of that money to educate our children. Use some of that money for long-term health care. Use some of that money to wipe out these slums and put America back to work. I just want to take common sense to high places. If we can bail out Europe and Japan, if we can bail out Continental Bank and Chrysler, and Mr. Iacocca make $8,000 an hour, we can bail out the family farmer. I just want to make common sense. It does not make sense to close down 650,000 family farms in this country while importing food from abroad subsidized by the U.S. government. Let's make sense. It does not make sense to be escorting oil tankers up and down the Persian Gulf, paying $2.50 for every $1 worth of oil we bring out, while oil wells are capped in Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. I just want to make sense.
Now you hear that? He's basically talking about why aren't we producing oil right here in Texas and Oklahoma? So, like I said, American politics is kind of fascinating. Almost nothing new under the sun. Sometimes the Democrats will be talking about energy independence, though I'm sure he wouldn't call it that back then. But I was also going to say, well, guess how much it costs to transit the Suez Canal in the other direction? That's a damn ripoff.
Leadership must meet the moral challenge of its day. What's the moral challenge of our day? We have public accommodations. We have the right to vote. We have open housing. What's the fundamental challenge of our day? It is to end economic violence. Plant closing without notice.
This is actually a good question for once. Kelvin asks, so did Jesse walk so that Barack could run? And my answer is no. They're really very different candidates, obviously very different backgrounds. Jesse Jackson was a known quantity for decades before he became a Democratic candidate. Barack Obama kind of came out of nowhere. Different academic backgrounds, different, different heritages, basically. So I was there for both events. I don't think Jesse Jackson really, got America used to seeing a black man run for president. Jesse Jackson wasn't the first black person to run for president. As far as I know, and I could be still wrong, but Shirley Chisholm back in the early 70s ran for the Democratic nomination. There may be someone earlier than that, but I can't think off the top of my head. But my answer would be no.
Economic violence. Even the greedy do not profit long from greed. Economic violence. Most poor people are not lazy. They're not black. They're not brown. They're mostly white and female and young. But whether white, black, or brown, a hungry baby barely turned inside out is the same color. Call it pain, call it hurt, call it agony. Most poor people are not on welfare. Some of them are illiterate and can't read the want ad sections. When they can't find a job that matches their dress. They work hard every day. I know I live amongst them. I'm one of them. I know they work. I'm a witness. They catch the early bus. They work every day. They raise other people's children. They work every day. They clean the streets. They work every day. They drive dangerous cabs. They work every day. They change the beds you slept in these hotels last night and can't get a union contract. They work every day. No, they are not lazy. Someone must defend them because it's right, and they cannot speak for themselves. They work in hospitals. I know they do. They wipe the bodies of those who are sick with fever and pain. They empty their bedpans. They clean out their commode. No job is beneath them. And yet when they get sick, they cannot lie in the bed they made up every day. America, that is not right. We are a better nation than that. We are a better nation than that. We need a real war on drugs. You can't just say no. It's deeper than that. You can't just get a palm reader or an astrologer. It's more profound than that. We're spending $150 billion on drugs a year. We've gone from ignoring it to focusing on the children. Children cannot buy $150 billion worth of drugs a year. A few high-profile athletes are not laundering $150 billion a year. Bankers are. I met the children in Watts who unfortunately in their despair, their grapes of hope have become raisins of despair, and they're turning on each other and they're self-destructing. But I stayed with them all night long. I wanted to hear their case. They said, Jesse Jackson, as you challenge us to say no to drugs, you're right. And to not sell them, you're right. To not use these guns, you're right. By the way, the promise of SEPTA, they displaced CETA. They did not replace CETA. We have neither jobs, nor houses, nor services, nor training, nor way out. Some of us take drugs as anesthesia for our pain. Some take drugs as a way of pleasure, good short-term pleasure and long-term pain. Some sell drugs to make money. It's wrong, we know, but you need to know that we know. We can go and buy the drugs by the boxes at the port. If we can buy the drugs at the port, don't you believe the federal government can stop it if they want to? They say we don't have Saturday night specials anymore. They say we buy AK-47s and Uzas, the latest NATO weapons. We buy them across the counter on Long Beach Boulevard. You cannot fight a war on drugs unless and until you're going to challenge the bankers and the gun sellers and those who grow them. Don't just focus on the children. Let's stop drugs at the level of supply and demand. We must end the scourge on the American culture. Leadership. What difference will we make? Leadership cannot just go along to get along. We must do more than change presidents. We must change direction. Leadership must face the moral challenge of our day. The nuclear war build-up is irrational. Strong leadership cannot desire to look tough and let that stand in the way of the pursuit of peace. Leadership must reverse the arms race. At least we should pledge no fresh use. Why? Because fresh use begets fresh retaliation, and that's mutual annihilation. That's not a rational way out. No use at all. Let's think it out and not fight it out because it's an unwinnable fight. Why hold a card that you can never drop? Let's give peace a chance. Leadership. We now have this marvelous opportunity to have a breakthrough with the Soviets. Last year, 200,000 Americans visited the Soviet Union. There's a chance for joint ventures in the space, not Star Wars and the war arms escalation, but a space defense initiative. Let's build in the space together and demilitarize the heavens. That's a way out. America, let us expand. When Mr. Reagan and Mr. Gorbachev met, it was a big meeting. They represented together 1/8 of the human race. 7/8 of the human race was locked out of that room. Most people in the world tonight, half are Asian, 1/2 of them are Chinese. There are 22 nations in the Middle East. There's Europe, 400 million Latin Americans next door to us, the Caribbean, Africa, a 500 million people. Most people in the world today are yellow, are brown, are black, non-Christian, poor, female, young, and don't speak English. In the real world, this generation must offer leadership to the real world. We're losing ground in Latin America, Middle East, South Africa because we're not focusing on the real world. That real world. We must use basic principles, support international law. We stand the most to gain from it. Support human rights. We believe in that. Support self-determination. We're built on that. Support economic development. You know it's right. Be consistent and gain our moral authority in the world. I challenge you tonight, my friends. Let's be bigger and better as a nation and as a party. We have basic challenges. Freedom in South Africa. We've already agreed as Democrats to declare South Africa to be a terrorist state. But don't just stop there. Get South Africa out of Angola. Free Namibia. Support the frontline states. We must have a new, humane, human rights and system policy in Africa. I'm often asked, Jesse, why'd you take on these tough issues? They're not very political. We can't win that way. If an issue is morally right, it will eventually be political. It may be political and never be right. Fannie Lou Hamer didn't have the most votes in Atlantic City, but her principles have outlasted every delegate who voted to lock her out. Rosa Parks did not have the most votes, but she was morally right. Dr. King didn't have the most votes about the Vietnam War, but he was morally right. If we're principle first, our politics will fall in place. Jesse, why do you take these big, bold initiatives? A poem by an unknown author went something like this. We've mastered the air. We've conquered the sea, annihilated distance and prolonged life. But we're not wise enough to live on this earth without war and without hate. As for Jesse Jackson, I'm tired of sailing my little boat, for inside the harbor bar, I want to go out where the big ships float, out on the deep where the great ones are. And should my frail craft prove too slight, the waves that sweep those billows o'er, I'd rather go down in the stirring fight than drowse to death at the sheltered shore. We got to go out, my friends, where the big boats are. And then, for our children, young America, hold your head high now. We can win. We must not lose you to drugs and violence, premature pregnancy, suicide, cynicism, pessimism, and despair. We can win. Wherever you are tonight, I challenge you to hope and to dream. Don't submerge your dreams. Exercise above all else. Even on drugs, dream of the day you're drug-free. Even in the gutter, dream of the day that you'll be up on your feet again. You must never stop dreaming. Face reality, yes, but don't stop with the way things are. Dream of things as they ought to be. Dream. Face pain, but love, hope, faith, and dreams will help you rise above the pain. Use hope and imagination as weapons of survival and progress, but you keep on dreaming, young America. Dream of peace. Peace is rational and reasonable. War is irrational in this age and unwinnable. Dream of teachers who teach for life and not for living. Dream of doctors who are concerned more about public health than private wealth. Dream of lawyers more concerned about justice and the judgeship. Dream of preachers who are concerned more about prophecy than profiteering. Dream on the high road with sound values. And then America, as we go forth to September, October, November, and then beyond, America must never surrender to a high moral challenge. Do not surrender to drugs. The best drug policy is a no first use. Don't surrender with needles and cynicism. Let's have no first use on the one hand, or clinics on the other. Never surrender, young America. Go forward. America must never surrender to malnutrition. We can feed the hungry and clothe the naked. We must never surrender. We must go forward. We must never surrender to illiteracy. Invest in our children. Never surrender and go forward. We must never surrender to inequality. Women cannot compromise ERA or comparable word. Women are making 60 cents on the dollar to what a man makes. Women cannot buy meat cheaper. Women cannot buy bread cheaper. Women cannot buy milk cheaper. Women deserve to get paid for the work that you do. It's right and it's fair. Don't surrender, my friends. Those who have AIDS tonight, you deserve our compassion. Even with AIDS, you must not surrender in your wheelchairs. I see you sitting here tonight in those wheelchairs. I've stayed with you. I've reached out to you across our nation. And don't you give up. I know it's tough sometimes. People look down on you. It took you a little more effort to get here tonight. And no one should look down on you, but sometimes mean people do. The only justification we have for looking down on someone is that we're going to stop and pick them up. But even in your wheelchairs, don't you give up. We cannot forget 50 years ago when our backs were against the wall, Roosevelt was in a wheelchair. I would rather have Roosevelt in a wheelchair than Reagan and Bush on a horse. Don't you surrender and don't you give up. Don't surrender and don't give up. Why can I challenge you this way? Jesse Jackson, you don't understand my situation. You'll be on television. You don't understand. I see you with the big people. You don't understand my situation. I understand. You see me on TV, but you don't know the me that makes me me. They wonder why does Jesse run? Because they see me running for the White House. They don't see the house I'm running from. I have a story. I wasn't always on television. Writers were not always outside my door. When I was born late one afternoon, October 8th, in Greenville, South Carolina, no writers asked my mother her name. Nobody chose to write down our address. A mama was not supposed to make it, and I was not supposed to make it. You see, I was born a teenage mother who was born a teenage mother. I understand. I know abandonment and people being mean to you and saying you're nothing and nobody and can never be anything. I understand. Jesse Jackson is my third name. I'm adopted. When I had no name, my grandmother gave me her name. My name was Jesse Burns till I was 12. So I wouldn't have a blank space, she gave me a name to hold me over. I understand when nobody knows your name. I understand when you have no name. I understand. I wasn't born in the hospital. Mama didn't have insurance. I was born in the bed at house. I really do understand. Born in a 3-room house. Bathroom in the backyard. Slop job by the bed. No hot and cold running water. I understand. Wallpaper used for decoration? No. For a windbreaker. I understand. I'm a working person's person. That's why I understand you, whether you're black or white. I understand work. I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I had a shovel programmed for my hand. My mother, a working woman. Some of the days she went to work early, with runs in her stockings. She knew better, but she rolled runs in her stockings so that my brother and I could have matching socks and not be laughed at school. I understand. At 3 o'clock on Thanksgiving Day, we couldn't eat turkey because Mama was preparing somebody else's turkey at 3 o'clock. We had to play football to entertain ourselves. And then around 6 o'clock, she would get off the Alta Vista bus and we would bring up the leftovers and eat our turkey, leftovers, the caucus, the cranberries, around 8 o'clock at night. I really do understand. Every one of these funny labels they put on you, those of you who are watching this broadcast tonight in the projects, on the corners, I understand. Call you outcast, low down, you can't make it, you're nothing, you're from nobody, subclass, underclass. When you see Jesse Jackson, when my name goes in nomination, your name goes in nomination. I was born in the slum, but the slum was not born in me. And it wasn't born in you, and you can make it. Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. It gets dark sometimes, but the morning comes. Don't you surrender. Suffering breeds character. Character breeds faith. In the end, faith will not disappoint. You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but just know that you are qualified and you hold on and hold out. We must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. on tomorrow night and beyond. Keep hope alive. I love you very much. I love you very much.
Everybody, the links for most of the stuff that I'm going to talk about or show today are in the show notes. So feel free to feel free to avail yourselves of them. And I'm going to have to throw a jab. Oh, please excuse me. I'm going to have to throw a jab or two and punch down. So Kelvin is asking, is that the Democratic theme tune? No, Kelvin. It's called Stars and Stripes Forever. It's been around longer than I've been alive. But you aren't American, so maybe we'll cut you a break. I suspect that like Jesse Jackson or don't like Jesse Jackson, one thing you can actually say, or I can actually say, is that maybe that's why young'uns aren't, really in a good place, sometimes mentally even. I can't think of anybody, white, black, or any other. There are very few Jesse Jacksons who can actually get up there and talk for an hour and actually keep people interested. I hadn't heard this speech in probably 40 years, but or almost 40 years. And I was on the edge of my seat. And, I just feel sorry for some of the young folks. They want to blame everything. And Jesse Jackson is actually a little bit older than a boomer at 84. But, the comments that you hear, well, ooh, he's been talking for an hour. Ooh, what's in their hair? The attention span of some of these folks are shot. And they don't even have enough sense to self-diagnose. If you can't sit still and listen to a speech, and you're over like 21, you don't be blaming a whole generation. Okay. The whole generation of boomers did not raise you. And if you know that you have a problem, blaming people you don't know because they were born at a certain time in history sounds as stupid as what's in your hair. I wonder what they have in their hair. I'm sorry. Thank God the mic was turned off, because the snickers I was given was pretty much hilarious. Well, Dirty, I don't think society is fucked. I'm going to take Jesse's last words there and keep hope alive. I'm going to keep hope alive that everything will be okay, folks. But I thought it was a good speech, and apparently the chat trolls were more interested in not learning history, not learning about a historical figure, but making jokes, which weren't good jokes in the first place. But as Smitty would say, I digress. Fucking I swear. So anyway, CNN. We'll do this quick CNN synopsis. Um, this was the headline from this morning.
Civil rights icon, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, whose towering presence and vision reshaped the Democratic Party and the country, has died at the age of 84. His family put this statement on Instagram. Our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world. We ask you to honor his memory by continuing the fight for the values he lived by. CNN's Abby Phillip has a look at Jesse Jackson's life and legacy.
Jesse Jackson's life was defined by a relentless fight for justice and equality.
I was born in Greenville, South Carolina, in rampant radical racial segregation. I had to be taught to go to the back of the bus or be arrested.
Those early experiences drove Jackson to join the civil rights movement.
The fact is, against the odds, we knew there were great odds, we were winning.
In 1965, he began working for Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.
I learned so much from him, such a great source of inspiration.
King named Jackson to lead Operation Breadbasket in Chicago, an economic justice campaign for Black people. However, some say King was frustrated by Jackson's brashness and ambition.
I'm sure he thought I needed more time. I was 24 years old.
Both men were in Memphis in April 1968 to support striking sanitation workers. King and other civil rights leaders were staying at the Lorraine Motel.
He said, Jesse, you know, you don't even have on a shirt and tie. You don't even have on a tie. We're going to dinner. I said, Doc, it does not require a tie, just an appetite. We laughed. I said, Doc, and the bullet hit. Everything changed at that moment. It was a defining moment in the history of our struggle.
With King gone, his movement was adrift. Years later, Jackson formed Operation Push, pressuring businesses to open up to Black workers and customers and adding more focus on Black responsibility, championed in the 1972 concert Wattstacks.
In Watts, we have shifted from burn, baby, burn to learn, baby, learn.
And he expanded his own global reach too, helping to free.
Yeah, let me go ahead and talk about that learn baby learn thing. As much shit as I get about when I say, hey, I read a book, or here's a book I can recommend you. Now, the interesting thing is it's not actually a bunch of 30 and 40-year-olds who have a problem with it. It's people my fucking age who people will tell me, well, you're not that much older than me. Those are the motherfucking ones talking about, I'm like, if you're close to my age, and I'll be 61 next month, and do you tell your kids, hey, you need to be street smart, don't bother about the books? Maybe that's the fucking problem. Maybe we have just gone the other direction in saying, hey, look, you need to be able to survive on the streets. Fuck the books. Education is not all it's cracked up to be. But it worries me when I hear someone deep in their 50s shitting on people who read books. That is not the way. That is not what Jesse Jackson or Malcolm X or any of the civil rights people. That's not what they were. That's not what they were wanting. They didn't want YNs going back to the streets.
U.S. Lieutenant Robert Goodman, who was held by Syria after being shot down, and later other Americans held.
What's up,
Cuba
Untrackable?
and Serbia.
Yeah, Gen X. Let me tell you something. Queen, Gen X might be horrible because we have little patience. At least this Gen Xer, I have very little patience. I don't suffer fools gladly, and I am always looking for opportunities to call it out. So Gen X, at least this Gen Xer, is blunt. And, let's keep the chat engaged with like some positive stuff. What's in their hair in 1988? Most of them probably don't even have hair if they're still alive. It wasn't funny. Let's just be blunt. It wasn't funny. It didn't make me chuckle. It was pretty much a question I would expect from a millennial, I guess. Got to be blunt sometimes. And if Gen X is horrible, maybe some of the shit we see in chats is why.
People have to negotiate every day.
The Reverend set his
Oh,
sights
no,
on the
no
White House
doubt
in
it wasn't a
1984.
joke.
Milking cows an hour. They're coming back.
Wait,
to
hold
Kansas
it.
City.
You know,
So I-
well, let me stop this again. Well, let's see. I'm being told it wasn't a joke. Well, my God, I took it as a joke because why the fuck would anyone care what's in someone's hair 40 years ago? So if it wasn't a joke, was that a serious question? Well, I'm sorry. I guess I should have taken it as a serious question.
learned a lot during that period.
First thought
Next-
of as a
next
marginal
time I'll
candidate,
take it seriously.
Jackson finished third in the primary race with 18% of the vote. That campaign almost went off the rails when Jackson used an ethnic slur to refer to New York Jews.
Just mistakes and they hurt.
He ran again.
It
in
was actually funny
1988,
when he did
this
it.
time
What's up, Lawrence?
doubling his vote count and finishing in second in the Democratic race.
Keep hope alive. On tomorrow night.
At the time, it was the farthest any black candidate had gone in a presidential contest.
But 20 years later, when President Barack ran, we were laying the groundwork for that season.
In 2017, Jackson had a new battle to fight: Parkinson's disease. But that didn't stop him.
If you hold
You
on,
know,
if your
I'd
cause is
actually
right and your
forgotten.
grip is tight,
That's
you'll
what it was. Somebody asked me whether it was age or sickness. So I guess it was a little bit of both. I'd forgotten he had Parkinson's.
make it.
Late in life, he was still fighting. He was arrested in Washington while demonstrating for voting rights. His silent presence at the trial of Ahmaud Arbery's killers prompted defense lawyers to ask that he leave the courtroom. Jackson said,
Yeah, I actually remember because I watched the whole Ahmaud Arbery trial. It was, I'm in Georgia, so it was kind of a big deal on public TV. He hit Jesse Jackson in that small Beaufort courthouse. Oh shit, he freaked the defense lawyers out. I mean, they went like really spastic to a point to where they were kind of a laughing stock. But you know what? The judge, if I recall, was like, hey, he's part of the public. He stays. So shout out to that judge. I can't remember his name.
aid.
I am somebody. I am somebody.
From the Jim Crow South through the turbulent 60s and into the Black Lives Matter movement, Jesse Jackson was a constant, unyielding voice for justice.
May his memory be a blessing. That was CNN's Abby Phillip reporting. She even wrote a book about Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jackson is survived by his wife, Jacqueline, their children, grandchildren, and extended family. Joining us today in the group chat, Jeff Zeleny, CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent, Chuck Rocha, Democratic strategist and former advisor to Bernie Sanders' presidential campaigns, and Ashley Davis, former White House official under President George W. Bush. Jeff, I want to start with you. You actually just finished reading Abby's book, A Dream Deferred. And we were talking about how Jesse Jackson served as sort of the bridge from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he was his protege, to President Obama to present day. I mean, he kept fighting till the very end.
There's no doubt about it. And the towering legacy and figure that Jesse Jackson was is unparalleled in America's 20th century. Barack Obama would not have been elected as the first black president in America without Jesse Jackson, not because they had a close relationship. They did not. It was stressed. It was filled with tension. Their family did, but this is why. Because Jesse Jackson, through his 1984 bid for president and 1988 candidacy for president, he literally changed the Democratic Party and changed the way Democrats elect their presidents. Gone are the smoke-filled back rooms at party conventions where the candidate was decided, but Jesse Jackson opened up that process through making it a delegate fight. And Barack Obama seized upon that in 2007 and 2008 and built a grassroots campaign that was basically the modern day version at the time of what Jesse Jackson did, particularly in 1988. So he paved the way for that, but so much more. He literally was the bridge between the two. But to Barack Obama, as I think back to covering him during my time in Chicago, he moved to Chicago in part because he wanted the Black American political experience. And Jesse Jackson was that in Chicago. He left Memphis after Dr. King's assassination, and Jesse Jackson was there. And he moved to Chicago to start the Rainbow Push Coalition, really building the broad-based modern Democratic Party. And as Chuck knows well, without Jesse Jackson, a very similar message to what Bernie Sanders did in his campaign in 2016 and 2020, economic justice, really building a broad-based coalition. So the through lines there are so important. Jesse Jackson's his fingerprints are on our politics right now at the moment as well.
Yeah.
And let me build off what Jeff said, because it's really, really important, because Democrats need to remind themselves today, as we live in the Trump presidency, about what Jesse Jackson did. He went out as a black man and talked to poor white farmers. He went out and talked to union members about keeping jobs in America. He started building a coalition, to Jeff's point, before Barack Obama, about bringing together black, brown, and poor white people to say, look, it's not left versus right, it's up versus down. And he was the one who really started that in a day when, in the back rooms, the smoke-filled rooms that Jeff talked about, was where the power lays. And some would say, I would even might say, that some of that power has re-emerged when we should get back to what Jesse Jackson used to talk about, which is the workers and the Workers' Party.
Because in an interesting way, President Trump has kind of gotten a lot of that coalition, especially in this past election, from increasing his black voters, but also the poor white people that just feel like the government does not help them anymore and they've lost their way. But I have a question. So I haven't read her book yet. I know you both have, but what was the complicated relationship about with Obama?
I was going to follow up with that too. No, it's a great question, because I think people will wonder that.
Yeah. Look, one of the pieces of the complicated relationship was that when Barack Obama was running for president, Reverend Jackson thought that Senator Obama didn't pay him the respect that he.
Yeah, it was actually rather interesting. It was almost like this fake generational issue. Jesse Jackson pretty much felt that. What was it? As a matter of fact, Jesse used a curse word on a hot mic. And you'll never convince me that Jesse Jackson did not know he was on a hot mic. Jesse Jackson, if anything, he was a person who was very aware of his surroundings. But anyway, it was a generational thing. I still don't think that Jesse Jackson paved the way. Now, if the question is whether Obama needed Jesse's buy-in, the answer would be yes. Okay, but, it was more like, hey, we need that section of the Democratic vote. We need them to buy in, because blacks are a very important part of the Democratic Party. Which, in contrast to the Republicans, whether you like Democrats or not, whether you think it's a Democratic plantation, it is demonstrable in places like South Carolina and Georgia that blacks have a say in, who wins primaries in that state, especially at the national presidential level. Not so much in the Republican Party. Blacks are weirdos. Like the MAGA blacks, they're just fucking weirdos. They have no choice but to buy in to whatever the MAGA masses want them to buy into. They hold no sway. They literally have no control or say or even, vaguely an influence over MAGA policy. So you're not on a plantation if you're a MAGA black. You're just fucking out in the wilderness.
Wanted at the time necessarily. And Jesse Jackson was not a part of the Obama campaign. His son was a junior, the member of Congress. He was a national co-chair, but there was always a tension between Senator Obama and Reverend Jackson at the time, largely because Jesse Jackson wanted to be a bigger part of the campaign. The Obama campaign obviously did not want to go anywhere near him for political reasons and other reasons. But as Abby writes about in her book, they did reconcile in recent months and years and have a conversation, but largely because Reverend Jackson did not think that President Obama sort of gave him his due, if you will. But during the campaign, Jesse Jackson, back in 2008, I was just looking at the story, I wrote about it at the time, he criticized Obama openly for talking down to black men. And this is something that Senator Obama would talk about a lot, that black men have responsibilities as fathers and they should live up to those more. But Jesse Jackson has said that Obama was talking down to black men. He had to apologize for his criticism. So just a lot of tension over the years between them, but their families were very close. The maid of honor at the Obama's wedding was the oldest daughter of Jesse and Jackie Jackson. So they are deeply intertwined because of the South Side of Chicago. But back to Chuck's point, some of the most iconic political images of the 20th century will be Jesse Jackson on a farm in Iowa, on a tractor, surrounded by hundreds of white farmers who were caught up in the farming crisis of 1980. Jesse Jackson was their voice. And that is something that truly was iconic at the time.
All right. Well, let's see. We're not going to go much deeper. Just want to read these quick headlines. So Reverend Jesse Jackson, civil rights icon and two-time presidential candidate, dies at 84. The Associated Press confirmed Reverend Jesse Jackson's death at home with his daughter, Santita Jackson, informing that he died surrounded by family. Having stepped down as Rainbow Push president in July 2023, Jackson disclosed seeking treatment for Parkinson's in 2017, later confirmed progressive supranuclear palsy. Two-time Democratic presidential contender Jesse Jackson founded Operation Push and Rainbow Push, drew millions of votes, and received the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2000. He spent his final months under round-the-clock care after hospital admission in November and lost the ability to speak, communicating by holding his hands with family who cared for him at home. Some aides disputed Jackson's claim of wearing a blood-soaked turtleneck from King, and he acknowledged fathering Ashley Jackson with a Rainbow Push employee. I remember that too. So, Jesse Jackson, formative character. And apparently even Donald Trump, had to pay him a little bit of due. Trump honors civil rights icon Jesse Jackson, said he was a good man. So let's hear what Trump has to say.
Trump honors civil rights icon Jesse Jackson. Good Man by Christian Daddock.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible. Financial geniuses. Monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their
Oh, my
car
Lord.
insurance to
They're doing
Progressive and
commercials
save
too?
hundreds.
Damn it.
Visit progressive.com to see
Let's
Specialty
see
Insurance
here.
Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not in all states or situations.
Lengthy statement defending his record with the black community as he memorialized the death of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Jackson, 84, died
What's
on
up,
Tuesday
Untrackable?
morning. Weeks after the
Just
civil
let
rights
this
icon
finish. I'm
was
not going to let it
hospitalized
play the
last
whole way
November
through.
due to complications from progressive supranuclear palsy. Jackson rose to prominence during the civil rights movement and developed a close relationship with the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. He later sought the Democratic nomination for president twice in the 1980s. Trump wrote in his statement that he knew Jackson well, long before becoming president. He was a good man with lots of personality, grit, and street smarts. He was very gregarious, someone who truly loved people. Despite the fact that I am falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left. Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way, he continued. Trump's statement took a notably softer tone than his message after the death of Hollywood director Rob Reiner, a Trump critic he accused of having a raging obsession with him in December. At the time, the president received bipartisan backlash for the statement. In Tuesday's post on Truth Social, Trump noted that Jackson's Rainbow Coalition previously held office space in the Trump building on Wall Street and claimed that he responded to Jackson's request for help in getting criminal justice reform passed and signed, when no other president would even try. Trump also tied Jackson to long-term funding, approved during his first term for historically black colleges and universities, as well as opportunity zones, which the president characterized as the single most successful economic development package yet approved for black businessmen and women. Jesse was a force of nature like few others before him. He had much to do with the election without acknowledgement or credit. Of former President Barack Hussein Obama, a man who Jesse could not stand. Trump added, "He loved his family greatly, and to them I send my deepest sympathies and condolences. Jesse will be missed." The Rainbow Coalition, which Jackson founded in 1984, confirmed his death in a statement on social media. A tireless change agent, he elevated the voices of the voiceless.
I'm going to end this right here. My impression is that people like Donald Trump, who is a dyed-in-the-wool racist, they want the division as CT and John Galt will call them, or us, smarty-arty blacks versus the screet blacks. That's what racists like Donald Trump want. Of course, he's going to mention that Jesse Jackson couldn't stand Obama. People like that love the division in the black community. And not like the black community has to be monolithic, but letting a Donald Trump get in there and even fucking theorize about intra-racial relationships, the MAGA blacks are just fools. What's up, Untrackable?
Yeah, no.
You there?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can now.
Yeah, not much. I don't have much on this, except for, such is life. People live, they die, and then others want to equate their existence to these pinpoint moments. And they want to reduce someone's life to, political gain and whatnot. But what's a man, such as we all are, but publicly they're going to reduce him for their own gain, either side.
Right. Any thoughts on Jesse Jackson passing?
Other than him being, outspoken,
He was outspoken, huh? Interesting.
He was a notable figure for sure. He was outspoken more than those who just bite their tongue, right?
Well, right. So let's move on beyond. I didn't know where to put this story, and actually it happened, was it over the weekend or last Friday? 2 killed in shooting at high school hockey game in Rhode Island. Shooter also dead, apparently by a self-inflicted gunshot wound, the authorities said. The shooting, which the police described as a targeted event, happened at Denison Lynch Arena in Pawtucket. I know right where Pawtucket is. I used to live in Newport. So shooting at a hockey game. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. But America has a problem with guns, and now the lovely game of hockey is affected by the mindless violence. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some foreign relation stuff, but starting with domestic, a domestic connection. So Americans, not other countries, paid Trump's tariffs in 2025. Trump literally preyed on the ignorance of the MAGA crowd, kept saying that other countries are going to pay the tariffs. And by definition, tariffs are paid by the purchaser of whatever foreign, whatever import. It just never made sense. Well, people probably still think that other countries are paying for America's tariffs. It would be nice if he could prove the point, how are you recouping those fees? And the thing is, if a consumer is paying out the pocket, say a tariff on, let's just say a car like a Saab. I had a buddy of mine in high school who had a Saab. It was an awesome car back then, by the way. So if I spend, I don't know, an extra $10,000 tariff fee, how do I get refunded by spending that $10,000? The answer is you don't. If you pay $10,000, well, sorry, Sweden's not going to reimburse you. Donald Trump has bamboozled MAGA blacks and their ilk, the MAGA masses too. And in the end, it's going to come out, but then it'll come out in the wash, but it'll be too late by then. Trump will have done his damage. So let's listen to this. This is 3 minutes?
American consumers and companies paid nearly 90% of the cost of President Donald Trump's tariffs through late 2025, according to a new report from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The study adds to a growing body of evidence indicating American families pay a price for Trump's import taxes, despite the president's assertion that the financial burden falls entirely on other countries. Trump's tariffs equated to a tax increase of $1,000 per household in 2025, according to a February 6th report from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. Households are expected to pay another $1,300 in 2026. Start the day smarter. Get all the news you need in your inbox each morning. The tariffs are the largest U.S. tax increase since 1993, according to the Tax Foundation analysis. Tariffs are a tax minus, but on whom? On the campaign trail in September 2024, promoting tariffs, Trump told supporters, "It's not going to be a cost to you. It's going to be a cost to another country." Trump repeated the claim in a January 30th op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, writing, "The data shows that the
Let me
burden or
stop this right
incidence."
quick. I also have to remind people of that bullshit about the wall between at the southern border. He kept fucking saying in MAGA blacks and MAGA masses, "Oh, Mexico's gonna pay for that wall." Mexico said, "Fuck you. We're not paying that." And you know what? Mexico never paid for that wall. Same thing with tariffs. And if the Supreme Court is going to rule, and they generally don't till, it'll be probably another couple months. Well, actually, they haven't heard the case yet. I need to look up when they're going to hear that case because I want to do a live show around it. Even if the Supreme Court rules rules against Trump, there's still a huge problem because there's a shitload, millions and millions, as Queen said, have already been paid by Americans in tariffs. How do you get that money back to them? I don't think you can refund it. I'm going to guess that the Supreme Court is going to say, hey, what's happened up till now is we'll just have to live with it. But from now on, tariffs are over. That's my guess. I could very well be wrong, but I don't see how they're going to be able to rule in favor of Trump. It is Congress that sets tariffs. If Congress had any sense at all, they would repeal that 1973 emergency power thing that they gave the president. They need to repeal that because there might be another Trump.
Of the tariffs has fallen overwhelmingly on foreign producers and middlemen, including large corporations that are not from the U.S. The New York Fed study, published February 12th, suggests otherwise. Trump's tariffs are mostly a tax on Americans. Through August 2025, 94% of the import taxes fell on American companies and consumers, according to the study. By November, the pass-through rate had dipped to 86%. In sum, U.S. firms and consumers continue to bear the bulk of the economic burden of the high tariffs imposed in 2025, the researchers wrote. The study affirms what many economists had predicted, that Trump's tariffs would be mostly a tax on Americans. The study by the New York Fed confirms what most economists expected. U.S. consumers and businesses pay most of the costs from the Trump tariffs, said Wayne Weingarten, Senior Fellow in Economics at the Pacific Research Institute, a free market think tank. The Wall Street Journal seized on the report in a February 13th editorial, opining, no matter how often President Trump insists his tariffs are taxing foreigners to enrich the U.S., economic studies keep showing that Americans actually pay the bill. Through late 2025, tariffs added about 0.7 percentage points to the U.S. inflation rate, according to a November paper by the National Bureau of Economic Research. In other words, without tariffs, the inflation rate for September might have dropped from 3% to 2.3%. Tariffs have elevated prices on many imported items. Trump's tariffs have inflated prices across a host of imported items, an effect visible in the January inflation report. The price of household furnishings and supplies rose 3.8% from January 2025 to January 2026. Furniture and bedding prices rose 4%. Prices for dishes and flatware rose 5%. Tariffs are complicated. The actual costs are typically split between exporters in one country and importers in another. The New York Fed provided this example. Imagine a foreign exporter charges $100 for a product, and the U.S. government imposes a 25% tariff. If the exporter doesn't lower the price, the importer pays a $25 tariff, increasing the total price to $125. That means 100% of the tax falls on American consumers and companies. In the same example, imagine the exporter responds to the tariff by
Let's stop this. So, Queen, I'm going to encourage you to listen to the show and always ask questions before you make declarations. So, how would tariffs? Oh, wait, hold it. You're saying tariffs caused higher inflation? Okay, I need you to help me out on the connection there. The rate of inflation has been slowing. And as a matter of fact, for January, it slowed, to a point to where, it couldn't be ignored. It went from 2.7 annual, in a growth rate annually to 2.4. How are tariffs causing inflation? And as a matter of fact, how could tariffs cause inflation? Need help there? No, I didn't listen because you didn't say anything. The article said something. Tariffs and inflation are very disconnected. The bottom line. Oh, here she is. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Now, how you gonna tell
Welcome.
me I need to listen when I just
said it.
repeated?
Don't ask me how I'm going to tell you. Just get to the point.
I repeated what the lady stated in the video because I was
the lady
listening.
is wrong.
Well, argue with her. I ain't say it. I just
Okay,
repeated it.
you typed it. Whoop, you typed it.
Yes, I repeated what the video
Do
said because
you
I was
have to
listening.
type everything that you hear?
Well, we call it note taking when we listening.
Okay, well, how about note take on a notebook? The chat is not a notebook.
Is the chat not a place to write?
Chats are a place to write, but you got to be careful because everybody can see what you write. They can't.
Well, if they're
see what you
listening,
write.
then they know that
can't
I'm.
see. They cannot see what you write in your personal notebook.
Well,
on
I
the
mean,
chat.
it's not my fault you wasn't listening to your own video.
Okay, it's not my fault that you have been chattering nonsense in the chat for quite some time, and I've been
But
patient.
the lady in the video said,
Okay, ma'am, you have been chattering in the chat. I think notes should go in notebooks, not necessarily on chats. I have no problem with you typing in the chat, but if you type something in the chat, it is open for commentary. It is
But the
open
lady
for
in the
counter-
video said,
I'm sorry. I don't know why you have to interrupt while I'm talking. It is open for comment, counter narratives, and everybody can just see it. So I encourage you to type in the chat, but be careful of what might come back your way. Okay.
But the lady said,
I don't care what the lady said, and it's not a lady, by the way. It is an AI reader. She's not a real
lady
human.
voice
She's
AI.
not a real human being. She's not a lady.
Well, the AI voice said that 0.07 added to October's inflation, which could have been lowered. That's what the AI voice said.
0.07 is they don't need the inflation rate. I think in October was something like 2.7%. 0.07 didn't even register one place behind a decimal point. It's not an important point. Tariffs don't add significantly to inflation rates.
You got to take that up with the AI. I didn't say it.
Okay. You know what? I probably wouldn't have said anything about it had you not typed it in the chat.
I mean, you can't accuse me for not listening, and I was listening.
I'm not accusing you of anything. So you're saying you didn't type that in the chat?
I did because I was listening.
Okay, so you did. So I'm not accusing you of anything.
But you said I need to listen. I was just saying I was listening.
You do. You do. And do you honestly think I'm talking about when I say you need to listen more? Do you honestly think that this one time, I'm basing it on your time in the chat. Now, again, you asked me, shouldn't I be glad that you're keeping the chat entertained, or what was your word?
Engaged. Because
Well, they are
YouTube's
certainly
engagement app.
engaged. They are certainly engaged. So what can I
Yes.
do but thank you for that?
I know, right? Thank you. I'm gonna go back in and check.
Keep typing.
Okay.
So next story. Historic climate rollback makes U.S. a global outlier on tailpipe rules. And speaking of trade and tariffs, let's talk about exports from the United States. So the EPA's killing of the endangerment finding caps a year of deregulation that is likely to make cars thirstier for gas and less competitive globally, experts say. So essentially, Trump is sacrificing foreign markets. Like, U.S. companies like to export cars. And if they aren't, exporting cars that meet regulations in other countries, those cars, our exported U.S. made cars, are less competitive. And you might say, well, gee, you know what? Let's just, make a special place to make cars that will meet regulations in other countries. Well, that costs money. You do not, produce two different types of the same car for free. So this is going to come back to haunt Trump. Getting rid of some of these regulations is going to bite some folks in the ass. And the problem is it'll be once Trump has left office, and the Republicans are going to have to fucking answer for some of this lack of foresight. And I've made the point that Trump has basically put fourth tier intellects into his cabinet, and they're making all kinds of decisions that are going to be problematic, and they won't be in office when the rubber meets the road. The other thing, and it's kind of unrelated, but apparently Robert F. Kennedy, his minions are in states trying to roll back local vaccine mandates. We've had more, what was it, mumps or measles, more than like in decades. Yet they're trying to get rid of measles vaccinations, apparently. So these MAGA blacks, they have failed the larger black community. Most black people see Trump for what he is, but the MAGA blacks, they just want to be on that. You know what? It's not even a plantation. Trump has built he's built, what is it? The Trump Towers for MAGA blacks. So Trump has built like a special luxury building for the MAGA blacks. And apparently they'll be able to just kind of get in there and lock their doors and ignore what's happening to other black people. It's pretty funny, actually, if it wasn't so sad. Let's see here. So we're going to stick with foreign relations. This is a speech that Rubio gave on Sunday. I think it was in Munich, some sort of security conference. And I'm going to expand on this a little bit, but I'm going to let him deliver this speech. Secretary Rubio delivers remarks to the Munich Security Conference. And by the way, this is directly from the Department of State, U.S. Department of State. So it's what they recorded, folks.
We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe, one with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion,
this is literally a bad start to a fascist mindset. So Trump and Rubio think they know better. They are basically going to say, well, hey, there's 5,000 years of history. And you know what? We need to go back to those days. This is insane.
we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even.
And what this idiot doesn't understand is that America's only 250 years old. The Industrial Revolution, less than 250 years old. Okay, something changed in that 5,000 years, in a lot of cases for the better. So he wants to go all the way back to 5,000 years ago. Dude, this is literally fourth tier. And I thought Rubio was smart.
As some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas, and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the...
See, this is fascinating. So why did why did the American Revolution happen? It was because the US wanted to break from some traditions. And the traditions are too many to just kind of list in a few minutes. They're whole history books about why there was an American Revolution. Dude, these guys really sound like retards. What the fuck is he talking about? We belong together? That's why 250 years ago we left?
Memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive, because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is, what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny. It was here in Europe where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world were born. It was here in Europe where which gave the world the rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted seal.
This is literally sowing the seeds of making the white supremacy connections. This is problematic.
Ceilings of the Sistine Chapel.
What American was involved in building the Sistine Chapel? This is really, wow. This is literally a white supremacist argument. You're white, I'm white. This is bonding over white skin. What they don't understand is that Italy has had an African influence for 5,000 years. It's really the lowest common denominator sort of speech.
The towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future. Deindustrialization was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice, a decades-long economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence. And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran, that required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice.
Listen to this. Listen to this fairy tale. Okay, we're still blowing up boats. apparently Maduro was not controlling narco terrorists. Again, MAGA pretty much requires suspension of belief, and it is fascinating to hear the MAGA blacks defend this stupid shit. And by the way, I think it's because the MAGA blacks don't even understand, dude, the historical bullshit that Rubio is peddling here. Only a MAGA black or a MAGA massa who don't know shit could even buy this.
All of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world. And we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law, which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again.
Okay, Anton, let's go back to the point Rubio made about how close Europe and the United States are. Rubio talked about 5,000 years of some bullshit. Well, there's a reason the United States left England. There's a reason why, Europe is still Europe, and they don't have colonies in the New World anymore. The ties were cut for a reason. Going back and pretending that they were never cut, it's ahistorical. The Western civilization stuff is bullshit. Most Americans couldn't even tell you where the Sistine Chapel is. Okay, this is literally pretending. In my opinion, it's you have white skin and Europe is where white skin came from, therefore we are same. That's what it sounds like. It is a low budget white supremacist trailer park argument. And Anton, hit the link if you want to debate this. My opinion is my opinion. I think I can back up my opinion.
For 5 centuries before the end of the Second World War, the West had
NATO has nothing to do with this speech, Anton.
Soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the...
This NATO bullshit is a surface level argument. When he talks 5,000 years of truth, apparently they're talking about the realism of might makes right. The problem is the United States hasn't been around and survived by might makes right for 5,000 years. What the fuck does NATO have to do with it? Surface level. Okay, I'm looking at this from a more historical lens, and NATO's only been around for 80 years?
Globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest.
No. Wait, let me replay that. What the Europe was not in ruins when Columbus sailed. What Spain needed was money. They needed gold. That's why Portugal went to Africa, and Europe needed ways to make money to pay for European wars. Why isn't he talking about that?
It's missionary.
But Europe wasn't even Europe for that matter. When Columbus hit the New World, nations as we know of them now did not exist. There were kingdoms, there were princedoms. There were not nations as we know them today. There weren't nation states. That came the next century. That's what he's not telling you. He's using buzzwords like Columbus. Dude, this is why they don't teach history.
It's pilgrims, it's soldiers.
They want a bunch of people in my chat nattering on about NATO, which historically is like insignificant. What the fuck does NATO have to do with this speech? What Rubio is saying is it's all been misguided since World War II. These guys really do want to go back to a time when there was no liberal world order. They literally want to go back to fiefdoms. They want to go back to spheres of influence. How do you think the world wars started in the first place? It was a bunch of kingdoms and fiefdoms and princedoms. Oh my Lord. Dude, the Ottoman Empire still existed when World War II started.
Explorers pouring out from its shores.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said World War II, World War I. My bad.
To cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time
Anton,
since the
I have
age
no
of Columbus,
fucking clue what you're talking about. What the fuck
contracting.
does Arafat have to do with
Europe
this?
was in ruins.
Please,
Half of it
let's
lived behind
do
an iron
some
curtain, and the rest
historical context.
looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before. And this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now. together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. An alliance is the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life is just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable. Because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy. It will restore to us a clear sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world. And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe. Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American.
Archetype? So cowboys have something to do with solidarity with Europe? This is a Bugs Bunny cartoon, folks.
West. These were born in Spain. And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose and Manuela Reina lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation. And yet here I am, reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together, we rebuilt a shattered continent in the wake of 2 devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then fought, then reconciled again. And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America is charting the path for a new century of prosperity, and that once again, we want to do it together with you, our cherished allies and our oldest friends. We want to do it together with you, with a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history, with a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization, with a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century, but now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership. You spoke of intertwined relations between the United States and Europe. Reminds me of statements made decades ago by your predecessors when the discussion was, is actually America a European power? Is America a power in Europe? Thank you for offering this message of reassurance about our partnership. This is actually not the first time that Marco Rubio is here at the Munich Security Conference. He's been here before, a couple of times, but it's the first time he has been, and he is the speaker as Secretary of State. So thank you again. We have only a couple of minutes now for just a few questions. And if I may, we collected questions from the audience. One of the key issues here yesterday, today is, of course, continues to be the question of how to deal with the war in Ukraine. Many of us in the discussions of the last day, last 24 hours, have voiced their impression that the Russians, let me put it colloquially, the Russians are playing for time. They're not really interested in a meaningful settlement. There is no indication that they're willing to compromise on any of their maximalist objectives. offer to us, if you could, your assessment of where we are and where you think we can go.
Well, I think where we are at this point is that the issues at play that have to be here.
You know, I've talked about it before, Don. I would have to kind of get up the courage to do it. Most people actually aren't that familiar. There's Sandy Darity, Dr. William F. Darity. I think it's is it William S. or William F? Believe it or not, William Darity is a contemporary of Glenn Lowry. He's an economist who may be still teaching at Duke. He may be emeritus by now, but he, black guy, black economist, both he and Glenn Lowry were at MIT at the same time. So they know each other, at least fairly well. Darity has been on the Glenn show. So he wrote a book called From Here to Equality, which basically breaks down or makes an economic argument for reparations. I have mixed feelings because I don't think reparations will ever happen the way it should. So I'll do it, because it's fun to run through the argument, and kind of stretch out some ideas that I haven't talked about in a while. But what I have a problem with is these uneducated YNs who think they can get away with these weak surface level arguments that they use in chat rooms like Anton Daniels or Knightish. Dude, this is not, I'm not Knightish. I actually know shit about American history. Okay, I know that reparations really has nothing to do with Liberia. I also know that reparations have nothing to do with slavery. Okay, there's a way you can separate out American slavery from Jim Crow. America had a second chance to not fuck up. If you fuck up with legal slavery, you can do a reconstruction and maybe everything will kind of balance out over the next 80 to 100 years. But no, America, especially in the South, but the North too, was so goddamn racist. Hey, we couldn't end slavery without trying to be clever about oppressing the black population in a different way. Similar but different. So for some dumb fuck to say that Liberia was reparations, I have to keep a sense of humor. It's one of the most uneducated, ahistorical things. Honestly, I've heard some dumb fucking arguments against reparations, but this one's a new one. Liberia was reparations? It were in 1822 when the colony was founded, there was still American slavery. Oh my dude. And then on top of the slavery, from 40 years, let's just go 3 years until the end of slavery in the United States, you get 9 years of Reconstruction, and Reconstruction was a little bit rocky. So in 1877, you just fucking reinstitute, the oppression of former slaves, and then you come up with Jim Crow. And then in 2026, I get a fucking YN telling me Liberia was reparations. You know what? Being old is a bear. Motherfucker, where is my reparations for having to put up with stupid shit in my chat? I don't get these reparations except support the show, folks. Support this poor beleaguered host who has to hear dumb fucking arguments from old YNs and YNs in general. When, dude, I'm not a historian, but dude, who the fuck would, as a black man, as a man, would ever go Liberia is reparations? Again, I have to give credit to Anton for coming up with something that's unique. Never heard that one. So, the Americans from Nova Scotia and, all that stuff, bottom line is when they get to Liberia, it kind of works like immigration here. After a couple generations, they're no longer American, by the way. They're African. Liberia is not. It never was America. Sierra Leone. What did Liberia become? What was it before? What was Liberia before it was called Liberia? I can't remember now. Was it Gold Coast? Ivory Coast? I can never remember. But the bottom line is the fucking ignorance of Liberia was reparations. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get over that one. It is literally the funniest dumb fucking dude. That's Delta November level. I'm going to have to pull out the term that MOT uses. I don't know where the fuck that came from, but I bet people have said that in like an Anton Daniels channel or an Anton Daniels chat, and everybody was like, yeah, it was like that. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy roasting that comment. Anton, I consider you a friend, but goddamn, dude, don't stretch it like that. Bitter, delusional. I'm bitter at the fucking ignorance that you don't respect the Stanley versus the World show. If you're coming into my chat with that kind of bullshit, dude, make a better argument. Or better yet, the link is posted. How about come up and say it on a panel so I can roast you on a panel? Dude, Liberia wasn't even a Black American idea. Dude, those people were escaping American slavery. Wasn't that a British idea? Oh, my Lord. So many ways to attack that YN idea. God damn, dude. This is why Trump does this as a serious response for reparations. Trump and Rick what's his fucking name? I want to say Santorum. The Florida governor, dude, these motherfuckers are winning, especially in the Black community. God damn. Well, only a few more minutes left of this.
Here's the good news. The good news is that the issues that need to be confronted to end this war have been narrowed. That's the good news. The bad news is they've been narrowed to the hardest questions to answer, and work remains to be done in that front. I hear your point about the answers we don't know.
Oh, and by the way, Speak, the thumbnail. There was something, the title of the show was something Natasha said. It made me laugh when I heard this because I never really thought of it. But she's like, I genuinely heard Stanley's brain change gears to deal with this person. That young lady, oh, she heard the shifting of gears, and it went into neutral. And if you've ever driven a stick shift, I learned on a 73 Super Beetle, which, by the way, is still in existence. It's being put back together because my father wants a project. But anyway, you put the transmission in neutral, and you kind of rattle it from side to side, figuring out which gear you need to put your transmission in to handle the speed that the car is going. And yeah, I literally thought, well, goddamn, how am I going to handle this? Dude, I honestly want to end the show after hearing that. It's just stupendous. But then your artwork, it's the coon dancing among crackers with the MAGA hats on. Dude, it was all coming back to me. It's like, oh, I can hear Stanley's brain shifting gears, and then all of a sudden it's the coon in the nice shoes, shine shoes, and the expensive suit. Fucking, he should be eating those crackers instead of dancing for them. It's like, dude, I'll be 61 next year, and people are telling me I sound stupid when I call them out on their... Dude, these young people are a problem to themselves mostly, certainly not to me. At least my young person, look, I don't know what my son does at school. I'm not around him every day, but I thank my lucky stars that when he comes back home, I don't have to hear dumb shit. Just thank goodness. Thank goodness my son does not have to agitate his father. Yeah, I'll have a look at it, Speak. And I know I'm kind of belaboring this point, but I'm fucking stunned. I just don't know how to I don't know where to go from this. I guess we'll just, end that video. So the Washington Examiner, after Rubio's Munich reassurances, Europe plans for life without close U.S. ties. Yeah, that is probably a fairly important thing. It's not like yeah, but I'm hearing about the UN. Motherfucker, Europe literally, Canada has cut deals with China and India. And by the way, one of these days I'll talk about, Canada and India close. That's like a response to Khalistanis. And that's a whole thing that I know about, but I don't know about it at a level that I'm comfortable talking about it. But Canada's like going to China. Who knows where Mexico's gonna go? Europe, they have other options. I don't know. I'm thinking of a Gordon Lightfoot song. Sundown. You better take care, dude. Trump is fucking America. And he won't be around to see the results. So, Rubio says we care deeply about your future. Trump and Rubio care about Europe's future if they do what Trump wants them to do. I guarantee you that ICE over in Italy, dude, they're getting ICE ready to go international. Now, it's just my opinion. I have no factual basis. It's just me spitballing an idea, but I'm thinking, you know, this might be a condition. You need to, France, England, you need to take this shit back white. Just a guess. So that is the Washington Examiner. Europe is probably right to go, you know what? We will lose autonomy. We don't want to be like Viktor Orban. Yes, sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping around my back stair. Yep. That is the I am sure that gets played a lot at the southern border. You better take care. This is interesting. We're going to stick with some foreign policy stuff. Iran, U.S. agree on guiding principles for potential deal after Geneva talks. Iranian foreign minister, I guess FM stands for. Let's see. Minister Abbas Arachi. Don't know if that G is a hard G. Yeah, it's got to be Arachi or Arachi. Said Iran and the United States reached broad agreement on guiding principles in Geneva, but cautioned this does not mean an agreement will be reached soon. Negotiations resumed after earlier talks collapsed last year following Israel's June strikes amid U.S. military deployments and Iranian domestic protests since last year. Held at the Omani ambassador's residence, Geneva, the talks included document exchanges and agreement to draft texts before setting a third-round date with Steve Witkoff, U.S. Special Envoy, and Jared Kushner participating and Oman mediating. Okay, if Witkoff and Kushner are there, dude, those motherfuckers are talking money. There's gonna be wealth flowing from somewhere into either the Trump Bitcoin scheme or maybe they'll be buying jets, a couple more jets. This is what happens when you hire a CEO to be president. This motherfucker, it is literally America is Trump is what is it? The Trump companies or whatever it's called, Trump Enterprises. America is Trump's company. Let's see, we will switch back to some domestic stuff here. I've been talking about this for the past week or so. Trump has basically just totally wrecked the Justice Department. He's just trashed it. Judges don't trust the Justice Department the way they used to, etc. Too bad, but again, Trump won't be around to deal with the fallout. So, demanding support for Trump, Justice Department struggles to recruit prosecutors. Some offices are so decimated that the Justice Department has sent in military lawyers. Yeah, that FSI courts, I think. Is it FSI? Whoever does the foreign adjudications for asylum and stuff. More recently, officials asked for volunteers from other offices who can quickly deploy to places in desperate need. I did a story last week about that one young Justice Department lawyer in Minneapolis. She basically said, "My job sucks," in court. So they fired her, of course. She knew she was going to be fired after that. My job sucks, Judge. This is what the MAGA blacks voted for in their MAGA masses. Yeah. This is the same Trump administration that wants MAGA blacks and their little kids, their little MAGA massa wannabe kids. They don't want people. They don't want American kids to learn critical thinking, or they don't want them to know that Liberia was reparations. Yeah, I'm gonna beat that goddamn horse to death because I need to make sure it's fucking dead in my chat. Wait, hold it. Was the civil rights bill of 1964 reparations too? That was a thrillingly stupid statement. I don't know that I'm going to be able to recover from that tonight. So Columbia pulls promotion for DHS Career Expo after faculty claims university is aiding authoritarianism. Well, here's the deal. Columbia, venerable Ivy League institution that it is, they fucked up when they capitulated to Donald Trump. Now, I'm waiting for the Trump administration to go, you shall have DHS Career Expo. Columbia's administration, I don't envy them. No, I can't believe an Ivy League graduate would want to fucking work for Department of Homeland Security. Dude, it's a fucking mess. I can't believe anyone coming out of law school would want to go work for Pam Bondi. Trump has fucked the government, and maybe it's on purpose. If you make the government so horrible to work on, hey, you're going to shrink it. You're going to shrink it because people will retire early and they just won't want to work for the government. Oh, let's see. So Trump says he didn't bring up renaming Penn Station as Trump Station. Yeah, the fuck he did. No one believes that bullshit. So Chuck Schumer was making it up?
Trump says he did not bring up renaming Penn Station as Trump Station. By Sarah Fortinsky. President Trump said he did not raise the prospect of renaming New York's Penn Station as Trump Station, pushing back on media reports that he offered to unfreeze billions in federal funds in exchange for the name change. In a post Monday on his Truth Social platform, the president doubled down on his opposition to the Gateway Tunnel project, which would construct a rail tunnel connecting New Jersey and New York City under the Hudson River. But he seemed to deny reports that he offered to unfreeze the funding if New York Democrats put his name on the railroad station. I am opposed to the future boondoggle known as Gateway in New York, New Jersey, because it will cost many billions of dollars, more than projected or anticipated. Trump wrote on Truth Social, saying the project will be financially catastrophic for the region, unless hard work and proper planning is done now, to avoid insurmountable future cost overruns. Trump denied he brought up the potential name change for Penn Station, even as he suggested the iconic hub should not be named for another state. Penn Station is named after the Pennsylvania Railroad, the original owner of the station. Also, the naming of Penn Station, I love Pennsylvania, but it is a direct competitor to New York. And eating New York's lunch, to Trump Station, was brought up by certain politicians and construction union heads. Not me, IT is just more fake news. No cost overruns. Trump in October froze the $16 billion earmarked for the Gateway Tunnel project. Multiple media outlets reported earlier this month that Trump offered to restore the funding if Democrats renamed Penn Station and Northern Virginia's Dulles International Airport after him. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, reportedly rejected Trump's offer, saying he does not have the authority to make such a change.
Let's see. I was actually reading something Brother Anton wrote. So, to my comment about now America knows what hiring a businessman as president is like, he's going to run the country like it's his business, make major profits for him and his family. So, Anton's response is, after all, the chief business of the American people is business. No, it's not. That's like dumb in and of itself. Most Americans are not business people. They are profoundly concerned with producing, buying, selling, investing, and prospering in the world. And that's from Calvin Coolidge. Andrew Jackson did Trail of Tears. George Washington hunted an escaped slave from the president's desk. Dude, that is literally a profound misunderstanding of American history, culture, and quite frankly, it's a misunderstanding of how America has progressed and even grown. Okay, Calvin Coolidge, no one fucking quotes Calvin Coolidge. Now, he was actually a decent president, but motherfucker, no. Most Americans are, if there is a business they're running, they're trying to stay afloat in Trump's high tariff, motherfucking unaffordable America. Anton, save that bullshit for a dumb niggas chat. I actually understand American culture. I understand American history, at least as well as a non-history major can. I understand rhetoric. I understand political philosophy, and randomly quoting bullshit from random presidents that no one else talks about. It doesn't work here, son. I know more than you do about American culture, apparently. It is annoying. And this is not, there is no one who's going to save you here. You might as you sound like a young Knightish, to be honest. You mean flip-flopper? No idea what that even means, Dave. Is that the state of the last plane you flew? Did it flip and flop? All right, so sadly, not only have we lost Jesse Jackson, we have lost Robert Duvall. And oddly enough, one of my favorite actors, my favorite Robert Duvall movie is The Great Santini. I highly recommend it. So he apparently was also well thought of. He had a farm in Northern Virginia, somewhere around Middleburg, Virginia. And I've never met him, but, you know, people would talk about, you know, how cool and friendly he was. You know, he interacted with the locals. And an Oscar winner, he was known for disappearing into wide-ranging roles in movies like Apocalypse Now, in The Godfather, and in the television series Lonesome Dove. Yep, saw all of those. He was a wonderful actor. So we will miss him, but, you know, at least we have him in films. So Warner Brothers Discovery restarts deal talks with Paramount. So there is still, we're going to keep, yeah, Trump Organization, Dawn, thank you. For some reason, I could never remember the organization part. I do think it's aging. Every time I mention Trump, I get one of these Yosemite Sam hissy fits and have senior moments. So there is still hope. Trump is keeping hope alive that we will have state-run media, at least in Trump's lifetime. It's sad. Yep. So here we go. Let's see, what else have we got here? Because I am trying to speed through the boring stuff. So this is Richard Hanania, and I do show him. He's actually fairly interesting of late. He was one of the architects of Trump's, I think it was the immigration stuff. Richard Hanania was considered a MAGA intellectual. And he's just kind of, like, this is too much. I can't condone this. So he's been, I wouldn't say he's anti-Trump, but he is a critic of what MAGA has become. And this is talking about the problem with white culture. And in my personal opinion, MAGA blacks are literally the litter bearers of white culture right now. So let's hear what Mr. Hanania has to say.
The problem with end quote, white culture end quote.
Oh, by the way, I believe this is his voice.
Identities are meant to communicate something about the world. By Richard Hanania. Last week in a Senate confirmation hearing, we saw what happens when the based ritual collides with real-world politics. Jeremy Carl, nominated to a top State Department post, was asked about some of his positions on anti-white discrimination and threats faced by white culture. It did not go well. When asked what white culture meant, Carl stumbled around, mentioning baseball, football, hot dogs, burgers, and the Scots-Irish. Not even those sympathetic toward his views thought he did a good job articulating them. But we have seen some try to make the case that, even if Jeremy was not the best representative for the position, white culture does exist, no less than American Black or Hispanic culture does, and it is being discriminated against. This whole debate is pretty annoying, because it seems as if we're fighting over words to hide what is a more substantive disagreement over ideas and empirical propositions. Sure, you can say white culture exists. You can group people together and divide them into whatever categories you want. Here is a list of cultures you can say I arguably belong to. American, Arab American, Palestinian American, Jordanian American, Arab American, person of color, white, Gentile non-Jew, Chicagoan, Californian, educated elite, Midwesterner, West Coaster, Westerner as in Western civilization, libertarian, male, heterosexual, Asperger's, English speaker. I could go on. We don't have to ask which of these cultures are real and which are made up. It's like trying to decide which races are real or how many languages there are. These are human-made categories that we are free to accept or reject as they overlap and exist on continuous spectrums. Yet the process of accepting or rejecting a certain identity communicates something about my place in the world and how I perceive it. I could be a person of color or white in the American context, but which I choose clearly tells you something about my politics. If I go around calling myself a Gentile, I'm probably cheekily communicating that I believe in Jewish conspiracies controlling the world. So the question is, what exactly are white culture enthusiasts trying to communicate? If someone says that he is proud to be an Italian American, it means that he enjoys quoting mob movies and his grandmother's lasagna. There is nothing threatening or morally objectionable about this. But if the same person tells me he is proud to be a white American, he's probably a fascist. It is rational to assume that such a person has a zero-sum view of the world, thinks that the 2020 election was stolen, and loved what Trump was doing in Minneapolis, meaning that he supports authoritarian means through which to achieve demographic goals. If you're non-white, you have nothing to fear from an American of Irish descent who has an overly enthusiastic St. Patrick's Day, but you know that the guy who cares about white identity is coming for your family. This doesn't mean that white culture does not exist. Rather, only that it is a fundamentally unhealthy identity in the American context. This is in part because identities usually require some kind of parity to be seen as sportsmanlike. Imagine if East Asian countries decided to form a bloc to push around Africans. Most mentally healthy people would recoil from this, regardless of whether you can say East Asian culture exists. This is also why we look with suspicion toward attempts to organize around male or heterosexual identity. White Americans are a majority of the country and collectively have so much power and influence that no macro race can come anywhere close to competing. American identity is fine because the other, in this context, is usually powerful nation-states. Yet while invoking American nationalism in a competition with China is seen as an acceptable way to behave, to place tariffs on Swaziland because Trump thinks they are one of the countries that is ripping us off is grotesque. Whiteness is the American default, and Americanism is becoming the global default. To worry about white culture being under threat in 2026 is like living in fear that Christianity is going to disappear at the height of the Middle Ages. If you're a white American, people in every corner of the globe speak your language, practice your religion, wear your clothes, follow your politics, and generally accept your framing of reality. Most white Americans do not feel threatened, and those who do reveal a pathological degree of paranoia. But I can't say I'm proud to be white. If that's your grievance, your true desire seems to be to shove your cultural hegemony in the face of others. If you would like to identify with the culture of Richard Hanania readers, please consider becoming a free or paid subscriber. One argument for white identity is that it's a necessity in the face of DI and hostility from mainstream culture. Scott Greer takes a version of this position. I think that a lot of right-wingers are kind of hiding the ball here, or perhaps not even being honest with themselves. White culture is safe, but white demographic dominance is not. They go straight from the position that whites are becoming a smaller portion of the population to the idea that white culture is being erased. That's a testable proposition. Yet when they try to explain exactly how white culture is under threat, rightists end up mumbling about hot dogs and baseball. I live in a heavily immigrant area, and trust me, the NFL is still allowed, and there are more than enough burger places in town. Sometimes rightists will talk about concepts like democracy and the rule of law being the products of white culture. But this line of argument has been completely discredited by Trump's 2020 coup attempt and the historically unprecedented levels of corruption and authoritarianism in his second administration. If you're going to accuse any group in American society of rejecting Western political values, you should start with non-college whites. But I wouldn't do that because I don't believe that higher-order political outcomes are caused in straightforward ways by individual group characteristics. Liberals are afraid that if they grant white culture exists, they might by their own logic have to buy into the right's identitarian political agenda. The left's position is somewhere between meaningless and completely false. Yet their instincts are correct in that they're arguing with people who are paranoid, driven by grievance and hate, and completely unwilling to hold themselves to the standards they pretend to believe in. There was already a term called Western culture, which was used by a previous generation of conservatives. One can argue that white culture means the same thing, but those who talk in such terms practically...
This is where this goes off the rail, and I actually heard this before. I'm playing it now, and I can't remember whether he rectifies this issue. White culture is, it exists, but it exists like white exists. It's a social construct. I think Western civilization is a better term and a better way, better framing, because Western culture isn't necessarily racial. Okay, associating Western culture with white culture is literally the way someone like an Andrew Wilson or an Imperius understands culture. Western culture is basically raceless. Okay, there was a time when what we might call Western culture really didn't have race. Western culture pre-existed the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment is basically what codified race. Western civilization back in, say, medieval times. Now, that's not to say difference couldn't be fatal, but it wasn't a codified thing. I think Hanania might kind of make more sense, but most of the YNs that I come across and the old YNs that I come across just simply don't understand this shit. They want to talk about something, but they actually have no clue. White and Western culture, they're not really synonymous if you actually know how culture works.
They always have an underlying agenda that involves making race itself more salient. When someone talks about Western culture but dislikes the phrase white culture, you can assume that he's a conservative who actually holds on to American values as they would have been understood by people on the right in a previous generation. Someone who insists on saying white is the kind of person who feels at home in Trump's version of the Republican Party. The claim that they hold certain values like rationalism, honesty, and sportsmanship close to their hearts is belied every day by the activities of the administration that they support.
Let me give you an odd example, which might be counterintuitive. That chart that was in the Museum of African American History, there was a chart that said and I think it was tongue in cheek, and I may not remember it exactly, but I had a huge discussion on a political Discord that I'm still a part of, where an older gentleman who's probably in his 80s now, good friend of mine, I consider him a good friend. We've known each other through a Discord and talked a bunch of times over the years. He was kind of up in arms about this whole being on time is white, critical thinking is white, but that is literally the result of white supremacy. Okay, do you think that this was not taught during slavery times? Where do you think colored people time of the CPT trope came from? It wasn't black people who invented it. It was fucking white people who taught it. And we're talking white people 200 years ago. That this was something that was taught, reemphasized, sometimes whipped or tortured into a group of people. And yeah, after you torture a motherfucker, for centuries, yeah, they're gonna start doing that weird Stockholm syndrome thing. Oh, we can't get it right, boss. Ha ha ha, my name's Rochester. I can't fucking be on time for the life of me, boss. This shit was whipped into black people. So in a way, that chart that's up on the wall of the African American History Museum, that's white supremacy too. People in these YouTube chats have no fucking clue how to think critically. And I'm sorry, I may have to take some lumps when I'm in Nitish's channel. But motherfucker, if I'm on my panel and someone's acting like a fool rhetorically, yep, I'm gonna call them out. I am willing to go from 300 subscribers and celebrating it to motherfucking 295 or less, because I'm not gonna fucking sit on my goddamn panel and humor idiots. Don't give a fuck. Take it down to 200, goddammit. I'm gonna do a nightish. The only difference is I'm not gonna fucking fall asleep on my goddamn panel. I'm not gonna be taken down because of some fucking cartoon. What's up, Ola? How you doing? Yeah, I'm over here acting a fool, being a bitter old man. Probably I'm losing subscribers as we speak. But god damn it. Come on now. So and Con, dude, you're a critical thinker. You and I have interacted for quite some time in these chats. We don't always agree on stuff, but come on. You know, sometimes people just insist on talking about shit that they just don't know. And then people literally want to call me stupid because I read books. I'm like, dude, why the fuck do you think I'm so confident in some of my weird notions? Race in Western civilization? I'm simply not going to sit here and tolerate the bullshit that Liberia was reparations. The fuck does that even mean? Oh, no. I'm not. No, hold on. No. I'm conflating a lot of stuff. It's really not about you. You just got here. I'm not fussing at you. So welcome. So let's see what else. Okay, folks. I said I was going to do it, damn it. And I had to select a new newspaper as a possible replacement for the Washington Post. And I'm not sure I'm going to get rid of the Washington Post, but, you know, the Los Angeles Times, if I recall, is owned by a fairly rich conservative guy. However, one of my favorite historians, Sarika Davies, she's written a book that I don't know when I'm going to get time to read it, but the title is fascinating. But anyway, what America meant before 1776 and who Americans are today. Now, I was actually going to show one of my favorite female historians talking about America's 250th July 4th coming up. And I think I've called an audible, but I can never. By the way, this map I'm going to use as a thumbnail. I have a thing for maps, and this is just fucking beautiful. This is Martin Waldse Muller's 1507 world map. It was the first to label America at the lower left. It was far from the land that would become the United States. This beautiful thing is in the Library of Congress. It's fucking beautiful. Let me see, can I shrink this a little bit? I don't know if I can. So you can kind of see the whole thing. This is just, damn. I wish I could put that up on my wall. I guess I could if I tried, but it's. I love old maps. It's a thing of mine. And believe it or not, my mother got me into old maps. So let's listen to this, and then we'll see where we go from here. By the way, I am. Please make sure that you support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open early. Let's see if we can get some investment in extending this mess of a show. Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it. I probably will have to see if I can get a reprint or something. My mother, I have to take a picture of this. It's an etching, like a bronze etching or something, and I'm sure it's a reproduction. But every time I go home, my mother, I don't even know where she got it from. My wife actually has an etching that I'll have to maybe take a picture of and show. But these kind of these map of the world things are just fascinating. Anyway, let's play this.
What America Meant Before 1776 and Who Americans Are Today by Sareka Davies. This article is read by an automated voice. Who gets to be American? In the United States, it's become a fiery political question with life or death consequences. On one side is Team MAGA, for whom America means the U.S. and American signifies a U.S. citizen, in many of their minds, specifically a native-born, white, Christian U.S. citizen. They routinely deny that the category of American, even if limited to meaning individuals born in the United States, includes more than 100 million people who are brown, black, or Latino. Contrast that with the big tent conception of American. Although it long predates the founding of the United States, it apparently bears repeating in the present day, considering the closing of the Super Bowl halftime show and the number of people offended by its truth-telling. God Bless America. The electrifying final movement of Bad Bunny's performance exploded the familiar refrain to include in its blessing a roll call of most of the countries of the Western Hemisphere, proceeding from south to north. The shout-out ended with Puerto Rico, the unincorporated U.S. territory that is the birthplace of Bad Bunny, also known as Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. This was fitting because the term America began life not as a label for the United States, nor American for its white Anglo citizens, but as a place name for somewhere else entirely. In 1507, the German mapmaker Martin Waldseemüller coined America in honor of the Florentine adventurer Amerigo Vespucci, who had recently made voyages to the coast of northeast Brazil. Waldseemüller inscribed America on a globe, a cosmography, a written description of the Earth, and a gigantic printed world map 8 feet by 4 feet 6 inches. In the far west of the map is a narrow sliver of land receding sharply into the distance, its shape barely recognizable as today's South America. At its center is that place name, America. In the slim accompanying volume of cosmography, written in Latin, he explains that he coined America as a feminine form, in Latin, of Amerigo. As Waldseemüller saw it, voyages to the west by the likes of Vespucci had revealed outlines of a new, fourth part of the world, a new continent. Half a millennium later, the U.S. Library of Congress bought the only known copy of this map for $10 million, then the largest sum the institution had ever paid for a single item. The map that, in 2007, was the property of a German prince with a castle, is now housed in a purpose-built, hermetically sealed case in the library's Jefferson Building. For some, the map they call America's birth certificate is the greatest jewel in the library's glittering crown, a foundational document in U.S. history. Yet when Waldseemüller devised this map, most of what's now part of the United States was completely unknown to Europeans. North of the slender landmass labeled America on the map is a wispy string of islands topped by a larger, kite-like shape. These sketchy blobs constitute the entirety of Waldseemüller's knowledge of New World lands north of Brazil. No America appears here. Get up close to the map in its bulletproof case, and you realize that the word America is nowhere near the United States. America has become a common shorthand for the United States of America. But just as Gulf of, insert your preference here, implies that said Gulf is part of somewhere, United States of America implies that the United States is part of somewhere larger, of a landmass, or two, called America. If the Waldseemüller map is America's birth certificate, then to which America does it refer? For the 16th century mapmaker, America was the partially reconnaissanced landmass located west and south from Europe across the Atlantic Ocean, in today's South America. In the decades that followed, European cartographers used America to refer to the whole of the Western Hemisphere, as we now denote the Americas. It is into this capacious imaginary that Bad Bunny invited viewers, urging them to embrace a supranational American identity that transcends language and nation-states. He drew attention to their common humanity, echoing his Grammy speech, "We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans and we are Americans. Seguimos aquí. We are still here." The show's closing words recall the resilience of the people of Puerto Rico through centuries of formal and informal empire. They also recall how swaths of the U.S. were part of Mexico until the Mexican-American War of the mid-1800s. It was the border that moved around many Latinos, not the other way around. And they remind us of indigenous America's 10 millennia of history, culture, and settlement, even though old school tellings of U.S. history don't register discovery before Columbus. Latinos and Native Americans, now frequent targets of racial profiling and immigration enforcement, have been here since before the English arrived or the colonies rebelled. Latinos and Native Americans are Americans. Sareka Davies is a historian, speaker, and consultant for TV, film, and radio. She is the author of Humans, A Monstrous History, and writes the newsletter Strange and Wondrous, Notes from a Science Historian. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
All right. Well, so let me, I'm always thrilled when I get a new toy. And the new toy is a new newspaper. The Los Angeles Times. Have never subscribed to it, but it's already getting to be, I went exploring around it, just to kind of see what it's like. It is so much more laid back than the New York Times. It's glossier maybe, but it just seems like a more laid back version. There's a print version here, where you can actually get it looking like kind of like a regular newspaper. And again, I've never, this is my first day with it. But looks like the LA Times and I are going to be good buddies. So, oops, let me share that. That's what the e-print thing looks like, complete with ads. Look at that. Save on windows and doors. So, we shall get to know the LA Times a little bit better, hopefully. And it's beautiful. It's so much less busy than the New York Times. Glitzier, more Hollywood maybe, but we shall see. Ooh, good looking girls too. Nice. Kate Hudson. So get ready, folks. We have a new newspaper. So let's see, where are we time wise? We're at 3:21. So Nell Irvin Painter, this woman is a treasure that no one really knows about. She has so much going on. So she's a professor emeritus at Princeton history. She's written a biography of Sojourner Truth and other things. I think she wrote The History of White People or something like that. She's a fascinating woman. Anyway, she in retirement, she wanted to be an artist. Apparently, it was something she always wanted to do. So she went and got a master's from Rhode Island School of Design as a senior. So she's like what every Black person wants to grow up to be. She had great parents, storied career. They still want her to go give history lectures. There's an interview she did with a young Black Brit. I don't think I showed it, but she seems kind and caring and, good with young people. So this is a New York Public Library, a talk she did with Sarah Lewis, who I don't know. Sarah Lewis with Nell Irvin Painter, Myths of Whiteness, which isn't audible. This video is. I was actually going to do more American history. And then it was going to be more about MAGA it's going to be more about liberalism, which I want to watch, but I'm not in the mood now because half the shit won't be understood, apparently. I need to recover from some of the stuff I read in this chat today. So, Nell Irvin Painter will kind of soothe my soul. She's a good lady. I was gonna actually show Glenn Lowry, and maybe if I can recover, we'll listen to some Glenn Lowry. Glenn Lowry is saying that the civil rights movement won, so I'm definitely curious about that point of view. And by the way, the link is posted if anyone wants to come up and give commentary. Come on up. Let's hear what you got to say. And especially if it's controversial. I'm in a get on my soapbox and fuss mood. But know your shit if you do.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? All right. I mean, I guess it's a time for moderate enthusiasm. I understand. My name's Aiden Flax-Clark. I'm the director of Live from NYPL. So I'm thrilled to see all of you here. Thrilled for all of you who are joining us online. Thank you, wherever you are. Thank you very much for being with us. I get to introduce the great Sarah Lewis, who has joined us to talk about her latest book, The Unseen Truth: How When Race Changed Sight in America. Sarah will be speaking with the inimitable Nell Irvin Painter, and we are just so thrilled to welcome them both back to the library. They were actually last year together to talk about Nell's book, so this is a nice turnaround. Sarah's book is a historical inquiry into how language and images can be and were abused to fuel racial stereotypes and misinformation. It's an incredible piece of writing, and it was researched right here in the library during Sarah's time as a fellow in the Dorothy and Lewis B. Coleman Center for Scholars and Writers. I think we have some other Coleman Fellows in the audience tonight. Now, if you're like me, you may sometimes lately be asking yourselves, why bother to read about the past right now when the news is moving so fast that it's impossible to keep up with what's actually happening in the present? But Sarah's book, which is a historical spotlight on how propaganda and willed blindness can join forces to distort our reality, is a perfect example of history's vitality and of how the present is shaped by the past and the stories that we tell about it. And I think a lot of people right now, for all the wrong reasons, know of that power, the people who are waging a war on history, whether it's pardoning January 6 rioters, eviscerating the staff at the National Archives, pulling books from the shelves of libraries and schools. They know how true that is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to steal history right out from under us. But we understand that power at the library too, hopefully for better reasons. And here in the middle of Black History Month in the year 2025, it is still Black History Month here at the library, by the way. We have not canceled it. During Black History Month, a book like Sarah's that helps us understand the delusions, the distractions, the disinformations that have plagued conversations about race in this country back to the beginning, it really couldn't feel like a more pressing read, which is my plug for you going to purchase it right over there, please, after the talk, if you haven't already. It's a wonderful book, and I believe, Sarah, will you be signing it afterward? Fantastic. So you can purchase it here, and then you can get it signed over there. Also for sale at the table is Nell's landmark work of history on race in America, The History of White People, which is a brilliant, incisive, original, and surprisingly funny book. Who's read it? All right. Well, that's a lot of hands I didn't see, so you got to go purchase that as well. For me, this is a book in a small pile of must-reads. So please, the two of them are such wonderful companions. But of course, if you don't want to purchase it, obviously everyone here has a library card, right? You wouldn't come in this room without a library card. Because that would be deeply shameful. You can get both books with your library card as well. One quick plug before we get to things. Speaking of Black History Month, I'm sure many of you are familiar with our sister research library, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in Harlem. Yeah, that's right. Now, do you know it's the 100th anniversary of the Schomburg's founding? All right, well, what am I doing here? Yeah, give it up for the Schomburg Center. They were founded in 1925 as the Division of Negro Literature, and today the Schomburg has grown to steward 11 million items, and it stands as one of the world's leading cultural institutions promoting the preservation, study, and celebration of Black cultures all over the world. The Centennial is going to be filled with events, exhibitions, and all kinds of really other wonderful things. It's all going to kick off officially in May. So I really can't encourage you to join in on celebrating one of the city's greatest gems. Please go to schaumburg.org/100 to find out what's happening and to stay up to date, and that's /100. Okay, for tonight, at the end of the conversation, Sarah will be glad to take some of your questions. There are note cards on your chairs. You can write down your questions. Please phrase them in the form of questions. And then some of my colleagues will come by and collect them from you during the talk. If you're watching online, you can put your questions in the chat or email us at publicprograms@nypl.org. Live from NYPL is made possible by the continuing generosity of Celeste Bartos, Manaz Isfahani Bartos, and Adam Bartos, but more by all of you. So thank you very much for being here. Please join me in welcoming Nell Painter and Sarah Lewis.
Hey, Sarah Lewis.
The extraordinary Nell Painter. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Before we start talking about this incredible book, this book walks on water. I want to share with you two really nice pieces of news. So wait until the second one to clap. The Unseen Truth was selected for honorable mention distinction for the James A. Porter Book Award, and you all know who James A. Porter was. Even though the scope of the book doesn't fit quite so neatly into the scope of the award, it feels especially significant. One reviewer stated, "This book will be required reading in art history, American studies, and a range of interdisciplinary courses for decades to come. This text offers scholars across the humanities an entryway into the visual history of race in Western art." Sarah was also just invited to speak at the UN General Assembly to give a keynote address about the Vision and Justice Research Initiative as part of their upcoming plenary meeting in March to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Now, Sarah and I have been talking for 20 years. And we started talking about the Caucasus, and we kept talking on a trip to the Caucasus, to Georgia, in 2019. Did that trip influence your thinking in this book?
It did. And I first really, I want to offer some thanks and discuss the trip. I feel so moved and honored to be here with the extraordinary Nell Painter. I want to say I hope that everyone in their life has someone like you in it, but I know it's not possible because she, for me, has been a dear friend, a model of how to be a scholar, a model for how to be a woman in the world. And I'm just so moved by the ability to constantly count on your advice and your wisdom. So thank you. To have this all in one is so rare. So if you have another Nell in your life, you've got to tell me who she is or he is. And I'm thrilled to be here at the New York Public Library with you, Nell, because so much of the work that's come out of my heart and mind has been birthed and nourished and inspired by what's happened here. I think whether it's through the Cullman Fellowship, thank you to all those who support that program and who run that program, or the collections, the MAP Division Library we'll speak about in a bit. Today, especially, I think it's important to salute the extraordinary work that happens in libraries and these institutions. And so I don't want to miss a moment to mark that miracle. So thank you to Aidan Flax-Clark and all of your colleagues for putting this event together and making this possible. Thank you to those who are on the live stream, my parents too, who made me possible, and many dear friends who are here in the room tonight. So there are very few people who would have done what you did and said yes to a trip to try to discover the so-called homeland of whiteness. And that's really what you what I asked Nell in 2019. She had been at work, you'd been at work on the history of white people, and I was up to the work of this book, but realized that this term Caucasian that we use as a cognate for whiteness, references a geography, the Caucasus region, but I didn't feel like I could write about it and not see it for myself. So thanks to some research funding at Harvard, I'm not sure they exactly knew what I was about to use it for. We funded a trip to go to the region in 2019. And we thought we'd show you a few pictures from the trip. This is us getting off the plane, thinking of what we've gotten ourselves into, going to the homeland of whiteness here. But we, in fact, found ourselves meeting with members of the diaspora, wanting to do research to ascertain whether or not they had the same sense of what the term Caucasian meant there as we do here. And we found they were a little surprised when we presented at this Caucasian conference, a conference for people who are actually from the Caucasus region, not a conference of people who are nominally white. And they were pretty stunned to the point where we kind of were surrounded as if we were sort of scholars, celebrities, having brought this new information. Anthropologists, basically. And we learned some dances from people from the region. We were part of different commemoration events. And that book changed my way of thinking about the impact of this seemingly throwaway term that we just discard as a relic of racial science. So that began thinking about the stakes of what has come out in the unseen truth. That was the beginning. The journey there happened after you had finished this book. And so I wondered for you at times whether or not your book might have changed if you had gone prior, but we could talk about that another time too. So it did.
The answer is yes.
Yeah. This picture is actually, this is a picture that is us surrounding a monument that's close to the site of the so-called genocide of the people from the Caucasus region. And part of the reason that we don't have a robust diaspora of people from the Caucasus region anywhere is because of this event that happened in the 19th century, known as the Caucasian War. And the survivors constitute this diaspora. There's this monument there that they were dedicating that day. And you can see us tucked into the assembly of those gathered. But it was a moment where this concept, this abstract concept, right, of the Caucasian became living when we were with members of the diaspora who wanted to see their own heritage cleaved and separated from how it's been used by racial scientists, wanted to be able to use the term Caucasian as an identity and a geography, but found that they could not. So that picture alone started, for me, a way of thinking about the stakes of the project beyond the history of racial science and into a discussion of racial regimes and vision and how we judge the world. Yeah.
So this is very much a place.
Yes. Let me get back.
Do you want to talk about maps? This is my favorite chapter in this book.
Yeah. So this book was held up for a while because I knew there was something I was missing. I think a lot of probably writers and researchers and artists in the room have that sense. What was missing for me were maps. Now it's kind of sound kind of strange to say that, but maps. So let me do one thing in terms of stage management here. Actually, oh no, that's yours. I'll use this. I think slide 14, if you could call that up. It might be 13, 14. Let's see.
Well, I am absolutely gonna piss off some motherfuckers when I say this. This is what I love seeing. I made the comment that Nell Irvin Painter, I kid you not, reminds me of my grandmother, my mother's mother. Now, you know, she raised my mother. My mother could be Hurricane Dolores. I'm sure my grandmother could be Hurricane Grandmother, but I don't remember it. What I do remember is Regal. I think my grandmother, to be honest, I really haven't seen a picture of my grandmother in decades. I know they're there, but you know, I'm like my mother. We were never really into, you know, I remember my grandmother from my mind's eye. Pictures aren't always important because sometimes it's a odd thing. I remember how my grandmother looked, but it's from a child's eye. I remember how I felt around her. Um, when I say my grandmother was regal, gently regal, but regal, um, it's you wanted to do what she suggested. It wasn't, she didn't have to force you. You wanted to do. You wanted to make her happy with you. There was none of this bullshit about I'll spank you or I'll punish you. No, you wanted to do it because she would make you happy if you did. It was never, there was never like, what if I don't do it? No, 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 no. Let's not be like that. let's let's look at the brighter side of life. What happens if you do? You know you will be happy. I don't know what my grandmother would do. Maybe it was Jedi mind tricks or some bullshit like that, but you just disappoint. Why? you will you will be happy if. So anyway, Nell Irvin Painter, beautiful writer. Y'all need to just she's written art books. She has done paintings. The woman was as she had a storied career as a history professor at Princeton, and she's like, hey, I'm retired, let's go be an artist. She has art shows. She is actually a talented painter, and I don't know if she does other media, but here she is, you know, because I don't look. This look, I think I'm just I think as an old man, I'm just kind of somewhat free of boundaries that were set. You know, my son's in college. You know, unfortunately, I am unwived. Um, you know, unhappily, but I get to just kind of, you know, kind of drink beer and watch history stuff. And I hate to say this, but I'm living a life of the mind. I literally get to think about what I want to think about when I want to think about it. And you know, the chores are easy. You know, it's easy. It's easy to cook dinner because I enjoy doing it. It's easy to, you know, once it gets a little warmer, to take a very short hike down to the pond to hopefully catch some goddamn crappie because they fry up good. The bones are hard. You don't have to worry about, you know, small pin bones. So, and I get to have a YouTube show and piss people off and make jokes about them. how could life not be cool? And Sarah Lewis, I'm afraid to describe her. She is just the height of elegance. And yeah, it is funny hearing a black woman talk about a big forehead when it's interesting to hear a black woman put down another black woman that she doesn't know. Two very accomplished, like literally, they're at the New York Public Library, and one is venerated, the other is venerated. This is what black women might want to aspire to if you have a daughter. How about let's not pay so much attention to the forehead and what this woman is actually doing on a national stage, what she's talking about, what her accomplishments were. Forehead is kind of genetic, but I suspect that young folks get swept up in that fucking Paleolithic, or is it Paleolithic? Maybe it's paleo conservative bullshit of sounding funny in a chat to get a giggle or two. Yeah, that's like cotton candy. These two black women, one older, one younger than me. I'm using these two as, kind of the yardstick. Why the fuck would anyone be worried about a forehead that they don't have other than to make some dumb fucking joke for a bunch of Neolithic white boys in my chat? Can't understand why the joke was funny in the first place.
It's going to look like a grainy map. Yeah, 14.
But it's Neolithic.
Okay. 14 is good.
The link is pinned.
Create a new. Okay.
Is the remedy.
Right before we went on our trip
some feelings
to the Caucasus region, I came by this library, and it was because we were being given itineraries with names of places that I could not find on Google Maps. And so I, just as a researcher, thought it would be interesting to see if I can find them in these antiquated maps and atlases. So I go to the map division, and I start to work with this extraordinary librarian, Ian Fowler, who's here tonight, and I want to thank him, because without his work and belief in my project, I don't think I could have completed this book. And I asked him for maps of the Caucasus region, and there's no search term that's going to yield that, really. So he has to effectively bring out all of the maps and atlases that he has in the collection, and eventually he starts to see what I'm.
Let me pause this right quick. Is that the Caucasus region where the smart, beautiful white people came from? This is fucking awesome. Who was it? Was it you, Brian, who said white people came from the Caucasus or some bullshit like that? By the way, no, they didn't. The whole Caucasian thing is like race. It's fucking literally made up. Some idiot who was an old white person back in the 17th century thought these people were beautiful. Well, let's call the white people after beautiful people. You would know this if you ever fucking read a book, Brian. I suggest before you look ridiculous in my chat, y'all need to read some goddamn books and know some shit. And the forehead jokes, dude, when I was in grade school, I went to an all-black Catholic school, St. Mary's in Savannah, Georgia, 1st through 6th grade. And you know what? You'd get some kid who had a big forehead and you know, the chant would be faux head, motherfucker. I haven't been in grade school in decades, but it's always interesting when some supposed adult starts talking about people's foreheads, and they forget that, gee, this person is not up on the panel about the size of their forehead. It's actually what's on the other side of the skull. And those people are making more money. They are more famous. They are more revered than any motherfucking body could possibly be, doing dumb fucking physical, borderline racial jokes in Stanley's chat. It's just so sad to see the failure of imagination. And apparently, we have gone beyond the battle of the sexes. It's like, who the fuck can sound the stupidest in Stanley's chat? That seems to be the competition of late. I guess people are just trying to make the stupidest comment so Stanley can notice it and make jokes about it. That's what I'm guessing. I'm probably wrong, but you know what? If someone can actually pretend that a forehead or skin color can actually be a thing, why can't I just engage my imagination as well?
Looking for, as he says. And one of the first maps I saw was this one. It's this ethnological chart of the world. It's from 1876.
Oh, and by the way,
and it's a
I
kind of
have stopped
atlas that would
looking
have
at the
been
chat.
popular in homes.
Too many
But
jokes.
what I started to see struck me as unusual enough to write about. And so I actually think I might
Please do.
read.
Please.
Yeah, I'll read from the book. So this is on page 145, chapter 4. I remember the day when Map Division librarian Ian Fowler from here looked at the material I located and said, "I see what you're researching now." He graciously brought out what seemed to be most of the library's U.S. atlases, geography textbooks, and teacher's manuals for the decades in question, including items I could not have found in the library catalog. As I worked through the maps and geography textbooks that were taught in segregated schools in the United States, I thought of what Catherine McKittrick has called the corporeal and effective labor of Black liberation practices. My initial request hadn't changed. I just had realized that there was no way to narrow the request down further. The process of research had shifted my own conceptual filing system, along with my understanding of the breadth and focus required to examine this history. And I go on, I'm going to jump around in the chapter a little bit. Maps of the Black Sea area during this period show that racial regimes were crucially supported by extractive logic in the symbolic terrain. The patterns of map-making history disclose this interlocking relationship between the history of visualization and racial regimes. I had not planned to study maps. I was preparing for a trip to the Caucasus region for additional research and following a trail left by Woodrow Wilson when he requested an image of the women from the region.
I'm going to bring you back to Woodrow Wilson.
We're going to go right there, yes. The trip meant going to places that were not showing up on maps I could find easily online. Drives towards Anaklia and Abkhazia, the heart of Circassia in the Caucasus region. To trace the shifts in the assembly of maps of the region, methodically, I started looking for US atlases from the 1970s. I opened this atlas you're seeing and saw this map It was made by someone very well known, a Scottish engraver, John Bartholomew, and it was one of the first pages in the atlas, just after the Mercator projection of the world spread out over 2 pages. In a cartouche on the lower left of this map of the human races were fine-lined engravings of the busts of ethnic types grouped under the headings Caucasian, Mongolian, Malay, Negro, and American, the 5-fold representation of the varieties of mankind. The Circassian's image is the apex, centered within the top row as a bust with flowing hair underneath a capped headdress and a high neck top of imperial style. A legend on the top identifies the color-coded regions. In small cursive letters, you see Caucasian, Georgian, and Caucasian race. Jump to one more place. Stage management here. Yes. But by 1891, those details, those ethnic types I mentioned, the Circassian figures, had been removed entirely from these atlases. Instead, the front matter of this atlas presented a five-fold figure template as the opening of the section on man and a discussion of the industries of the world. This was a diagram, just as you saw in the prior, but now the pared down races of man were juxtaposed with the schematic rendering of spheres representing planets. Quote, "The civilized nations are nearly all Caucasian," the text states before launching into a discussion of the four classes of civilization, quote, "engaged in agriculture, manufacture, and commerce, which have established systems of education and have reached the highest perfection." The rhyme between racial types and celestial bodies, the most vast spatial framework imaginable, suggested that the order and hierarchy they represent was totalizing as a gravitational arrangement of the solar system. Figurative cartouches emerged as a frame through which to understand racial ideology. The Caucasus, first centralized as a geography in popular atlases with details, as you've seen in the prior slide, now became a floating figurative concept. And I'll end there.
Thank you.
So when I came to the library and found these maps, I realized that what was being left out were the details that no longer supported the foundations of white racial supremacy and racial ideology. And that work could not have happened without a librarian who was empathic to the project, understood what I needed, and was willing to bring things out that the accession records didn't show.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, well, where shall we go next? Well, I have a question for you, actually related to maps. The maps you're seeing here are actually created by an extraordinary artist named Nell Painter. She created Black Sea composite map with various numbers, focusing on this region. Now, what prompted you to do so?
These maps, they're all, I made them at Yaddo.
Yeah.
Made them all together. They're all in the same schema, but they're called the Black Sea composite because the body of water in the middle is my Black Sea. I just called it Black Sea. I don't know if you can see the writing very clearly, but at the top is Ukraine. And then it goes around to Thailand, and then it comes down around to the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and then it comes around to the Mississippi River and the delta of the Mississippi River, and Houston, and Alabama, and Turkey, and Bulgaria, and then on the side with the bump on the left, that's West Africa turned around, and the Congo River comes through. So all of these lands around this Black Sea are slave lands where young women are bought and sold for sex. That's the Odalisque, who's a central figure in the history of white people. So this is a map of where women can be bought and sold. And what's struck with me about our Georgia and Georgia in the USA, or Haiti in the Dominican Republic, or Ukraine and Russia, all these places where people were bought and sold, where women were bought and sold, they have a lot in common. And so the Black Sea pulls them together. In the middle of this Black Sea, there's Puerto Rico and Jamaica and Crimea. Now that you're used to the Ukrainian war, you know where Crimea is. But my point was that there is something tragic that holds these places together.
Mm-hmm. One of the reasons to write The Unseen Truth was to shine a light on this hidden history that the paintings examine, and that is the history of the Caucasian War. This is a war that happens, right, at the same time, that ends at the same time as the American Civil War. But through the reporting on this region, Americans come to see the history of sexual slavery that you're referencing here, so-called white slavery, but they also start to see that there's no such thing as whiteness in this region at all. But they do this through the force of a visual culture, right? There's so many different performances and representations, whether they're paintings or prints, that begin to give people a sense that there is something wrong with the foundations that they've been told, the narratives they've been given to understand racial hierarchy, so-called. So when I saw these paintings in Nell's studio, it would have been a long time ago now, I thought, oh, this hasn't been explored. How do you, I mean, so much of what this book really deals with is this fundamental question: when are we going to give up the lie?
I don't know. And people are working really hard on it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you touched on a name that I want you to come back to. This is a book that includes a lot on the people you would look for here. W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass. If we have time, I'll come back to your engagement with Frederick Douglass. But first, I want you to talk a little bit more about Woodrow Wilson, who comes through this book.
Yeah, absolutely. So Woodrow Wilson animates this book as a leader who created a template that really undergirds our understanding of race today. He created this through federal policy, and he created it through a really little known aspect of his own history as a historian, too. There was a footnote in a book by Charles King that stunned me, and it was about Woodrow Wilson, and in part launched our trip in this book. Woodrow Wilson, at the end of World War I, when he really should have been doing, I would imagine, anything else, asks for a report about the so-called, well, he didn't say so-called, about the legendary beauty of the women from the Caucasus region. 1919. I wondered whether this actually happened. He writes the letter to the chief of staff of the army stationed in the region. This is a serious request. I mean, what's he up to here? So Woodrow Wilson's request prompted this whole research question I had, which yielded an answer. Yes, the request was taken seriously. There was a party of 70 women that were paraded in front of the ambassador, high commissioner in Tiflis, now Tbilisi, Georgia, of women from the Caucasus, to show Wilson that they had in fact been able to produce it. They were able to give him a sense of the physiognomy, the look of the women. Why? This is a time when there's a hardening of segregation and seemingly, inviolate ways of understanding race today. Why would there be interest in women from the Caucasus region? Is it possible, I thought, that Wilson, who was a professor at Princeton, before becoming president and wrote extensively, understood that there was a problem, a fractured ground under the whole history of racial formation? And the answer was yes, very likely he did. So the seriousness with which a president would take this history is what forced me to understand the stakes and the gravitas of seemingly, for some, more inconsequential ways of understanding society, like performances or paintings. No, that was actually also empirical data for him. So when we went to the Caucasus region, it was also to follow in his footsteps, we went to Tbilisi. We went to the archive there. I was sort of hoping we might find some trace of him. But that transformed a project that could have been seen as really more only in the realm of art history into something that had stakes, right, for how we see more broadly. So there's Wilson. Another way that he populates the book is by thinking about how fixated he was on the arts. He was able to create a racial regime, segregation, without uttering a word about it, right? He was able to do so through visual cues, ultimately, in the federal government. There's only one existing photograph of segregation in the federal government under Wilson's administration. Why? Because that was his directive. Instead, it was executed through this nearly invisible map of diaries and diagrams in these diaries about where people would sit. Now, that wasn't an accident, you know? So he's a visual theorist in many ways, and it created this insidious regime of what I call racial detailing, which is a precursor to racial profiling. But the way in to understand it is to think through why he would have wanted these reports from the so-called homeland of whiteness.
Well, one of the reasons is, as I discovered working on the history of white people, is that the science of race was all bound up with ideas of beauty.
Yes.
So it wasn't enough for white people to be the smartest and the richest and have the best cars and the best houses. They had to be the most beautiful also in scientific terms. So over and over again, the people who are scientifically minded want to show beauty. Now, several times you show us images of beauty because the Caucasians or Circassians were famed in the 19th and early 20th centuries for being the most beautiful people in the world.
Yes.
So P.T. Barnum, I should let you explain this because it's yours. But what I want to say is that you have lots of photographs of people with hair like this.
I do. So one of the images that began this journey, I'm going to flip through, is well, this is a good set. Years ago, when I was a graduate student at Yale, I stumbled across these images in the Beinecke's Rare Books and Manuscript Library up there, and I had no idea what I was looking at. It turns out these are widely popular performers, Circassian beauties, that were set on stage by the famed impresario P.T. Barnum. And he did so at a time when he was bankrupt and he needed another act to revive his career. And he found that these women, so-called exemplars of white racial purity, were the thing to do it. But the problem was, at least for me as a researcher, I couldn't understand how people looked at them and saw anything like whiteness at all, which is why I began to study them and to research them. Now, there had been writing on them from mainly in the field of performance studies, but it hadn't connected up to the broader stakes and implications. Then this slide kind of shows really what those stakes were. So on the left is the first performer, and you know what struck me is just how strange her stance was and her sash, and I thought it looks like she's referencing something here. And what I found was that she was referencing a well-known Circassian resistance leader, this famed imam who was the region's hero for resisting all these incursions. Russia was trying to gain control of the Caucasus region from the Ottoman Empire, and that's what resulted in the Caucasian War and the genocide. Imam held them off for decades, and his fame was so well known that Woodrow Wilson wrote about it, right? And he was understood to be a kind of cognate for Jefferson Davis too. So you would see these parallels made in part because of the resonance between the history of slavery and both sides of the Atlantic and the Black Sea and so on. But the image of Shamil was also on stages, I learned, and she rhymed with him. But I mean, Barnum was such a performative genius. He was able to find this this contour of a woman who could both reference this historically accurate, figure, Shamil, but also connect up to the very, template of what kind of can represent Black womanhood, this afro, and skewer the American public, right, into asking whether there really is any such thing as whiteness at all. And we know the answer is no, but the public didn't want to understand that. And so these performers were popular for decades. Up until the 1920s, you can see references to them. And so I wanted to understand why they were so popular, what it meant that we once saw these fictions underneath the whole racial regime and found a way to disregard it and move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that began.
These were absolutely fascinating. I'm going to move on. Here's a question that I wrote for you.
Okay.
You write so eloquently about the refusal to see. And as you know, I agree with you about the active role of refusals to see in both scholarship and everyday lives. I think you're also claiming that images are more potent than words in ideologies of race. Is that a correct understanding of your point?
Yeah. So one of the reasons that I love speaking with so much is because as a historian, the rigor, the beauty of your mind is what I get alongside your understanding of the power of images as an artist yourself. So yes, I do think that both images but also vision are the two most critical civic skills we have in the United States. Why? The story of the United States is nearly unspeakable, not in the sense necessarily of it being odious, not like that. It's literally the contradictions in the country's founding really prevent words alone from capturing who we are. As soon as you begin to try to do it, you realize you've got to revise your sentence, founded to reflect liberty and equality, but with the foundation of slavery. How do you do this? So to resolve it, to resolve the contradictions and the limitations on belonging, who counts, you've always needed an image. You've always needed to push people past their limited sense of the possible into what could be. And the image has done this, objects have done this, monuments, and so on. It's done this in the context of asking this question, when are we going to give up the lie? This is what P.T. Barnum was effectively doing. Today, I mean, we make as many images, Nicholas Mirzoas research, I think, shows us this. They say as many images today in a few minutes, 2 to 3 as were made in the entire 19th century. We are surrounded by images, extraordinary works, and there's some fantastic artists in the room today here. I know we have photographer Lyle Ashton Harris, whose work I just adore. He's been a dear friend for so long, and Akar Shep and others. And we owe so much to our image makers. Why? Because they're with the onslaught of these images, we need to be trained to still our gaze long enough to see what matters, and what counts. That's often what we look to the artist to do. So if you think back over the last decade, you can probably pull out an image that represents for you what this political age has been about. And we look, and the book I'm writing now for Random House Vision and Justice attempts to effectively do that through a series of objects. Which works can perform that is the question. So it's not, so I do believe in the power of image in that way. Yeah, for those reasons. Becoming an artist yourself, was it inspired by that kind of thinking too? I'm curious.
No.
No. what inspired?
Sojourner Truth did it. Sojourner Truth wouldn't let me use my skills with text. She sent me to Marquand's artistry library. I really liked being there, and I stayed longer than just to overcome the failure of text.
Will you tell everyone the title of your next book? And
Sojourner Truth was a New Yorker, and she didn't say that.
The laughter tells me a lot. Know what you mean by the second half, but some don't. Can you tell them a little bit about what you mean by the second half of the title?
No, that's
No?
too long a story.
Okay.
But I will tell you that she didn't say that. And if you go around saying that, I'm coming after you.
All right.
I'm looking at our time. I know you all have some questions. I would like you to go back to Vision and Justice and Frederick Douglass, because I think Frederick Douglass was kind of at the root of this project in so many ways.
Yes, absolutely. So, Vision and Justice was also birthed here at the New York Public Library. I was not yet, I don't think, brave enough fully to write the unseen truth as it needed to be written, but I had just found myself reading Frederick Douglass's speech, Pictures in Progress, in his own hand, and realized that we had not taken seriously his understanding of the power of representation for what I would call representational justice in America. So the Vision and Justice.
By the way, apparently, and I know this from another video involving Sarah Lewis, apparently it was an undiscovered speech uh, in the library. So shout out to Sarah for noticing. And Pink looks good on her, by the way.
Framework with Frederick Douglass became the launch for this initiative and publication in 2016. That project is really asking one question that he says at the end of his speech we'd still be thinking about 150 years later. You know, what is the power of images for American progress? Why is it so necessary? He thought really humbly in his speech that it would take others coming along, right, to better explain what he meant. And there's so many in the room tonight who are part of that work. The unseen truth extends what's most, I think, perplexing for scholars to examine in that speech. Because, Douglass, at the time, he's writing as the most photographed American man in the 19th century, right? Not African American man, American man. What did he know about the need for a representative figure, stunning as he was, to push back against denigrating racial stereotypes? He understood this enough to put himself in front of the camera that many times, but he also, in that speech, he doesn't salute any one name of any particular artist. He doesn't talk about Matthew Brady or J.P. Ball. Instead, he's talking about the phenomenology of images, what they do to us. He's describing this internal picture gallery he calls the mind, and it's this ode to vision, in effect, and it confuses his audience. He delivers it, 1861. His audience stays because he's this prodigious orator, but he is thinking through what really I hope the unseen truth is about. How vision is really a process not of seeing the world, but reading it. Assessing the world, not observing it, and to understand that transformation of vision from observation into this regime that we are caught by and live with every day is what he hoped to deal with. And so that speech is endlessly, I think, important. And I hope that the book that my colleague John Stauffer put out with all the speeches, collected, is one that you have and keep. It has all the photographs of Frederick Douglass too. So it birthed Douglass both Vision and Justice and really the unseen truth. Douglass is the headwaters of so much. I could spend every semester teaching at Harvard just dealing with Douglass. So I think we also have some questions right from the audience here.
There's some really good and some very hard questions here.
Hard.
I'm not going to ask the easy one. Sarah, where will your work take us next? You just told us.
Yes.
Oh, these are so good. How much does the power of image and vision rely on shared culture? In the contemporary context of hyperfragmentation, how do we artists, historians, citizens resist minimization and silencing?
There are two good questions there. I would invert the first question, though, and say that images create our shared culture, ultimately. We're able to process them because, and we recognize that we do have shared culture when you examine them. There's a photograph that comes to mind, and I think most of the people in the room are going to know this, so I'll ask. Have you seen a photograph of a young boy in the Oval Office when it was President Obama's office, who's touching Obama's head? How many people have seen? Yeah, nearly everyone, or half at least. Why? Well, in that image, he's 5 years old, this young boy, Jacob Philadelphia, and he's been given one question to ask the president, and he wants to know if his hair texture is really the same as his. And the answer is not just given to him. He says, touch it. And President Obama leans down. Now, his parents are with him. Jacob Philadelphia is his brother. Why does that young boy need to touch the evidence that he can be the president, right? You know what's happening in that picture. You understand that he's been given, despite the best efforts of his parents, cues, signals, messages in visual culture that suggest to him the precarity of his dreams, really. So in that picture, we get a sense of the stakes of not realizing how we create shared culture, how we allow for possibility through images that surround us and through what we prevent being surrounding us. So I'll answer that because there were two complex questions, but yeah.
Now, this is a question I don't want you to answer because it's too divisive.
She's my protector too. She is.
But I want to read the question.
Sounds like
because it's a
no
really
urban
big
painter is
question and
talking
it's too
to
hard.
this chat.
How does your book fit into current political issues such as the Israeli-Palestinian war? We would all be fighting with one another if we tried to answer that, but it's a really good question.
And then there are lots of ways in which it fits in. I was grateful to Aiden for
She answers it.
for saluting some, but I'm not going to go there.
Yeah. How did quote unquote race gain purchase in our terminology? Is the term ancestry more useful than the term race?
I think now this is a question for you, for at least the first part, because that's more the subject of the history of white people to a certain extent. Yeah. Do you want to answer some of it?
Okay, so the scientific, I don't get into white nationalist in the history of white people and Christian nationalism and so forth. If I were writing today, I would have to. But my book is an intellectual history that answers just that question. But the answer is who is speaking, to whom, where, when, and for what purpose? That's the answer.
She's the master of concision.
How does color blindness play a role in unseeing truth?
Do we believe in color blindness? Is the first question I would ask that.
Speak up. What's the answer? Do you believe in color blindness?
No.
They don't believe in color
They don't
blindness.
believe in color. Yeah. But unseeing is something we all do. We do see and then deliberately disregard what's in front of us and then see again. And that really is the subject of the book.
What aspects of your treatment inspired you to write more aggressively / passionately, as you mentioned?
We're, I think, in a time where it's critical for those of us who have access to archives to have an imaginative way of putting things together, to be unafraid, I'd say. And the model of the history of white people that you offered allowed me to be unafraid, taking this work further. I think there are moments where you realize that you're fashioned also for a generation, for an era. I think it was no accident. It felt to me that it was no accident that I would be in a position at Harvard, having studied a whole range of disciplines that don't typically come together, and then be presented with this kind of material. I wanted to do what I felt might not be done if I didn't put it all together. That started to occur to me when I would ask questions, really basic questions of, museum collections, sort of archivists and librarians, and find that access to things that I should be able to obtain were being denied. I started to realize that there were some stakes here I was up against. And that gave me a kind of fire. I also had a really a difficult personal experience. I was in a near-death car collision while I was writing this book that forced me to take ownership of my life and its value anew. And of all the things I saw in the collision, I did see these books. I saw this and the others, and they all flashed before my eyes. Not this cover, but other iterations of them. But really, when I was healing, I felt the need to be of service in a really particular way. So when you lose the fear of kind of death, you lose in that kind of an experience. Archivists telling you don't have access to Caucasian materials becomes less of a problem, than it might have before. So I rewrote the entire book after that experience with a different kind of fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here is our last audience question, and then I have a last question, and I
Okay.
see we only have a few minutes. So I want you to give the audience short shift and answer my question at more length. Here's from the audience. When you ask, when are we going to give up the quote unquote lie, can you clearly share what quote unquote lie you're referring to in 25 words or less?
Yes. Yes. When are we going to give up the lie that there's any basis for this regime that suggests that anyone is any better than any other? That is the foundational lie. Yeah, that's it. That is it. Yeah. So I gave you short shrift, sorry, what she asked.
But
that
that's
really
a
is it.
really good answer.
And that's
Yeah.
it. And that's what the book deals
Yeah.
with. Mhm.
Yeah. And here's my last question.
Okay.
Who were Swan M. Kendricks and F.H.M. Murray? And why did you choose them to embody the meanings of Woodrow Wilson's segregation and expulsion of Black civil servants in Washington, D.C.? Remember those names, Swan M. Kendricks and F.H.M. Murray.
So can we go to the last slide in the deck, please? I'm not sure of the number in the 20s. So I can have them on screen. Yeah. So the book ends with Swan Marshall Kendrick opening this chapter, and he is one of the few Black clerks working in Woodrow Wilson's administration. I came across material that broke my heart really and expanded it. He was working right before Wilson took office with such optimism. The Library of Congress has a series of letters that he wrote to his then fiance, or the woman he was courting early on, Ruby Moyes, who's interesting, and that are just, if anyone could receive a letter like that, it's a woman your life would be made. These letters, just gorgeous. And he was filled with so much hope and optimism about their life together. And as soon as Wilson takes office, within weeks to a few months, any hope he had for advancement in the administration was completely gone. He didn't speak Spanish, but started writing to her, for example, about wanting to maybe move to South America for better employment options. He had such a clear sense of the limits. Now, as a figure, as a mind, as a writer, this is a W.B. Du Bois. I mean, period, end of story. This is a man who was receiving all these other offers to work, different Fisk, et cetera, but was effectively being wasted, right, through this inability to climb because of federal segregation. Now, there was no explicit decree about segregation. He had to perceive it through these series of visual cues he was receiving. And what does he do? And this is what populates that chapter. He and, well, you're on the right, this is Swan Marshall Kendrick, another Black clerk, Freeman Henry Morris Murray, take it upon themselves. I thought I did, but I don't. So you'll have to get the book to see the other image of Murray with Du Bois, in fact, because they were working together. But they begin to study the visual landscape, the built environment, the monuments that were beginning to go up in 1915 to salute Confederate leaders, to understand the role that visual culture was playing in instantiating racial domination. They're doing this in their non-existent free time, working full-time as federal clerks. They are, Swan Marshall Kendrick is writing to various magazines and newspapers about how they are characterizing Black Americans, all these racial epithets. There's one letter that gutted me. He wrote to the publishers of Mother Goose nursery rhymes that he was reading to his daughter, and asking why the N-word was throughout, And the publisher writes back and says, "Oh, no one's ever pointed this out to us before, as a problem. We'll consider, maybe changing." A letter nearly every day. He's doing this through the work of the NAACP's Correspondence Club. The pointillist, painstaking work, right, of itemizing all of these indicators of racial domination in the landscape, from the printed landscape to the visual landscape. This is the work that these two leaders embody, exemplify. It is the unsung heroic work of the early civil rights movement. So Murray and Kendrick need to be in your data bank of understanding who laid the ground for us all to be here together. So Wilson is in there, yes, but the payoff of this book really is to be able to salute the Kendricks and to salute the Murrays that make what we do possible.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait. Before you really thank Sarah, I want you to dwell for a moment on what she said just now, because people like Murray in particular, and George Washington Williams, and just a whole host of Black intellectuals have been doing this work for over a century. They have been doing this work, and you're doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you hopefully over here. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, this I can unless there is a compelling
Good
reason
afternoon.
for
I'm Charles Seguro, President of World Affairs
let
Council.
me
Our program
pause
today
this. Probably another video we should be watching, but it will have to wait. Well, we have come to that time. I'm at 4:33. I must go and attend to making a pizza, which I've chopped the vegetables, etc. Deacon Dave, you're there. I'm gonna do, since everyone wants to act like this is a Black Manosphere or old YN channel. Let's extend the show. Let's see. Let's do $20 to extend the show. Nope, not doing veggie pizza. I went out and got pepperoni. I have chopped the vegetables, onion. I'm actually going to put broccoli on the pizza. Unfortunately, I forgot to get whole tomatoes, and I'm not going to put. There's tomato sauce, um, canned tomato sauce. Unfortunately, I haven't made marinara, but I did have something rather interesting. I made an anchovy tomato sauce marinara thing, and it was in the freezer. Probably needs to be used, so that's what I'm going to do. So here we go. What kind of need puts broccoli on a pizza? You said vegetable pizza. Last I checked, broccoli was a vegetable. Um, who sets what kind of vegetables you can put on a pizza? That's a weird thing. Broccoli's perfectly good pizza. You put spinach on a pizza. Spinach and broccoli are similar in taste. All right, so let's see. Sourdough. Actually, the crust is sourdough. I had sourdough discard, so it's basically gonna be a sourdough pizza crust. So that was in the freezer as well. So here we go. Let's see. What do we have here? Let's go ahead. You know what? This is funny. I am going to do something rather interesting. Let's see here. I'm going to see if I can get beer money. Doing something similar. I'm going to pull together all the old YN tricks. So I'm going to use old YN Savage's tribute song, diss song, I guess, but I consider it a tribute. And then I am going to take a very actually funny uh, thing. Wait, you know what? Actually, and I'm going to have to talk to Speak Radio because he is contributing artwork that actually makes me laugh. And don't know that I'm gonna do this one, but I'm gonna save it. But our buddy, uh, and kind of my consigliere, Speak Radio. Let's see here. Give me one sec here. I need to bring up the right background, and then we need to add. What's up, man? Tomorrow.
Yeah, what's going on, man? Like you got diss tracks now? What's going on?
Oh shoot. Yeah, I didn't play it for you. You know who Jim Savage is? Oh yeah. I turned it into a start song. I have two diss songs. I have one from
What?
yeah. It's not like hate songs. It's just like, making fun of an old person who reads books.
Oh, okay.
But
So YN
I
shit.
actually
Okay.
think this one is awesome. Hold on one sec. Let me find it. And I do actually want you to hear this because I like the song. I think, it kind of at the end it goes, "I'm Stanley, bitch." I kind of like that. Let's see. Actually, I'll play because I put together, I made it into a start song. So here it goes. With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset, the revenues generated because of it. And it's not, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fear in his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
I'm sure I'll have to go back and threw it together. Just
that's actually pretty good. I mean, like
now, it reminded me. It was kind of Leonard Skinner-esque. And you're from the South. You remember Leonard Skinner? They do things like Freebird. It was kind of Southern rock. And the guy who wrote it is Savage. I know you've run into Savage, but he
maybe on your panel. Yeah, maybe on your panel.
Yeah. He's an older black man, but he's from Connecticut, so he don't know shit about the South. That's kind of the funny thing about a lot of these MAGA blacks. They aren't. Look, I don't mean to be dismissive. They don't know shit about being black. And me, my voice is soft, and I've read Sartre and Fanon and all these guys. Dude, they don't know shit about being black. And just tell me I sound horrible when I say this, but dude, y'all grew up in a hood in the cold. It's like, I'll be goddamn if I'm going to listen to some dude from Oakland, California, who grew up in the school of hard knocks. I don't care if your granddaddy or your granny is from Mississippi. Dude, I grew up in the deep South. I just know shit. And tell me what you think, because I am going on. These dudes who grew up in like some Cabrini Green in Chicago, dude, Elvis sings songs about in the ghetto. Motherfucker, I grew up in the South and I didn't grow up. Black people are different in the South.
I mean, these people take that hood shit as a reason to not, and that's why you have to put NOT in a very capitalistic format to not engage in society. I grew up like this. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to do anything. My certain circumstances means that I don't have to compete on a masculine format. My certain conversation means that I don't have to be choosy about who I lay down with or have kids with. And this type of destructive person will destroy generations of people because they don't want to see the best of anything. And they can never coalition with anybody. They don't know how to work with anybody. And the only skills that they have is sabotage and destruction. And then they act like the very people that they claim that they're better than, and then they can't really engage or interact with people like me and you, and then we're the problem because we just dismiss it. We're the problem, right? And it's like, for some reason, this online thing have given people the actual audacity to think they get through it. run into our faces and point fingers and just say, well, you know what? Just because you read a book, you ain't nothing. I ain't nothing. You ain't nothing. And it's like, I don't try to equivocate nothing with nothing. I mean, I try to equivocate, substance with substance, but to them, they done substance at all costs. And then they blame society for the actual outcome of not believing in something.
Let me ask you a question though. And this is really something that I just noticed. I guess I've known it for, at least, my time on YouTube. But, I was just watching two uh female historians. Nell Irvin Painter is a legend. Um, Sarah Lewis is
Good
probably
afternoon. I'm Charles.
probably because you're still fairly young. She's in her 40s. I haven't really looked up her age, but she's not, in her 20s. But, Nell Irvin Painter, emeritus professor from Princeton. She did a second career in her 60s. So now she went to Rhode Island School of Design. So now she's an artist and her paintings are actually good. She went back to school. And there's a funny story that she's told about, hey, I'm a Pulitzer a prize winning historian emeritus from Princeton, and I want to be a bachelor's degree earner from Rhode Island School of Design. Of course she did. And she's good. So, and her parents were educators. She's in her 70s now. So this is like a paragon of Black success. She grew up in the South. I want to say Alabama, but she's kind of like, she's kind of in that ilk of Condoleezza Rice.
Oh,
But I mean, Condoleezza Rice, you may not necessarily agree with her politics, but she is like, what Black success can be. Same
I mean,
thing with
speaks
Colin
Russian. The woman
Powell.
is highly accomplished, bro.
No,
Yeah. Oh,
look,
yeah.
look. What's her name? Damn it. Clinton's uh, Secretary of State. I can't think of her name.
What, Madeline
Was
Albright?
her Yes, was her mentor at University of Denver.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like this woman is ridiculously accomplished. So, and the young lady who's younger, but she's like an art and intellectual historian, who, by the way, is my latest crush. This woman is like hot to me. Anyway, I just discovered Sarah Lewis just kind of on a whim. She's more artsy and all that stuff. So the people talk about this lady's forehead. Now, this is the New York Public Library. Um, this lady did all her research at the Schomburg. She's got a book out. Why is the first thing you think about the size of her forehead?
Because, like, to idiots, this is why they want to look at you and not really examine work. They really are into restructuring the conversation to where they feel safe. And
Wait.
yeah, that's all it is.
Well, I know, and I should be less persnickety, but look, I'll be 61 next month, and I take a little umbrage when I hear some unaccomplished little Black whippersnappers, like young people, even if you're in your 30s. Dude, I'm 30 years older, and look, I grew up luckier than most, but dude, I did. We watched Jesse Jackson's 1988 speech at the Democratic convention.
Yeah.
I think it's important for younger people. I remember the speech. My father and mother and my sister, and at that time, my little brother, who's 13 years younger, he was how old was he? He was fucking 8, going on 9. We sat as a family in that den and we watched it. And I was probably the only one that was deeply into politics. My mother was too, but not to the extent. Dude, why do they have to talk about successful black people? Her forehead's cute, by the way. The fuck is wrong with these children?
I mean, but these are just low class, low morality blacks. I don't have time for them. I don't engage
the
with
thing
them.
is
I
they're
don't
not
interact with
all low class and low morality. And by the way, this comment was not from a YN. It was from a young lady, younger lady. I don't why
they have to make their own way of dismissing people who are better than them. And
well, how do you
that's just
know
all
it's
it
a
is.
video? You've never met this person. It's a damn video. This is a video. I've never met her.
I mean, but they can't process information, Stanley. Like, they're not trying to deal with the subject at hand. Like they'll go to a place for a very specific thing, and they'll comment on things that has nothing to do with what the conversation is about.
Right.
Purpose.
Yeah, that's the part. This has nothing to. They're talking about Black history. They're talking about American culture, and the takeaway is she's got a big forehead. I honestly, and my thing is, I don't know what my son does at college. I don't know what the fuck he and his friends talk about, but he does not bring that shit into my house. And to his credit, he never has. My son would never fucking say some shit like that. I don't even know that he would think it, but he might. But oh my Lord. It's home training. It's home training. My son would
But
never.
a lot of these people have a special way of ignoring reality.
Well, they have a special way of not respecting their elders. Now, everyone knows who I am on this channel. I'm a little persnickety about disrespecting accomplished Black people. This woman's
but that's where they're actually
scholar. This woman teaches at Harvard.
Yeah, look at her and be like, okay.
I don't think it was affirmative action.
No, but they'll look at her and like, and mother, what do you want? And to them, no matter what the accomplishments are, they're better by just being them. No background, no way to challenge. That's just what it is.
I'm being told that I'm upset. No, ma'am. I'm chastising an immature bullshit response in a chat. See, no. Free speech in a chat is a thing, but my free speech is to call the comments stupid and fucking basically rhetorically spank bad behavior. No, sorry. It was a dumb comment, and I have been putting up with dumb comments. I wouldn't call it upset. I will say I'm surprised at people that I actually think are smarter than their comments, and you disappointed me. Not upset, disappointed might be a better way. You can say what you want to say. I'm not gonna, delete you or delete the comments from the chat, but I'm motherfucking going to critique the stupid 5th grade comments. I'm not your AV class. When the teacher brings the little film in there to show it to you, she expects you to be quiet, or he expects you to be quiet. I don't have that kind of control, but I can mock stupidity. It was a stupid comment. Don't care. I'm not Big J. I'm not going to go to war over stupid comments, but I will comment on my chat when I'm on my panel. And if you want to fight back, the link is there. But I'm going to say what I want to say, and I don't get upset. Why would I be upset over a 5th grader? Because that's what I thought. That's who I thought made the comment. It's like, well, goddamn, even my son at a very young age would never come into my chat and say some dumb shit like that. Dude, think it. See, that's the other thing. Parents and teachers, you can think anything you want to say, but dude, if you say it out loud, people are going to comment on it. Apparently that was never taught to some of these youngins. So, let's see. Anyway, I don't necessarily have to talk about this, but this is kind of where my head is. It's like, how can you go and complain about other panels or white people saying this or white people saying that when you are literally mimicking their bad behavior? I don't get that part. Let's see. So we just supposed to pretend we don't see that missing hairline? You know what? Well, am I supposed to pretend that I think you're smart when you comment on someone's hairline? They can't control it, but you can control what you say. Am I supposed to pretend it's funny or smart or uplifting Black people? My answer would be no. I'm going to call it for what it is. It is puerile. It is literally kindergarten level. And the other thing I'm not going to pretend is, oh shit, these young YNs and their ladies are raising the next generation of fucking deplorables. If you are telling me I need to ignore that parents are raising the next generation of deplorable Delta Novembers, nope.
Of learned helplessness infested.
You don't have to pretend. You don't have to pretend that she doesn't have a big forehead, and I don't have to pretend that, you know what, behind your flat forehead, there's not a goddamn decency, dude. Didn't your parents tell you that you don't have to say everything you think? It's like, god damn. I can't believe. So this person literally said, I'm supposed to pretend like she doesn't have a big forehead. Yes, you're supposed to pretend that she doesn't. And if you think it, you don't have to goddamn write it. Yes, pretend that it's not necessary for you to write about another woman's. Dude, this is a woman.
Political correctness is to help you out.
Another woman's forehead. What in the fuck? So, it's bad enough if a man fucking, makes this comment. It's a fellow black woman doing this shit. Yes, it makes it egregious. It makes it catty. It makes it like this is Anton Daniels panel level black ignorance. Yes, you're supposed to pretend that she doesn't have a big forehead. What in the fuck? I can't believe you even asked me that, Queen. Yeah, a black woman is critiquing another black woman who is very accomplished, doesn't even know who you are. See, this is, and I'm going to also say this is what the black manosphere has wrought. The manosphere, the Anton Daniels, the Corey Holcomb version of the manosphere. No, y'all have made the bad behavior in the ignorant comments. Hey, let's act like white people and say some shit that shouldn't be said. It's seriously dumb. If you actually think there's a black community, well, we don't want the black community to act or ask these sorts of questions. And if you do, there are way more panels besides mine that you could do that on. Why do you think you have to do it here, Queen? Dave, you have sat comfortably warm and nested in the chat. Why don't you bring your as a man ass up here and say it on the panel so I can just slap you down? Yes, I want to curse people out for the ignorance they display in my chat. I don't suffer fools gladly. Sorry. They didn't tell you that, Queen? I don't suffer fools gladly. I have no idea what blessing you're returning. I'm sure it's a blessing to someone. So, let's see. What else have we got here? Oh, Deacon Dave, thank you for contributing to the show, by the way. Let's see. Let me modify my banner here. And I am still, let's see here. Banners. Let's see. So the Sunday show, let's see, extension show. Is that what we could call it? Extension show is blamed on Deacon Dave. There we go. But I'm not sure it's going to be extended just yet. What's up, Ola? You're back. Let's see, Stanley. Some people aren't going to lie because they find someone attractive. You know what? That's such a stupid point, King Picks. See, this is the other thing. What the fuck? So I've been fussing at Queen because she finds no, you totally missed it, King Picks, and it doesn't surprise me that you did. My point is that all these dumb fucks who want to talk about black people being on code, and then you'll hear them talk about bad behavior of black folks. they seem to think they can come into Stanley's chat. I don't give a fuck what you do on other shows, but in my chat, the first thing you should mention is, oh, hey, great. This person has done something I might want my children to do, like be successful. I'm sorry, big forehead. If that's your first observation of someone who actually has accomplished stuff, tangible stuff, if that's the first, I'm sorry, I'm going to say something like I think you're ignorant. Don't give a fuck if it hurts your feelings. And no, I'm not upset. I'm actually surprised that someone I think is smart pretty much winds up not being so. Let's see, what else is in this grab bag? There are other boring things we could be watching. Yeah, well, Queen, there are other things that are very observable too, and I've just described you. Would you like me to describe your physicality? There are some things that are obvious. Let's see how comfortable you are if
Hey, Rob.
you're not the only one that could actually be you're not the only one who has an African phenotype. Let me put it to you that way. And I'm going to leave it there, but if you push me, who knows? I might get loose-lipped. It's always the people. I'm not going to go there. But here's the great Glenn Lowry.
Hey, guys. Sorry. Well, okay. What's the connection do you see, Rob, between what I was just talking about with Jeffrey Epstein and what you would hope that you and
I
would
don't
talk about
hide,
since we
Queen.
had this opportunity to
It
engage
doesn't work.
for the first time, really,
See,
at length.
this is the other thing you're going to learn. I'm not Big J. I'm not going to explode like a motherfucking cartoon bomb with a fuse burning. I'm effective. I will literally make you want to leave the chat. Like I said, I'm surprised that someone who is of African heritage would go out and criticize another woman with African heritage on her African physicality. You are very susceptible to some to kind of the same comments you want to do. I don't know whether it's because you're used to being around white boys or like manosphere types who have all kinds of weird criticisms of females. But what you need to understand is being a red pill female opens you up to a lot of criticisms that a lot of your red pill buddies aren't used to. Well, you're not used to getting from your red pill buddies. You are very African, just like this young lady. Big forehead. I wonder if you ever look in the mirror. I'll leave it there.
On camera about
your description of a big forehead did kind of surprise me.
the way we see the world.
Well, just listening to that reminded me of your 1979 paper about networks within the Black community. And being that it's February and everything, I think it's semi-appropriate. But, the key to understanding how any ethnic group certainly survives in our country is understanding how their networks work. And I find it fascinating, to have you looking in on that, because one of the reasons I became an acolyte of yours, you know, the guy that hands you the incense or whatever in the background. But
what's up, Dave?
That's what.
Oh man, Mama just pulled up. That's crazy. I thought I had a few
What
minutes
did?
to come up here and cut up. I said,
Oh well.
Mama just pulled up. Damn it.
So let's see. King Pick says, so you are attacking Queen to defend a woman. King Picks,
Yeah, man, what you doing?
you are well, hold on. No. I think King Picks has come late to the conversation. So he is windmilling and doesn't really know what the fuck he's talking about. You might want to stand down, son. And then he says something about me not being around black women. Dude, I was raised by a black woman, have a black sister. Fuck is this? That's like chaotic truth level stupid. And I'm not attacking Queen. I'm chastising her. She has very African features. And it's just weird
Hey.
that a woman with very African features would criticize another woman with African features. And all I can think is that's very white supremacist. She has been around too many men, and a lot of them are black men who somehow or another have just like warped her thinking.
Wait, Queen is a white supremacist now?
No, I'm talking. Big forehead is not the only big thing that can be on a black woman's face. You might want to rethink some of that.
Oh,
It's
Mama's
weird to
calling.
me. Well, don't let Mama keep you up here. Sunkissed wants to come up. Sunkissed, I'm not up for a bunch of big J level messiness. It's not how I operate. So, with that in mind, here you are. Have you had your dinner?
It's
Before
not
you
dinner
start
time.
fussing. Oh, wait, hold it. Did you have lunch? You said you were in the hospital.
Yeah, I had lunch.
So you're not hangry.
No, not at all.
See, I was about to do
Okay.
the impossible and come up here and defend you, but you're here now, so I guess since Mama's here,
Oh,
putting me
you
to
know
work.
what?
Well, I'm gonna go on mute and let you do that.
Let me
Let me
put
go
it
on
to you,
mute.
Deacon Dave.
No, I was going to tell Stanley one thing.
There is nothing for her to be defensive about. I'm simply observing.
I just wanted to say one thing. Why not cut down the woman that's not here instead of the one that's here who could actually take offense to it? The other lady don't hear what she said.
No idea what that means.
But I didn't say nothing bad. I said her head was amazing. It was a compliment to her brain.
Okay. Anything else?
And then Stanley got all mad. I was like, bro, what's the matter?
Well, let me also give you another criticism. Maybe
And then Natural
say,
Caroline.
oh no, let's up. Time for me to respond. Maybe don't stop at she has a big forehead. Maybe the part where she has a big brain, maybe you could have added that. So now I have to fuss at you for bad writing.
Well, that part's in the chat too. You just gotta scroll up.
You know what? I don't always have time to concentrate on the chat. I might just look at something and make a snap judgment. By the way, I'm not your fourth grade teacher. I know what I read and I understand the spirit it was intended. Don't treat me like your fourth grade teacher. So now that that's settled, Dave, Well, then I guess we can go on with the Glenn
My
video.
bad. I just walked in the house, man.
You know, Glenn has a big forehead too.
No. Is a lack of a hairline an African feature?
No.
Oh, well then I don't know what you're talking
Queen,
about.
you ain't
Criticize an
shit.
African
Okay,
feature.
Sunkissed. You know, one of the more interesting things is a lot of people don't seem to know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I put it up to poor education. I've had Savage tell me he has no clue today. I've had Deacon Dave tell me he has no clue today. The problem is not me, it's that y'all don't have a clue. And I'm not it's not my job to fucking teach 30 and 40 and 50-year-old people. Um I don't make shit up. I'm very conventional in some ways. I'm simply not going to have to I don't have the patience to explain my comments. You either get it or you don't. And if you don't, that's fine. We can move on.
But if you didn't get the original comment, then your
Okay,
comment could be
you
erroneous.
literally I'm not interested in you explaining the inexcusable. I read what I read. Please don't gaslight me. You meant what you said. I read what you said. And you
But you missed the
can
brain part.
gaslight. Save that for other shows.
But you missed the brain part. So how could you say that you
Okay,
understood?
I missed the brain part because that wasn't your intent. Okay, I know someone, I know that manosphere bullshit. I read what I read and I understood the intent. Please
I don't
don't
think you did.
gaslight. I don't care what you think. Please don't
But you said
gaslight.
African features, but
Okay,
it was not.
I don't. This is not Big J.
It was about the
I
lack of
read what
hair.
I read. I am not. If you honestly think that I'm gonna go all around, as my mother used to call it, Robin Hood's barn, I'm not. I read what you
Robin
wrote.
Hood had a barn.
I got okay. Don't understand. Maybe you were never taught. I read what I read. I understood the intent. Dude, this isn't the first time I've met you or seen what you write in chats or talk to you. My impression is my impression, and that's that. All is forgiven. No need to belabor this.
Okay.
So let's see. Dawn says, well, we have an entire black manosphere which denigrates um uh black BLA daily. Uh let's see, this might be written. Let's see, Obama referred to as a man publicly. Public rejection of black women has always been normalized, too profound to address. Well, I think one of the things is that black women denigrate black women. I see it in Nidish's chat all the time. It's like, black women are some of the meanest uh critics of other black women.
What are you trying to do?
It's
Correct
truly
it, or are you
amazing.
gonna accept it and move forward? What is this? What is this lecture about?
I'm reading what Dawn said. What are you talking about, Dave?
Are you trying to correct the queen?
Okay, Dave, you're
You're trying to
time
correct the
late.
queen.
You might want to go back to your lady. I'm reading Dawn's comment. I've moved on from Queen.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I was saying, I honestly think that black women can be critical. And look, it's a woman thing. I realize that, but there's some things that I just don't necessarily have to deal with. Um, when I show people, on a panel, it's because I respect them, and sometimes I respect people regardless of how they look. I think if you have a good idea, how you look, how you look when you present the idea, you should focus on the idea.
Well, the last time I said
I
that, y'all told
don't
me.
do beauty pageants on this panel. I don't, if I put a person up on the panel, it's because of the idea or what they have to say. It's not how they look.
But y'all told me I was wrong the last time I said that. Y'all got to
I
pick a
have no
struggle. I'm
clue where we're
confused.
going back to. I think I stated my mission. Respect the idea. Don't worry so much about the physical appearance. That seems pretty succinct.
That's what I saw
You know,
in the
how you
Black
think you
community. I
cooked and you're gonna
saw
Oh, wait,
on the
there's
issues
video
within
and
our
like that?
networks and stuff, and
I'm sorry. What do you have to say, Dave?
Oh, you think you cooked somebody and you just hit play like you walked off at the
Okay,
bottom
you
of the ninth inning?
honestly think. Oh, wait, Dave. You think my purpose was to cook or just to say what I had to say and move on? I don't give a fuck about cooking. The
What you think I hit
purpose
the link
of me.
for?
Oh, no, let me help you out, Dave, because you must be used to other panels too. When I put someone up on the screen, it's mainly because of their ideas, how they express them. It's generally not a beauty pageant. I don't put people up here to go, oh, let's look at the beautiful person. And it's a little bit insulting. This is not a goddamn Corey Holcomb or a fucking Anton Daniels show. Okay. The posturing, how good you look, that's not why I put people up on the screen. And the sooner folks realize that, maybe the better. It's not even Saturday. Maybe Saturday's the best time to talk about that sort of shit. Today is Tuesday.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't me this time.
saw that when we were, in our struggle for our rights, we were asking ultimately to be allowed to be into their networks, their institutions, their stuff, and to not be immediately assumed, not to be qualified for it. So when I read that paper there, I was like,
let me interrupt you a minute, Rob, because the paper that Nikita is showing us was published in 1979, but it's not the paper that you're talking about, which I think was published in 1977.
Well, I'm sorry. I was only 8 years old when
A dynamic theory of racial income differences is what the paper came from. My thesis was called. It's not in a journal, and it might be hard to find online. It's a chapter in a book edited by Phyllis Wallace and Annette Lamond called Women, Minorities, and Employment Discrimination. So it's an obscurely published, but still cited. That's it. Those are Jim Heckman, the Nobel Prize winning economist at the University of Chicago, has honored me by producing a presentation, which you're looking at right now, a slide presentation based entirely on my 1977 paper, which came out of my dissertation, where I used, for the first time in the economics literature, the phrase social capital to talk about the consequences of the connections in social networks for the perpetuation of inequality, and the idea that racial segregation and the relative social isolation of African Americans might be a factor in accounting for the persistence of racial inequality over time, and about how important it was, therefore, to attend not only to the external opportunity structure, but also to the internal social interaction structure. William Julius Wilson, the sociologist, the great sociologist, was working in those years on his book that was published in 1978 called The Declining Significance of Race, in which he pointed out, amongst many other interesting facts, that African American communities were changing, that educated and upwardly mobile populations were moving out, that the low-income population was becoming more concentrated in increasingly desperate and disadvantaged ghetto communities in central cities, and so on. And so this was a piece, the one that you're referring to for me, Rob, of its time, 50 years ago now. No, I know I don't look like I'm that old, but I am.
You're pretty old, because I'm old, but you're really old. Let's just be real here. Yeah, so like, in my previous life,
these are the
studying
Muppets
us
on the
and
balcony.
what we could all do, the only
I'm sorry,
economists
what?
that
No, they look like the Muppets on the balcony. He was saying he was old. That's all.
Well, actually, this kind of dovetails on a video I thought about showing today. So Glenn Lowry's basically saying, and I'm sure I won't disagree. I'm sorry, I'm sure I will disagree. He's saying the civil rights moment is over. We won. And I kind of want to see why he thinks that. As an economist, I would expect him to say, well, no, if you look at generational wealth, we've regressed. So I'm actually I'm actually interested in why he thinks this. And this is going to be about an hour. And there's another video by another lovely seeming young black woman talking about the rural South. Um, Basically, will there be a rebound? And it reminds me of something I read by Charles Blow. He was talking about a reverse migration where places like Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, somewhat Louisiana, black people from some of these, as Glenn calls them, isolated areas where, black folks were left behind. And I agree with that. The horrible areas, the crime-ridden areas are very narrowly geographically, centered. The high crime areas are like small places. So, it's kind of funny. I don't want, I like my small town. Don't know that I want a huge influx of population, but
What, like migrants or what? What are you talking about?
okay. Do you know who Charles Blow is?
I know who Kurt Blow is.
Okay, well, not the same person. So when I said reverse migration, what do you think? What do you think a reverse migration is, and which demographic would it involve?
Uh, in my humble opinion, the reverse migration sounds like when the white people move out.
Okay, you know what? I'll just stop there.
There you go.
I
I am
am
not in a
literally
serious mood right now, Sam.
I am literally not going to go back and try and teach shit to people, old people who should know this shit.
they read in my family was Julian Malvo, which I find, and then I was like, okay, well, what's the evil opposite of that? And so they were.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Why do people feel comfortable talking about shit they literally don't know? Why would you come up here and talk about a black community that you really don't understand? Why does some old person like me understand what's going on, at least at a kind of a 30,000 foot view of what's going on in the black community. What the fuck? Why do 55-year-old men talk about Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb for 99 days straight? And then when they want to get serious about what's going on in the black community, they talk Puffy and fucking Snoop. Why
That's because
would a
they really
fucking
don't have a concept.
55-year-old YN be saying Snoop?
If you're talking about that particular moment, I could
YouTube
understand why he
show.
did use it. Am I on mute? What the hell?
Okay, wait, motherfucker. When is the? You know what? I'm being brutal. I'm getting frustrated for sure. Have you
My
ever
bad. I
heard
got
me
a lot of noise here.
fucking?
My bad.
No, it's not you. It's me. Have you ever heard me talk about a rapper as some like I don't know some archetype for the black community?
No, you're not supposed to use those outliers. I wouldn't do it.
Okay,
And I don't. I've never heard you do it.
I have I listen to people do this all the goddamn time. Like the actual black intellectuals who are it is maybe that's the frustration. Snoop Dogg has more an influence on old YNs and just YNs in general than the people with actual ideas do, or good ideas. Maybe that's a whole show. Why do people waste my time coming up on a panel, fucking in my chat, and they have no clue what I'm showing, why I'm showing it, or who the people are?
I don't know, but I know when you do
I think I'm wasting
criticize
my
a guy
time.
like,
I think I'm wasting my time.
I think when you criticize a guy like Thomas or Soul, that it just reinforces the only people
Okay,
that they have a
you
reference
have
to.
never read Thomas Sowell.
It reinforces the
You have
opinions that they were told.
literally never read Thomas Sowell. What is one of the things I've told you that is really my modus operandi?
I don't know why we got to go to the left when I'm talking about something on
Okay,
the right.
I don't know why you're
I don't know
bothering to
why I can't
mention
finish the
Sowell.
thought.
Why are you mentioning Thomas Sowell when you've never read him?
The same reason why he mentioned Snoop
Oh
Dogg.
my God, really?
You didn't
How do
understand it.
you know what he mentions if
And
you've
I
never
didn't want to
read him?
defend that because I actually agree with your point. But if I just turn around and just been as
Okay,
petty as
my
you, I would say
simple
you didn't even
question is
understand what he meant when
the
he said it.
last thing. What have you read by Thomas Sowell?
What was the last one I read from Thomas Sowell? I don't know. I forget the name of it.
Well, we'll just leave it there.
I forget the name of it,
Okay,
bro.
okay.
I did read Thomas Sowell.
Have you ever read Walter White? Dude? My modus operandi is know your enemy. Know what they're talking about, know what they've written, watch them on YouTube, know what their arguments are, and that's how, if you disagree with their arguments, because I don't always disagree with some of the black conservative arguments, but most of them I do. And that's how you neutralize an SKC, know what he's talking about and know better. So my point is, don't come up talking Thomas Sowell. When I say Thomas Sowell is a fucking idiot and certainly not a historian, I'm not saying it to be mean. I actually think he has huge gaps in his very white-centric, shallow arguments. He's never been an academic. He's academic-ish.
Can I make my point now?
You have no point. Why make
I was making a point. And when you
You
do
go
that, it
ahead,
has an
Dave, so
effect.
I can shit on your point.
Thank you.
I
Thank you, sir. When you do that, it has an effect. It reinforces all the negative things that they heard about Thomas Sowell, and then they don't put
Who is
any
they?
interest in
Who is this
Jesus
they?
Christ. What
Who
the
is
fuck?
the they? Nope. Don't continue the argument until you define who they is.
You don't have
Who's they?
conversations in good faith if
Who
you can't
is
let somebody
they?
make their point.
Define they. Who is they? Who is the they that is criticizing Thomas Sowell?
You're talking about the old YNs and the young YNs. Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Nightish. I'm talking about
Oh, you're talking
Savage.
about
I'm talking
MAGA black.
about Sharon. Do you need me to keep naming names?
Are you talking about MAGA blacks? Are you talking about
I'm
blacks?
talking
Which ones are you
about
talking about?
I think Sharon Bracey's a MAGA black.
There's a lot of delineations. Be
Okay,
specific.
I'm naming names. How have I disappointed you?
What the fuck do I have in common with a
I'm
Sharon Bracey?
literally you asked me to name names and I'm naming names.
What
How
do I have
I
in common with a
failed?
Sharon Bracey? Show me where that
Oh,
correlates.
you have more in
Show
common with
me
Sharon
where that
You
correlates.
disrespect women for starters.
I have not disrespected
Oh,
any woman.
motherfucker, I have told you what my theory of who he voted for or didn't vote for. I think
No, you said
Sharon
you said
I
I
think
disrespected
Sharon
women.
Bracey, I think Sharon Bracey is red pill.
You said I disrespect women. Or are you talking about Sharon?
Yes, I think you do.
I do. Okay, name
Yes.
somebody I've disrespected.
Oh, dude. Which part of goddamn? I guess I need to start writing down. You think women are fat. You would never marry a black woman. Let's
I'm already
see.
married. I don't have to
Next,
marry a black woman.
you want two women because one wife isn't enough. Let's see.
Then
Where can I go from
who
here?
was I talking to?
Motherfucker, you were talking to me.
No, I was not. I was not. I was talking to Bum.
Don't get all Look, I'm
I was
not saying
clearly talking to
you
Sugar Bum.
asked me to name names. Then you asked me why I
No,
think
you're
you
saying stuff. You
Wait,
haven't
hold
named the
it.
name yet.
What is the big disappointment? You asked me to do something and I'm doing it. I think you're very disrespectful of women.
That's okay. So name a woman that I disrespected that you have yet failed to do. Go for
You know
it.
what? You know what? Of course, you're going to ask for specifics.
All right,
You just shoot.
the
Let's
clock ran
start
to
with
zero.
Sin Sevens. You had to. You and Sunkissed. You had to apologize. Who was she mad at you? Or you mad at her? Dude, you
No, she
disrespect.
said that
You
she
disrespect
made
black
it.
women
No,
as
I
a
don't. And I
matter
never
of course.
disrespected Sunkist.
I've heard you respond to Sugar Bomb. It's always a joke.
I get
It's
it. I see
always
what's
a
going on
joke.
here.
It's
I see
always a
what's
good.
going on
It's
here.
always a good-natured joke with. Okay, Dave.
I could break
It's
this
always
down
a
real
good.
easy.
It's
You're gonna
always
drag it out.
passed
I know.
off. Of course, you're gonna over talk me. You
Blood is
ask me
on,
a
family.
question, and I'm trying to answer it, and you're over talking.
Go for it. You
Sugar
got it.
Bomb, Sin 7, Reese. Who haven't you?
Sin 7. Nah.
Sin. Yes, you tend to be a little overboard. And yes, it's passed off as a joke. That is very manosphere. You'll go, oh, I'm joking. And not specifically. Sharon is the same way. Okay, Sharon, if you see, this is the problem when you start listening to what people say. I don't know how many times I've heard shit. Just the time I was listening to Brownsville, dude, you go up and you salute all those women because you think they're second class citizens, and it's Brownsville needs to put these women on a pedestal because it's his job to put them on a pedestal. That's what as a man does. Like they can't put themselves on a pedestal. They need Brownsville to do it.
I agree with you,
They
but
need
I don't belong in
Sharon to
that
do a whole
conversation.
Sharon needs to do a whole fucking channel because he's pro women. If it wasn't for Sharon, all the black women on YouTube would have no refuge to go and be pedestalized by two fucking weak black men, in my opinion. Like, motherfucker, both those motherfuckers. One's a mall cop and the other is a cartoon character. Have you ever seen Sharon with his little facial expressions while people on his panel are talking? Motherfucker, it's cartoonish.
That's why I don't watch. I think he's
Okay, I
you
didn't
know.
ask you. I'm on a roll here. I don't really care
I know
about
you
your
spun off
reaction.
of me and went to
But
Sharon.
no, you asked me questions and I'm trying to give you answers. I think Sharon is as red pill as Angry Man. So, see, Sunkissed, you're about to say something?
Oh, I agree. That's what I was gonna say.
Hey, Sunkiss, you was mentioned. Have I disrespected you?
No.
Dude, wait, hold it. I
Oh,
said
okay.
I think you disrespect.
Okay.
She may not. What the fuck, dude? Why would you do that, Dave? I told you what I think, and then what is Sunkissed gonna tell you what I think? God damn it, Dave. That's weak.
It doesn't matter what you think, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I told you what I think.
And it doesn't matter what you
How
think.
about ask me to justify it? And I think I just did. That how is that manly behavior? Okay, I told you why I think you do.
Is
She
this
may not
gossip?
agree with me. What if she doesn't agree and she probably doesn't? Motherfucker, it's what I think.
Oh, okay. I forgot.
That's who you need to. So wait, I have to teach you. I have to teach you. I have to teach you that going to Sunkissed doesn't address what Stanley thinks. I had to teach you this.
If I disrespect women, right? Why would
Okay,
I?
don't tell me if I think you do.
Okay. You think I disrespect women, but I clearly backed off of Sunkissed and ignored her just so that way
You
things could die
clearly
down.
backed off. Well, what did you back off from? Disrespect?
No.
Dude, you okay, Dave, you're
He was trying to
not
get me to talk to his
you are
ignorant ass friend.
literally you're not up to this tonight. What would
Maybe
you back off of? What did you back off of? Those are your words. You backed off. What did you
He was
back
trying
off
to make
from?
me be friends with his stupid friend.
Okay, no idea what that means. I missed that part in the chat. Dave, the bottom line, and you know what? I
I
think
get what
it's
you're saying.
unintentional.
In
I
the
think
chat.
it's unintentional. You are just used to this black YouTube manosphere status quo. It's the culture. And you seem to be a creature of that culture. I'm not.
You're being a tad bit too judgy.
Yes. When have
Judgmental.
how many times have I admitted to being
But then
judgmental?
you want to chop Queen's head
It's
off for
par for
saying
hey,
something about a
it's par
forehead.
for the course
That's
that I'm
crazy.
judgmental. I am
But you want
very judgmental.
you saying I disrespect women. I think you disrespect women.
It's your thoughts. And I'm not going to
You actually tried to cut her
hey,
head
hey,
off while
guess
she's
what?
in the
I'm
chat
not going to even ask
for
you
a woman
why.
that you played her video. That's fake valor, bro. That's crap.
Okay. Well, guess what, Dave? I'm not going to go to Sunkissed and ask if she thinks I'm disrespecting women. And I'm not going to even ask you why, because I think you sound ridiculous and you sound hurt. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, Dave.
No, I don't get hurt. I'm pretty tough skinned. It's just I don't have the same sensitivities as you. I just don't.
You do not. And you know what? I can't give them to you. I'm very sensitive to stupidity.
Is that what it is?
And
Is that what's
I
bothering you?
have a special nerve when I see black people I respect being stupid.
I can
Was it
dabble.
some moral imperative? Because I don't think black people are genetically stupid. I think stupidity, especially with older black people, it's a learned behavior. It's possible you can unlearn the bad behavior, but no, I'm not going to fucking tolerate it. If I think it's stupid, especially if I'm on my show, sorry,
I
unsubscribe.
could I could be showing you a thing or two by playing with stupid sometimes.
You know what?
But
You probably
it's
can
the
show me
ability that I
all
have
kinds of things.
to turn it on and turn it off at will.
But
You should never
I
you
think if we didn't
should
say
never
stupid stuff,
dude, you
then
should
Stanley
never
would be
turn on
happy.
stupidity. You should never turn on stupidity. You should keep it off.
If I had a day that requires me to turn on stupidity, that's what the fuck I'm gonna do.
There should never be a day in the black community that we turn on stupidity. It should never it should never be like an option.
It
But
has
who
an
you gonna
entertaining
denigrate
element
if
of
we
it.
Why
don't
would
turn
you
on
want to
stupidity?
turn on
It
tell
has
me
an
why
entertaining. I'm
anyone would
telling you, it has an entertaining
so you
element.
want to be stupid? You want to flip the
It
switch and you
it
go,
has
"Hey, it's time to be stupid."
it has an entertaining element.
Oh, motherfucker, you should never want to entertain like that. That's what
It maybe
circuses are
maybe
for.
what you're calling
That's
stupid is a certain psychology that I practice
way back
on
in the
others.
day,
It's
you
cool.
might want to
It's
do the
cool.
minstrel show for money.
It's cool.
No one should want to be a Charleston White.
It's cool.
Black people in 2026 have options. We don't have to be Charleston White level clown ish.
But then who do you denigrate if don't nobody come in here and say nothing stupid, Mr. Krause?
He would be
We
full of
literally don't
insults with
denigrate.
nobody to use
Hey,
them on.
let me
So
tell you
he
what
needs
happens.
avatars. That's what we are.
Can I answer, Sunkissed? I celebrate. I
Right.
have gone a whole show and nobody was stupid. Believe me, that is celebration day. I turn off my computer. I enjoy that dinner, and god damn, I sleep well. I have met no stupid people today.
Everybody's
Hell,
stupid.
when my
man.
son leaves and goes back to school and he didn't do anything stupid, I feel like a proud father.
Stanley's just saying it's only cool
That
when I
young
do it.
man
That's
did
what Stanley's
nothing
saying.
stupid the whole weekend.
All you're doing, Stanley, is saying it's only cool if I do it. And you do it all day for the first hour of your show.
What?
Every day. Every day. You come in here with some stupid shit. I have to hide in the clouds.
Dave, so you think that
I'd
I
be 30,000
celebrate your
feet.
stupidity? Do I celebrate you being stupid?
I had to endure yours first, so stop it.
Hey, I'm not above being stupid. And you know what? Call me out when you think I'm being stupid. But having and savage is top of mind where, oh, you sound stupid. Well, the problem is I'm not absolutely sure, if I get up on a panel and it's been years since I actually spoke a language decently, but there was a time when I could actually speak French and German decently. I could hold a conversation. Hold on. So if I got up here and I started speaking a language that no one understands, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean I'm being stupid. It just means you don't understand. I could be quoting Shakespeare in Russian, and if you don't understand, now I might be stupid for speaking a language you don't understand, but I usually am speaking English up here. I usually think that there is a certain like baseline of general knowledge on this show. So, a lot of people will come up here and go, "Well, Stanley, you sound stupid." I'm never sure that people actually understand, and there's specific people. So I'm not picking on everyone. There's certain people who come up and want to go, "Well, that sounds stupid." Well, I usually just go, "You probably really don't get it." I can recommend books. And those are the same people who laugh when I mention books.
I think it's so far from people's mind to pick up a book. Everybody entertains their free time in their own way, and you read books, and it's good to be able to pull from those references. I think
Okay,
it's
well, wait, hold it.
sometimes
So, is knowledge something that you do acquiring knowledge? Is that something you do in your free time?
no, you can learn all day long. Really, you don't.
Shouldn't that be a mission to know more?
It
They
should be.
say, some people think that, people should be lifelong students.
See, like me, for instance, I didn't. Other than listening to your show, I haven't spent any time building anything. I was just working all day. So as I'm
Well, I
unwinding, I'm
understand
gonna
that.
be stupid. I'm gonna be stupid in your chat on a day like today.
Okay, so coming into my chat is just you getting away from serious stuff?
Yes, it's all shits and giggles. I really don't.
Okay, well, I'll
I,
do a better job at ignoring you in the chat then. You can you can just make all the silly comments you want. We'll just give
and
you
while
we'll
you were
just give
saying
you
and while
we'll
you were
just give you
saying I
carte blanche.
disrespect women, while you were saying I
Oh,
disrespect
no, no,
women,
no. I'm not
I
gonna
was
back off of that.
considering.
Look,
No, I was
don't
considering
feel
that.
bad, Dave.
No, I was
I told
considering that maybe I was a little harsh towards Sunkiss, and it wasn't even
Oh, no,
harsh. It
no,
was
no,
just
no.
like me
You know
being,
what?
you know.
Actually, it wasn't so much today's, interaction with Sunkissed. I thought this for a while. It wasn't like today that that I formed this opinion.
So somebody like a sugar bum in the chat, if you see me talking to her, just ignore that shit.
No, come on, Dave. I've heard you
That's
just talk
that's
about
been
women in general.
that's me fucking with her for like 7 years since Platinum Elite's channel.
Okay, Dave. I've heard you talk about, women's capabilities, not even, talking about anyone specifically.
Oh yeah, that Pam Bondi incident, that definitely
It's oh no, no, no. Don't even try and isolate it. It's an overall picture that I have.
you would think that what the criticisms of one side wouldn't be so evident on the other side. And that just affirmed my position on I don't think that they should be doing it if that's the best they could find on either side. And do you see it?
Okay, but did you hear what you just said? Why are you talking about a they instead of a specific woman? Okay,
Because I am trying
you're
to be careful
judging
with my
a
words,
whole class
Stanley.
of people. You're judging a whole class of people based on an individual assessment. And
I'm being
I think
careful with my
you
words. I'm not trying to jump out
you
the
know what?
window.
Okay, you're not really getting my point.
Because I'm not trying to validate your fucking point. I'm
Oh,
making my point.
thank God I'm old. You not validating it actually confirms. You not
It was just
validating
another.
actually validates.
It was another log on the fire as to why I believe
Oh,
what I
motherfucker.
believe.
You got a big ass bonfire. It's gonna burn down the whole fucking forest.
Yes, with the more evidence I find, it's another log on there. And if the fire is that goddamn big, it's kind of obvious that maybe it shouldn't go that way.
Well, thank God it's a rhetorical fire. It won't really do any damage to people
Exactly.
who
And you
don't
should
need.
never judge nobody on their
Oh,
rhetorical fire.
Dave. It's not going to damage anybody outside of people who actually are in your life.
Everybody over here is happy.
Over where?
Everybody over at Dave Drive is happy.
Hey, and you know what? Thank God for that.
That's all that matters.
You're right. Any other?
No, and that's enough about me. Let's get the old puppets on the balcony.
Sun-kissed before I start this video? And actually, I guess I need, let's see, what time is it? 8:41. I guess I better be ordering some beer. I didn't think this was going to be a very long show. Let's see. Apparently it's Eurocentric to not like the way a wig. The fuck is he even talking about here?
He talking about when I was talking about. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, the moment passed. Don't worry about it, Stanley.
Let me start no shit.
All righty.
We're like, oh, it's Glenn. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, that is more than a little bit ironic because Julianne and I overlapped at
that
MIT
Winchester?
for 3 years. She was a year behind me, 2 years behind me, actually, but we overlapped there. And we were antagonists even as graduate students. We didn't see the world the same way, not at all. So
I'm on the rub his
people who
beat.
don't know who Julianne Malvo is, she's a former president of Bennett College, if I'm not mistaken, and is a media personality of on the left of some note, but research economist, well, not so much.
you know, it makes me think to myself, you know, we were discussing previously on the Glenn show what was going on with the Somali community, and there's crime within it. And you had put me at a point where you said, well, you know, all ethnic groups, they have a network, and sometimes, or maybe not all ethnic groups, but many of them, you
Yeah,
have
the
to rely on all
slaughter.
sides
Yeah.
of this network to get stuff done.
Sorry, Sam.
And you bring up the movie business, it's like, you know, it's so much deeper than just finding the studio or the whatever. You know, to make my first movie, I had to sit down, I'd have a sit down with one of the leaders of the Italian mafia who ran the Teamsters.
The union?
Who ran the Teamsters. And
Yeah.
he was very nice to me. I'm going to say that right now. You know, he's like, you're a young kid. You ain't got no money, but can you hire one driver? You know, it was one of those kind of situations, you know? So, but like to get stuff done in any, whatever it is that you want to do, you need a network. If you want to start a oil delivery business, you need a network of customers. So I find it fascinating to have you thinking about the Epstein network and how it's just kind of normal. Like middlemen are normal parts of a functioning economic system. So if you could...
Yeah, I think that's true. And I think your point about ethnic groups is interesting, and it's certainly historically accurate. I mean, the Italians, the Irish, the Jews, the Blacks, all had in their efforts to assimilate into the larger society, going through a period in which transactions that were off the books, informal and often formally, I mean, in letter, illegal, but nevertheless were essential to the development of those communities at the point in time where they found themselves. And that involved looking the other way a little bit, collaborating a little bit as a price of good standing within the group with members of the group who were engaged openly in predatory and dishonorable behavior, but that was just a part of making it in America. It's a not always a pretty picture.
You know, as a practicing capitalist, is that a word? Practicing capitalist, I read economics to understand how the system worked. And again, back to your earlier work that I dove into, it was pretty clear that I had to figure out how to accumulate wealth in a useful way. But I was very lucky that I had a grandfather that was born as a sharecropper, and he was a landlord. And he had a really simple but effective system to helping everyone get rich. And basically, he owned 3 family buildings in Boston, and he would rent 2 out for market rent and 1 to a family member, whether it was a nephew, a niece, a cousin, whatever. And then he always had somebody on site who could deal with problems right off the way. But what it actually ended up doing was giving tons of people in my parents' generation opportunities to become homeowners because they paid so little rent to him. And he was very clear. He said, look, you get cheap rent here, you have responsibilities, but I expect you to buy your own house in 3 or 4 years. Like that was and he was South Carolina, very slow, 7th grade education, 6'5" tall, hands the size of like baseball mitts. But he would be like,
your mother's father?
Yes, my mom's father. And he would be very, that was like his plan. And so when I became a practicing capitalist, I did the same thing. And now, like, I even sold houses to my cousins that they had rented from me. I was like, well, I'm going to sell the house. Do you want to buy it? And happened 2 or 3 times. And it was like very clear in my family. Now, this is in my mother's side of the family, again, that we're on a path. We, the Janies, are on a path. I'm a stealth Janie because, my grandmother married into the Pattons. But what was very, very clear was, and they would groom us a little bit. Like I remember them saying to me, when are you going to run for office? And then when it was clear I wasn't the guy, everyone put all the pressure on my cousin Kim. And in 2020, whatever it was, she became mayor of Boston. I mean, but that was a multi-generational plan that really probably started with my great-grandfather.
Wait a minute, who is your cousin who's mayor of Boston?
Former Kim Janey.
Oh, wow. I see.
So
I've seen those signs driving around in Boston.
That's right.
But I didn't vote for her because I don't live in Boston.
We can forgive you for that.
Do you know who funds the websites where you get your news? How often have they been wrong in their reporting? What kinds of stories do they consistently leave out of their coverage? These are important questions, and you can find out the answers at Ground News. Ground News is the website and app I rely on daily to stay informed, to cut through the noise, and to get closer to the truth. Visit ground.news/Glenn Show to see for yourself how it works. My favorite feature of Ground News is the blind spot feed. It shows you stories that are disproportionately reported by either the left or the right. About 20 such stories every day. For example, here's a headline you're not likely to see in left-leaning media. Congressional probe launched into alleged non-citizen voter registration
way too
in Michigan.
long.
And here's one you'll miss if you only read outlets that lean right. Republicans' edge on immigration shrinks as
You got to be one of the most interesting people walking around. You say when you were making a film and you were negotiating with the Italian mobster head of the Teamsters, the local Teamsters, and you say when you were in the business of becoming a landlord and whatnot. Tell us a little bit more about this this journey that you are still on, I reckon.
I think I am. I definitely am still on some sort of journey.
How'd you get into filmmaking?
Well, I'm a Nepo baby. So again, I'm going to bring it back to networks. My dad was an acting and directing professor and a well-respected actor. He was Louis Gossett's understudy on Broadway for Raisin in the Sun. That's how old he was. And he was very respected. And he was within a group of theater folks called the Theater Company of Boston, which really was an incredible network of actors, producers, etc. So the Theater Company of Boston had my dad, Al Pacino, Lance Henriksen, Paul Guilfoyle, lots of really well-known faces and stuff. But, like our stage manager was Ben Affleck's dad, when you look at this, when I became 18 years old, at that point, I was either going to be a musician or law enforcement in my mind. Like I wanted to be a private detective. I wanted to be Spencer for Hire. I wanted to be Hawk from the Spencer novels. But, at 5'3" tall, you walk into the room, they're not like all impressed about giving you a gun license. So Dad was like, dude, you got to figure out what you're doing, son. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just join the family business. So with that network beneath me, I ended up working for a woman named Patty Collins, and her husband was Jan Eagleson. Patty Collins and Chris Affleck were best friends. So I became Casey Affleck's babysitter or driver for time to time. And that's how I was first introduced to Ben and Matt. But I was always different. Like, it was never like, there was no idea, like, no one ever thought that I was good looking enough to be an actor. So they literally.
Before Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, way before. I begged to direct that movie, and everyone was like, "No, Rob, you're not. No, son.
You ain't ready for that.
Yeah, exactly. But I was groomed to be a director, and I was groomed to be a director within that network, and it's a powerful network. And
they have
as soon as I
gotten way
entered it,
off
they
the
said, "Okay, well, you're going to have to go to film school, and you're going to have to go to a college called Boston University because that's where we've paid for it." And so, and that's where I, stumbled loosely into your life, because my dad would pretend to be you and hang out in front of your house when he would have his smoke breaks. And so I was always like, Dad, why do we hang out here? And he's like, there's this big black muckety motherfucker who lives right here. I look just like him. They won't have any idea. So
now let me get this right. Your dad's Jewish, right?
No, my natural father. Now, see, I never met those people until I was 40 years old.
Your natural father is Jewish.
My natural father was Jewish.
Okay, so the man you were describing, Mr. Sproul, is black.
Yeah, 100%. He looked just like you, in my opinion. So we would hang out in front of your house, and that's
okay. You got to tell us the Jewish story, but not now. Finish what you.
Do you want to hear it? I can do it. It's really like people will slap me and you across the face when I say it and tell it. But
okay, I want to hear it, but I want to hear about Mr. Sproul, because I saw a clip that we got prepared here of the guy that played George Costanza on the Seinfeld.
Oh, yeah. Show that.
Talk about your father, because your father was a force of nature, as I understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nikita, just show that clip, and then we'll talk a little bit more about him if you can.
I went to Boston University as a theater major. Mm-hmm. And because William Shatner was my muse, I wanted a dramatic career. I really thought I was going to play some of the great classical roles and be a dramatic actor. I hadn't done much comedy. I'd done some musicals, so there was that, but I hadn't done much comedy.
Right.
And the second semester of my sophomore year, I had a professor named James Sproul at Boston. He was the only black member of the faculty. He was a guy who had come up in the 60s with street theater. Theater is to change the minds of the masses, affect change.
Yeah.
He was a real guy.
Yeah.
And he brought me into his office for my semester consultation. And he had this great basso kind of James Earl Jones voice. And he sat back and he just kind of nodded his head and looked at me for a minute. He went, "I know that your heart and soul is Hamlet. And you would be a profound Hamlet. You will never play Hamlet. So you best get good at Falstaff." And I went, "What?" And he basically said, look in the mirror. You are 5'6". You are 20 to 25 pounds overweight, and you are losing your hair. You have a large performing persona.
Right.
If you want a commercially successful career, you're going to be a comedian.
Wow.
And you're not embracing it. You're not looking at it. You're not doing it.
So great.
Had he not said to me, you ain't Hamlet, man.
Yeah.
I would have finished that school and gone into the professional world thinking, well, here we go.
Right.
Here's Jason Alexander and the Iceman cometh. It's what everybody is waiting for. And I would have been wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's 100% my dad. I mean, he does a perfect impersonation too. But my dad did the same thing for Rosie O'Donnell. She never forgave him. He said to her when she was his student, it's like, "Look, Rose, you're never going to be Juliet. You have to learn how to be funny." She embraced it, became wildly successful from it. But when she had a TV show, she would start her monologues by like saying, "I hate Jim Sproul." You know what I mean? Like, so it was, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't.
Yeah, this is
telling us about how he got to be
the kind of
filmmaker extraordinaire.
This is the kind of people Glenn Lowry loves hanging around. Oh.
Tell us some more about it, Rob.
Actors.
Well, really, my journey was a little bit of, again, a Nepo baby journey. I was, at some point you have to say, well, and I think this happens in all families, like sometimes firstborn sons, so to speak, want to be their dads, and their dads want their sons to follow in their footsteps. I think that's a pretty normal thing. And I was raised in the theater. I was raised, under his sheltering arms. And so I followed in his footsteps. But I found the theater to be so impermanent that we would work so hard. And then when it was over, it was over. I hated that. And I wanted to work really hard and make something that would last forever, that when I show it, it's the way I had intended it to be. And so that's why I shifted to movies. And I didn't want to be poor. At least with movies, there was a path to having money. Whereas in theater, and certainly street theater, to move the masses, like we would go without, we would just eat rice and beans because Dad was doing a show about, Malcolm X, or playing the part of Frederick Douglass in Boston Public Schools for 8 weeks, and we didn't have no money. But my father thought that work was the most important work of a performing artist. And he thought that shaping the emotions and the feelings of the audience was important. And it was very important for him to be pro-Black. He was very communist. He was, full communist. He wasn't social. I guess you would call him a socialist, but he was, we lived like we were in Castro's Cuba, because that's how my dad felt it should be. And if there was extra money, it wasn't invested or any of that. And it drove my grandfather nuts, because he lived in one of my grandfather's apartments, and it's like, dude, can you save a little money? What are you doing? So that's really how it started. I went to Boston University, and I was able to make stuff for love, and I was pretty successful at it. But I also worked for this Jan Eagleson and Patty Collins person, and I had two pretty impactful moments in my life. The first was we were doing a TV series for public television, and they wanted to hire minority kids that could talk jive without swearing. So they gave me this assignment to go scour all of New England for minority actors that could talk jive without swearing. And I ended up at a youth center in Boston called the Dorchester Youth Collaborative. And I found these talented kids, and the youth workers were like, hey, why don't you come teach a class with us and help us out? And I did. And I became a real Boston youth worker. And then I drove the van. I did gang violence interruption. That's the euphemism for breaking up fights and trying to squash stuff. And I became with some of the most amazingly emotive and powerful youth workers in the city. And, when I did this was 1992. We're talking, 200 or 300 murders a year in the city of Boston. This was not a peaceful time to be a youth worker. And so I wrote a script based on my kids, the kids I was working with. And I was able to combine that with my classwork at Boston University. And with some amazing colleagues from Boston University, we were able, yep, there she is, DYC. We were able to make a movie, and then it came out good, and it was really stressful and hard, but I sold it to Harvey Weinstein for $1 million at 25 years old. So this is my favorite sequence from the movie. But actually, if we just give it a second, you'll see there's an action scene, a murder shooting scene that happens after it. And yep, stop right there. Go back. Yep, go back further, right here. So this was all done in one take because we had no money. And it so blew away Harvey Weinstein and all those people that they were like, here's a whole heap of money and here's a Hollywood deal. And
how do you get Harvey Weinstein's attention?
Well, again, that's something called networks, Glenn. Basically what had happened was, so check this out.
This is awesome.
All one take, and we pulled it off, and this really lit my career off, was this scene right here. But the way I got Harvey was through the network. Again, like, you don't know where your networks are, where they are, until you ask people for help. And you say, well, who can help me raise some money. Who can help me get this done? And my Boston University network, my professors, more often would meet people in the world. They're, oh, you teach at BU. Oh, do you know any good filmmakers? Whatever. So my professor, Gerald Perry, I believe it was Jerry, I'm pretty sure, had made friends with a woman named Maura Hoy. And Maura Hoy at the time had just sold her company, which was October Films, for like $20 million, and was back in Boston taking care of her mom. And Jerry was like, she asked Jerry, have you seen any good movies? What's out there? And Jerry recommended me. I went and met with Maura. She came to my edit room. She watched the movie, thought nothing of it. You do that all the time. And about 3 weeks later, Bob Weinstein calls. Like, how the fuck does Bob Weinstein have my number? Like, holy crap. So Bob Weinstein says, yeah, I heard about your movie. Maura said it's awesome. Maura's awesome. So I'm sending 2 executives up to Boston to look at it. And a woman named Amy Israel and Helena Etchegoyen came to Boston. They watched the movie. And we said, listen, we're going to premiere at the Los Angeles Film Festival. So you have to buy it before that day if we're going to talk to you. And so they did. And up until like 4 a.m. before it screened, we were negotiating deals. But I was simply possessed with getting $1 million. I was 25 years old, 26 years old. And it was like, I want $1 million acquisition. I didn't really know enough at the time. I wish I'd known more, because that same day they bought my movie, they bought a movie called Sling Blade. And they bought that for like $12 million bucks. And so all the marketing money went to Sling Blade and I got nothing. But that's how things go.
But the movie was produced.
Oh, yeah. No, we produced it, distributed. Got millions of views on YouTube. Ran in theaters, did everything it was supposed to do, but it's got a heart of gold. So it's not I was making a movie that was to be an answer to street violence. And that's not valuable in a box office way. And when they screened it to hood crowds, they totally rejected the movie and said it was the worst movie in the world. And my message was a message of hope. And I was making a movie about trauma in youth, and it was too soft for what they perceived the marketplace to be. I was trying to make a movie that was a response to Menace to Society, that movie. Because I remember how the kids freaked out when they saw it and how much they, sneak into the movies. They must have seen the thing 10 times. And so I wanted to make something that was a response to that. So that's
a response to blaxploitation.
Exactly. So that's how I became a Miramax filmmaker at 25 years old. I hope that answered the question.
Wow. Well, no, that's a pretty interesting story.
Well, I got lots of those. Trust me. Did I mention that I owned a deli once?
Okay, you can't tell them all on one.
Yeah, I know.
We have another conversation, but I want to talk to you about Chuck D, Flavor Flav, Public Enemy. That's another answer to blaxploitation, isn't it?
Well, I was a communist. I was a socialist at the time, and Chuck needed a new filmmaker. Spike Lee was a little too busy for him, and his management reached out to me. And I mean, what an incredible opportunity for any young black guy, African American guy, is to go and work with Chuck. So I went on tour with them.
I'm waiting on
throughout Europe, and
say, well,
that's a scene of.
For that is what Black YouTube does. If you don't look black or act black, you ain't black. Black YouTube is the arbiter of blackness.
Chuck really wanted to go to Abbey Road, and the schedule was always screwed up. And we finally got him there to Abbey and Road. Of course, I put him next to Stacy and Matt, Boston, Mass. And, so we got to make one of Chuck's dreams come true. You just look at his face. He is so purely happy here and just having so much joy. It just makes me smile so much that, I was there to capture and, to be the camera to who he's talking to. And in this moment of his life where he got to go to Abbey Road with his band. So I made music videos for Chuck for years. I made documentary films for him. I did whatever he wanted to do. I was fascinated by them. I mean, those guys are tough Black Muslims. Like, they're totally different from the networks and the people that I grew up around. My world started in a Baptist church. Their world started in one of the ministers' mosques. And so they have a whole different way of living. Their value system is different, but it was an incredibly valuable experience for me to spend, I don't know, probably 6-7 years close collaborating with those folks.
We got a clip of Chuck singing your praises.
Oh, we do? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Why don't we play it?
Nikita's good.
It's a documentary that really tries to cover the full 20 years of the band's history.
From the band's perspective.
Right, from the band's perspective. And we're really proud of it. And we think it shows the influence that Chuck and the group has had on not just hip hop, but on music in general, especially rock music. And it's a real pleasure to see the band now as they've really turned into this soul power funk band that's just incredible to see. So
now I can't imagine that Rob's the first person who's wanted to follow you around. Why did you agree to do this?
I feel that rap and hip hop is to me has as much magnitude as rock and roll without the number one American respect, that we have longevity, that we have at least the importance inside the realm of music. And every time you hear about so-and-so's a jam band or a stadium band, or we consider ourselves the Rolling Stones of the rap game. So we have to tell our own story. So we can't wait for MTV or even BET, which is all Viacom, to tell our story. So, we say, like, I'm the worst person because I'm the middle finger, F them all type guy, I'm the...
Yes, Chuck, you are.
So I appreciate the shot that, Rob has come in and said, this thing should be documented along with Walter Lippard and Lathan Hodge. And, sometimes we got to tell our own story to get the proper...
Hey, CKJ3, damn it, I forgot. My bad.
respect. So it's not about me, it's about us, it's about the genre, it's about the filmmakers, and that's it.
Chuck's so nice.
I'm going to ask you this question.
Sure.
Do you think that
okay,
Public Enemy were capitalists?
Let me help Sonny Boy out here. Name me a great movie that Richard Pryor or Paul Mooney was ever a part of. King Pix, you need to keep that fucking like Long Island white boy trying to be down sense of humor. While Eddie Murphy is and was funny, dude, I don't even think Eddie Murphy's the greatest black comedian there ever was. Again, stop telling people who is the greatest and just preface it with, hey, I think. And then we can go from there. Stop acting like you know shit.
Ugh. We're capitalist. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, no question about it. They're capitalists by 100%. No question.
So how does this?
Let me help the little Long Island person out again. Most successful how, King Pix? You mean money? Okay, if you really want to do that fucking low-level MAGA white boy bullshit, dude, the most successful person there has ever been on Earth is Elon Musk. He's richer than any man has ever been. Would you be willing to say that Elon Musk is the most successful human being to ever exist? Just answer that question, and maybe I can work with the answer. Because I think I know what you're going to say, and I think that I'm going to shit on what you say and have fun with it. But let me not get ahead of myself.
To the establishment, and a rejection of the Viacom crowd
King Pix,
go
who's the
together
most
with
successful
a
human
capitalist
being
mentality
to
if you're a
ever
black man.
exist? Is it
Well,
Elon
look,
Musk?
Chuck, although he's definitely a capitalist, and I take this from him 100%, it's like, don't hold the check over my head and have me jump up to try and get it, and you keep on raising the check. And that was something I got 100% from Chuck, was like, don't do that. You know, I'm not going to be your guy to jump up. And Chuck always felt that he had a direct connection to his audience. So he always felt it was irrelevant to go through the system to sell his products. You know, so Chuck made more money on his t-shirt sales every show practically than he did off of his cut after the band was paid and all the other stuff from doing the show. And he's a brilliant capitalist, and he surrounded himself with brilliant black men who in a different world would have been corporate executives, absolutely, for sure. But they approached Public Enemy Chuck as a business, and they always have, and I'm sure they always will. And if it's something that Chuck's interested in, the whole team gets behind it, and they try to make money from it. So like right now, Chuck's doing like artwork with Shepard Fairey and stuff, like his drawings, and they're gonna blow him up as like a Basquiat style artist. You'll see in the next 3 years, you'll see. That's what they're doing right now. So it all depends on what he's creatively into that they can all make money on, is what they do. And when they started in the business, their sound was based on sampling. So they lost effectively all the rights to the music publishing anyway of their entire catalog. Like they didn't own the publishing because all these other bands that they took sounds and beats and stuff from did. So they had to really adapt to figure out how they could make money and how they could survive. So yeah, there's Chuck. There's Chuck's art. That's what he's up to nowadays. He's he's an amazing individual, and it's very similar. You know, I have a very similar relationship with Chuck that I do to you, where it's like, well, I'm an acolyte. I'm here. Let me pass him the incense and pass him his cup of wine so he can dish out the biscuits to everybody. And that was really kind of my job with Chuck for 7 years, was to help him do that and help him make money. So no question.
Sounds good.
Thank you, brother.
You want to tell us the story about your biological
I
father?
actually think I'm getting hungry, and I was hoping that this would stay more on focus with the civil rights movement is over. Thought it was going to be a little bit more detailed about that. And King Pix, look, Massa Musa, no one can actually verify, how rich he was. I don't know how to describe your argument, except why are you wasting your time trying to tread water in a 2-inch puddle? Your argument is lost, and I'm at an end trying to humor it. Money is not the measure of success. Richard Pryor had movies. I don't think Richard Pryor, he was supposed to be in Blazing Saddles and had some issues. And Cleavon Little wound up doing it. Bottom line is Eddie Murphy being the most successful at what? I'm gonna guess that Dave Chappelle has probably made more money than Eddie Murphy did. I don't know that for sure, but I'm guessing. So keep that stop acting like you know shit. Save that like fake knowledge for Bob or other panels. Eddie Murphy being the most successful, you're not even defining what successful is. I'm assuming you mean money, biggest movies. I can guarantee you that the vast majority of Dave Chappelle's money has not come from Men in Tights or whatever the fuck the movie was. He's made way more money for Netflix stand-ups than Eddie Murphy made on his stand-up movies. You got to be able to critically think, son. And you're not a sterling example of that right now. Patrice O'Neal is literally not a good comedian. That's for people like Zhang and Nightish who don't have a developed sense of humor. Patrice O'Neal, he was successful. I'm sure, everybody has their own taste in comedy. Patrice O'Neal wouldn't even make my top 50 comedians. I never considered him funny. Like literally. I could watch a Patrice O'Neal clip and definitely not going to be laughing out loud, Zhang. So, Miss Sunkist, are you back home?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's been rough in in this Stanley versus the World episode, but you are loved.
But still, I am not offended.
Damn it, I'll have to do better next time. But I will be back tomorrow. I believe this or not, I haven't even gotten around to. I got the vegetables chopped. I think I'm just basically doing canned tomato sauce because I have marinara. Maybe I'll just mix the two. But I have some sourdough pizza dough made with sourdough discard, and I roll it out, and it's going to be a simple pizza, but it will be a homemade pizza, which will make it way better than anything Domino's or any of the
I've never had a pizza with broccoli on it.
you can put any vegetable on a pizza. Have you ever had pizza with spinach on it?
Yes, that's a
Or
common
basil?
topic. With broccoli, no.
Why not?
I've never had broccoli on pizza.
Well, you know what? It'll work. Um, it'll have cheese. If you had broccoli and cheese, it'll work on a pizza.
It's great in the soup. Mm-hmm.
Well, I bought 2 whole heads of broccoli and don't have any spinach, and tomatoes would be my preference, but I don't have any fresh tomatoes. So, I've rough chopped the broccoli, peppers,
Mm-hmm.
onions, and shit, I'm out of mushrooms too.
Oh, damn.
Now I'm gonna have hey, it's gonna be a ghetto pizza with broccoli.
Oh. All right.
But it's
Ghetto pizza.
it's homemade sourdough pizza crust. So, we'll balance out the ghetto since
With
I
the
don't have
fancy
mushrooms and
crust.
fresh tomatoes.
Bougie
Fancy crust.
crust.
Well, I
Ghetto
got
toppings.
I got the mozzarella. So
Oh,
anyway, at this
I got a
point,
food channel for you.
oh really?
Yeah. Let me
What's it
see.
called?
Her name is, where my other phone go? Oh gosh. Something confections. Hold on. Let me look. Do. Oh, that is crazy. Okay. Come out, wherever you are. There she is. Wick. I think it's Wicked Confessions.
Wicked Confections.
WICK apostrophe D. Confections, like sugar.
Okay, so boom.
Oh yeah. Actually, was it you or what
Shower.
No, I actually know of her. Guess I better subscribe because I didn't.
Oh, you already know that lady.
Kimmy sent the channel to me. She is gorgeous. However, I can't figure out what is up with that little thing on the left side of her head.
It's a baby hair.
Why did she need to do it?
The other lady needed to do it, baby.
Okay, I don't get it. Why not just razor it off?
Doing it for AB today while she.
No, razor. That's part of your hairline.
Well, men get it tightened up, the hairline lined up. Why can't women?
I don't know. They like their hair on their forehead like that. I don't know. I don't get it.
You know what? That grease is just gonna make bumps.
I think it's jail.
You do know if you keep putting grease on your hair on your forehead like that, eventually it's gonna clog some pores. Oh no, and she has a tattoo. Damn it.
She got a tattoo?
So
I didn't even notice.
close. Well, men tend to notice things like that. Plus, she's wearing a sleeveless thing. You see it?
Oh, well, she's making
Here, let me blow it up a little bit.
old recipes that black folk used to eat that we don't eat no more for all the Black History
Blue
Month.
Hawaiian? Blue Hawaiian, is that like
That's an alcoholic beverage.
Kool-Aid?
No,
Well,
that's
anyway, she's got a tattoo, and I'm not real good with shorts. I need to figure out how to blow it. She is gorgeous. It's not like I would say, no, I'm not gonna date you because you got a tattoo, but it would it'd make it more likely. I'll put it that way.
She got videos. They like
Oh
3 to 5
yeah,
minutes.
I know. As a matter of fact, let's see. Does she have actual full episodes?
Yeah, go. She got videos. They like 3 to 5 minutes long.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. She is all that.
She made a hog head cheese. How you say that word when you put it on the board?
Oh, charcuterie. I've
Charcuterie.
never. I have seen it in the grocery store. I worked in a grocery store when I was in high school that sold, like the whole hog's head. I've never had it, and not inclined to. I've had chitlins, but hog's head cheese, not sure I'm up for that challenge.
Yeah, she put it on the charcuterie board, and then
Megan's music.
God damn! Look at that dress. Holy cow!
You
That
supposed to be watching the recipes, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I am watching the recipes. Oh wait, hold it. What's up? What's up, MOT? Where did that go? How did I
Hey,
lose that?
MOT.
What's going on?
No, she's all that.
Well,
I have to give it to her.
she's making lost Black American recipes this month.
Microaggressions against Megan Thee Stallion. Now, what recipe is she making there?
Oh, I don't know. I was looking at the black.
Apparently she does more than recipes.
Oh, I was just looking at the Black History content because I
No,
thought that was pretty cool.
I'm looking. I'm trying to take a 30,000-foot view of her in this outfit.
Butter chicken and a pot pie. Ooh,
Oh, look at this dress.
Megan's music doesn't make you want to fight.
it's a nice
But
dress.
confronting your own biases,
Oh, it is nice.
that might. Bars. We have already discussed how feminine Black
Bars?
women can trigger insecurity and competition in non-Black women. And since Megan Thee Stallion is trending, Let's talk microaggressions.
My ex is dating
you know,
the
the
MAGA
way her hair looks, it kind of looks like antenna, like on an insect.
Yeah,
Why is she,
it's a little odd.
why is she listening to these three? What is up with that?
Was it the Megan Stallion? What's her name?
Meg the Stallion.
Mag the Stallion. Meg. Megan. I'm just gonna call her Megan.
Who's
Megan?
Who is Mag?
I don't know. I just get my vowels like always
That
mixed
is
up.
so
She's
irritating.
from Russia.
That is irritating right there. Mm-mm. It's so bad. You got to work with people like that. But then if you slap them, you'll get fired. She got two
Well,
nice
let's see.
recipes.
Samuel says she's got 2 nice recipes there. Well, I can only imagine what you're saying. What's up? What's up, tough guy? You've changed your name. Well, let's get back. Excuse me. Let's get back to her recipes. Her actual recipes. So MOT, what's up?
Nothing, man. It's chilling out here. I'm just seeing what was going on the screen here.
Now this is
It's
interesting.
pumpkin spice
Ooh, wow. She knows how to dress. That's damn for sure.
season. It's your chance to see all the pumpkin spice hoes in their natural habitat. Try Trader Joe's. The Trader Joe
No,
hoes
never.
and the pumpkin spice hoes, one and the same. It's not mutually exclusive. Twins. Cheesy pumpkin everything rolls. I actually don't have a sweet tooth.
What?
Yeah, really.
Cheesy pumpkin? Nah, I don't know
I
about
kind of don't want to do these no more, y'all.
Now,
I have not
there's that tattoo we're talking about.
heard from my option. They have not said a thing.
You know what? I'm not really into this act, to be honest. What's the point?
You got
Baker
to go
reviews.
watch the newer uploads.
Okay. Let's see. This is from 8 days ago.
Not a pie, not a cobbler, a Betty. We're losing recipes, and I'm going to find out if that's for a good reason. All Black History Month, I'm trying Black American recipes we left behind. Today is
Who is we?
Yeah.
Black people.
No. She's
no, she's talking
absolutely
about
wrong about this.
no, she's
Dude,
talking about Delta
dude,
November
I know. You know, I'm not really that much into desserts, but these recipes are still here in the South. I mean, I guarantee you my son could make an apple brown Betty, banana bread and stuff like that. He can do it. He would make this stuff when he was 16. Where is she from, I wonder?
You had chicken mull?
Chicken what?
Mull. M-U-L-L.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
Where
What
is that a Black recipe? Or is it maybe there's another name for it?
That's like some Louisiana shit.
Well, she made it. I never heard of it before. She gives a
Mull,
history of where it was
M-U-L-L?
served. And she
Here,
made
let me
something
see can I
called a
find it.
sweet potato slump.
Okay, well, you know, not all Black people everywhere. You know, there's some things they might eat in Louisiana that they don't eat, you know, in Georgia.
I think everybody eat this stuff.
Not necessarily.
No, ma'am. That's not
I
how
do.
it works. Like, let me put it to you this way.
I don't know no
You
Black
know,
people that don't at least know what hog head cheese is. Now, I don't eat it, but I know what it is.
No, like
okay, well,
like
there's some recipes that are kind of ubiquitous. there is Savannah red rice, which I literally grew up eating. You go to, I don't know, Spartanburg, South Carolina, they've never heard of it.
Savannah
But
red rice.
they have red
Yeah,
rice in South
it's a
Carolina.
it's really, it's kind of like a takeoff of jollof, but it's not quite the same.
So it's rice with tomato sauce, ground beef, or am I off
Well,
on that?
no,
No meat.
it's basically rice, tomatoes, and bacon, but it's baked.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
you ain't never had
it's
no red
basically
rice.
like a rice casserole.
Not like that. I mean, I've had like the ground beef version, like the Mississippi version is ground
Yeah,
beef.
yeah. There
You talking
is,
about
but
dirty
then
rice or red rice?
No, red
there's
rice.
a ver
No, I mean
well,
there's a Mississippi version of red rice. I didn't know that
yeah,
everybody else had
the
their own type of shit.
The coastal South has a lot more like that West African.
Oh
It's
yeah.
basically like a jollof, but they're just different versions of it. There's okra, tomatoes, and rice. You could put shrimp in it. Usually it was shrimp, but I've had it, like smoked pork. There are a lot of different ways to do it, but rice culture tended to be more coastal. You could go up, you know, up to north of Atlanta or somewhere like Spartanburg, places that are more inland, and it's a different cuisine. I've talked to people because I used to live in that Greenville Spartanburg area. Had no clue what Savannah red rice was. So, but Hawkshead cheese, yeah, that's more ubiquitous.
Yeah,
Barbecue, of course,
yeah,
is
yeah. I've
ubiquitous.
had some of that. Uh, hoghead cheese, hoghead sauce, hoghead
I have never,
lot
I've
of
had
shit.
souse, but I've never had like a hog's head thing. I've
Oh yeah,
I've
hoghead
seen
cheese
it.
pretty good.
It was in Savannah. I'm not, dude. I just didn't like the presentation because they would have the whole hog's head.
Oh fuck that! No,
I swear,
no.
hey, I used to work at JT and K's Red and White. It was like maybe a 15-minute walk from my front door. Yes, they
Come
had
on,
the
man.
whole hog's head, and
No.
the head, they would, the brain cavity was full of that good hog's head cheese, and they would wrap it up. They would wrap it up in plastic.
No, dude. Nah, man. No, that's going way too far, Stanley, man. I don't know about all that.
And guess who? Guess the only person I'd ever seen buy it was this white guy. This redneck looking white guy who used to shop at our store. I've never seen a black person buy the whole. I've never seen a black person buy that hog's head. And I'm sure
We eat it, but we're not gonna eat it from no presentation like that, man.
Oh no, I swear. You know what? I wish
Okay,
they
so
didn't
go.
have cell phones, dude. There
If it
is
was presented in that environment before I actually had to eat it, dude, it'd never happen.
no. You buy it from the dude.
Never happen.
It was in the freezer. It was in the meat case.
No, I know.
You just
I know how it could look, but I'm like, man, that ain't gonna work, man.
dude. You pick that up and put it in your shopping cart.
No, man, that's not gonna work. Oh man.
I was like, ugh. Let's see what you got here. What does this link bring? Oh, here we go. She is gorgeous.
For something savory. We're losing recipes, and I'm going to find out if that's for a good reason.
Rice
All Black
Johnny.
History
I've never
Month, I'm
heard
making
of it.
Black American recipes we left behind. Today it's Rice Johnny. Rice Johnny or Carolina Rice Johnny cakes are fried rice cakes from the Gullah Geechee corridor. That's South Carolina and coastal Georgia, where rice
Shit,
culture
I have
was deeply
never
shaped
had that.
by enslaved Africans. And just like rice pudding, it's another way to use leftover rice and stretch meals. This dish represents no waste cooking. Rice is a staple survival food. This is everyday breakfast and supper cooking. Rice Johnny cakes have a crispy outside and a soft, savory inside. Think somewhere between cornbread and a potato pancake. They were fried in bacon grease or lard, historically eaten with eggs and molasses for breakfast, and with greens or stewed meat as a side dish. When we made rice pudding, we talked about how enslaved Africans from the rice coast of West Africa, modern Sierra Leone, Liberia, Senegal, the Gambia, and Guinea, were specifically targeted and enslaved for their expertise growing and cooking rice. The ancestors just went, and I say, huh? And they said, add garlic. They already knew how to flood and drain rice fields, build irrigation systems, harvest and process rice, and cook dozens of rice dishes. You heard that? Somebody said add cheese too. In the Low Country, enslaved people were.
Well, I'm going to have to say this. I am my mother's side of the family, literally from St. Helena. Literally, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. Born and raised. I have never had this. I've never even heard of it. Now, I'm not going to say, there are a lot of things my mother wouldn't eat, but I can't imagine she wouldn't, eat something like this. Shrimp and grits is another thing. I've had fish and grits. I never even heard of shrimp and grits until, I was like in my 30s or 40s. Never. I honestly don't think shrimp and grits existed when I was a kid. Like shrimp, I would never eat shrimp and grits. I mean, I like shrimp okay, but with grits,
Oh, it's delicious.
Sam, I wouldn't even try it. Like it, it's just shrimp is just too sweet to go with grits. I mean, I don't even like fish and grits that much. Grits is to be eaten with breakfast, not for dinner. It's just we didn't eat it when I was a kid. Um, I figure I honestly think that something like shrimp and grits is just for tourists, like real people from there. They're not eating that shit.
And I think that's for the people that's by the water.
Yeah, and Samuel, people who think all black people play spades. You know what? Black people play chess. Not all black people play chess. So, um, and I'm not going to even say I know you didn't learn to play spades in Vermont. who, who? You know what? I'm not going to even talk about it. And by the way, this is like 2 years ago now. You were supposed to come up here and talk about your family history in Vermont. Um, I'm still open to you. Um, like it's just curious. It's I'd love to know the family origins. How y'all wound up in Vermont and that sort of thing. It's got to be interesting. So I'm not gonna hear a Vermonter tell me I'm not black. That's gonna be for starters. Yes, Samuel, I did not forget. Um, you know where I am. My email address, I'll drop it there. I'm dead serious. I've always wanted to talk to you about it. Let's see, what is it? Stanley at
King Peaks, I think
info.
it's weird to be mad at the TV. It's a
Ask
woman
who
on the
what I'm
TV.
cooking.
King Peaks said, "What would I do if I caught my man watching one of her videos?" And I'm saying, well, caught is a strange word, but
Why would you care?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, see, King Pix is King Pix. Are you in Britain? Wait, is King Pix the same? I think it's Kelvin. I think it's Mega, whatever Kelvin calls himself now, Mega something or another. I never heard Gullah Geechee. It was either Gullah or Geechee when I was growing up. Apparently, they've been maybe they have merged somehow. It was either
You been
Geechee
there?
or Gullah.
Have you been
Sorry,
down
what?
there? Have you been down there?
I'm from there.
That don't mean you been down there to
Okay,
the Geechee lands.
listen to what I'm saying. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and my mother's side of the family is from St. Helena, the Sea
Oh, okay.
Islands.
They're from the Sea
I'm
Islands.
like literally, and then my father's from farther South Georgia, but inland. Um, I grew up there. I have fished there. Um, So, I mean, I'm not gonna say I knew everything because my mother could be kind of finicky. She wasn't gonna eat, there are some things she just didn't, eat. But I mean, my great aunt, for instance, I when she died, I was in my 30s, and the last time I lived in Savannah, we literally used to go to St. Helena every Sunday. My father, had a garden over there. There's still property over there, that my father owns. I haven't been over to St. Helena in 20 years, but, it's
I
not
used to like going down there when I
I
lived in
guess
Georgia.
I mean, I know Penn School, like my mother's first cousin, my second cousin went to Penn School. Like literally he was a student. Um, Google Penn School. I mean, I know right where Penn School is. I've been there, it's defunct, but it's a historical landmark. Um, and I
You
was
went to
talking the
that
other
African
day.
village?
Um, I'm sure I have, but I was a kid and I barely remember it. But
Mm.
all I have to say is that in a sad story, because I've talked about heirs property with Sin, as a matter of fact. Look, my great aunts, my mother's aunt, my great aunt, her property was right on the water. It was a 5-minute walk from the water. And, my brother, who's 13 years younger than me, learned to throw a cast net, like, back up in those marshes. It's owned by white people now. Because my aunt's family, um, she had a son and, all that stuff. And if my parents could have bought it, I'm sure they would. We have property on St. Helena, but it's not waterfront. But I literally, like maybe at Christmas time, I asked my father about it. He told me, yeah, it's owned by a white family now. I almost broke down in tears.
How you
I mean,
pronounce it?
Hmm?
How you pronounce it? Saint
St.
what?
Helena.
Helena.
Helena. Helena. It's
Helena.
it's
I was
right
just
up the
saying it
road from
right.
Beaufort.
I call it
Penn
Saint
School,
Helena.
if you look up Penn School, it's on St. Helena. It's a whole thing down there. And Hilton Head, Defusky Island, all that used to be majority black. Not Hilton Head so much, but Defusky, St. Helena, Ladies Island, all that stuff used to be it. If you go back and you look right after the Civil War, it was heavily black. Um, Black people were basically supposed to like outright own places like St. Helena. And there was I can't remember the exact history, but there was a former general and like a land speculator that swindled. They've been swindling black people out of that land because it was white owned, but during the Civil War, whites were kind of like driven away. They just kind of left. And that land was supposed to kind of be like, hey, it's just black people here now. Land speculators from the north came down, and that black people just got swindled out of it. Now, a lot of it was still owned by black people, but then you get the whole heirs property where, documentation and, the deeds and all that stuff were pretty dodgy. And, there's all kinds of even YouTube videos that Sin and I have talked about. Black people just got swindled out of that fucking, valuable land. A lot of that heirs property that's on the water or was on the water literally are gated communities now.
That's because they keep taking them people to court talking about eminent domain.
Well, it wasn't all eminent domain. A lot of it was just documentation that was dodgy. There would be the deeds would get lost or, just over generations. There's one or two or three videos that I'm aware of, documentaries that I'm aware of on YouTube where, families would be fighting over who owned it and they couldn't find the deed. And, I'm thinking of this one particular property in North Carolina where the drunk uncle who'd been in jail a bunch of times, somehow or another, he was amenable to this big development company because his property was right next to a property that was owned by this development company, and that company wanted to merge the properties to make a resort type of thing. And you know what? He was like the male or the oldest male or something. And just, somehow or another, he was able to finagle in court. Somehow or another, the court sided with him and he wound up selling it and making money. And that was that. Anyway. So anyway, Sunkissed, I probably need to go anyway. No, it's not a big deal, but it makes me sad to see that sort of thing. Now, my father um, owns property in South Georgia in his hometown, and it is again kind of sad because when I was a kid, it was all privately owned farms, and their neighborhoods like surrounding my father is like a 75-acre farm. And again, when I was a kid, it was nothing but farms, privately, 100 acres here, 75 acres there. And it used to be like when I go to his parents, my grandparents on his side, you could fucking shoot a 30-06 out there, just, sighting it or whatever. And you never really had to worry because as long as you were shooting at a tree or something, something that would stop the round. But there were no houses around it. It was literally just nothing but acres and acres. And now it's surrounded by housing developments. And who knows what it'll be, in 50 years. It'll wind up being something that, we'll have to talk about. Right now, it's, our land. It's not even like you don't have to worry about it. It's just it's outright owned. There's no mortgages or any bullshit like that on it. It's owned outright. You pay the taxes and that's pretty much it. But even in my father's hometown, There are black people who own land, and it's just over the years, for one reason or another. It's really sad. So, um, no, maybe one of these days I'll do a whole show. To be honest with you, though, it would just make me sad talking about
Then maybe
it.
you should talk
However,
about it.
I don't know that I am like, I'm not a real estate person. It would be just watching documentaries and, just kind of talking about it. But that's what I would love to see. If there's gonna be, well, why can't black people be more like, whatever demographic? That's what black people need to be doing. There's land out there that can be, you know, dealt with. There's a place called Freedom, Georgia, and I will definitely watch that documentary. I've watched it like in the last 6 months on the show. They got like 130 some acres, and there's a lady who is like a real estate developer, building houses and stuff, looking to make a community. But 130 some acres really isn't that big a spread, but it's something.
Right.
Yeah, sin that, yep, multiple people owning one property, nobody has the money to buy it outright. Yep, that's one of the problems, etc. Uh, it's kind of funny because the running joke was, well, it might still be. My sister's like, well, I expected you one day to, move down to nowhere, South Georgia, and just be a recluse on the property. And I kind of laugh, but I'm kind of like, well, you know what? They're actually talking about building a tiny house on it. Think I think they're trying to give me a hint. So, you know what? Plop it down. Shit. There's deer hunting. We used to quail hunt on it. The property's rented out, for, someone to grow whatever it is they grow on there. And we used to go in the fall, my father and I. It's before my brother was even born. We'd go down there and you know, the quail would be, eating the leftover corn. When you harvest the corn, there's grain everywhere. Yeah, we go down there and fucking quail hunt. Um, and it was our property. We don't even need a hunting license.
Oh wow.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love quail hunting. Shoot, my father used to do like quail and grits for breakfast, like, on a special Saturday morning, he'd get up, deep fry quail and quail and grits. Now that is a good breakfast. Fuck the shrimp and grits. Give me some deep fried quail and grits. Yes, they can take it if you're not keeping up with your property tax. Now it might take years for them to do it. Um, I've heard stories, but anyway, I must go eat, and it is at 7 hours. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I kind of hate to go, but I really do need to. So I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm literally going to be talking about capital L liberalism, and it's going to get deep in political philosophy ish if I don't get derailed um, by other things. So,
I likely be in the chat. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
in the afternoon.
Yeah, you know I gotta go to sleep at 2 o'clock.
Well, that's okay. You can catch the replay or um I don't know. I used to do I've been kind of all over the place with the hours. It used to be like 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning to whenever. And
Mm-hmm.
now that I've kind of been doing my own channel, I like doing kind of like a morning show, it went from 2 in the morning to, "Hey, let's start at 5 or 6 in the morning," to, "Hey,
Mm-hmm.
let's do 9 in the morning." And it's just been being pushed back over, say, the last year. And I've kinda settled on the afternoon drive, because I get enough sleep, I get enough time to kinda lay out a rough idea of what, the news articles and the shows and stuff like that. I can
Right.
get chores done. Um, you know, Today's kinda later than I actually intended, but, if I do like 2 to 6 or 2 to even 8, that's still enough time to, do dinner, get a little reading done, go to sleep. Um, it's just afternoons, I don't feel tired. In the mornings, I'm not a morning person, so, at least in the afternoons, I don't feel tired and, that sort of thing. So I'm sorry it doesn't jibe with your hours. I believe it or not, actually catch more people in that afternoon to dinner time, than I did in the morning. But, I don't know. Maybe I could push it back a little bit. 1 o'clock wouldn't kill me. So, maybe I'll have to think about that. But as long as you're feeling better and hopefully, everything works out. I have a old friend of mine. I've known her for decades. Her husband is my fishing buddy when I'm down in Savannah. And I just happened to think about her and called her, and she's in the hospital. And she hasn't been too forthcoming, but it actually sounds like congestive heart failure sort of thing. She's almost 70. Um, so it's concerning because I've like I said, she's an old friend. I've known her since I was in my 30s. So god damn it probably damn near 30 years I've known her and her husband. So, these are old friends. But she sounded pretty spry. So, you know, hopefully everything turns out all right. Oh, are you snoring? All right, folks. Well, I know it's time to go now. So, Sin, I guess I'll see you on Old Man Nightish's show. And Samuel, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in quite some time, and I'm serious about, if you don't want to do it, that's fine too. But a generational family in Vermont, it's got, it's definitely interesting. Especially to, someone who's a fake historian. So I will see everybody tomorrow, and y'all have a good night. And we will just put Miss Snoring Sunkissed in the back. So see everybody tomorrow.